Hello and welcome to my YouTube channel. This is Binding 13 by Chloe Walsh, Part 3. Hope you enjoy.
Chapter 47. Crying Girls and Burning Hearts. Johnny. Someone put their hands on her. Those kinds of marks didn't happen in a bleeding ruck. Never mind during a soccer game in PE. It was ridiculous. And she was ridiculous for feeding me that line. What did she think I was? Some thick idiot who didn't tell the difference between an accidental bruise and foul play? I played rugby. I'd spent my whole life knocking up injuries and knocking lads out. I knew the goddamn difference between accidental damage and intentional harm. Someone squeezed her throat, and they did it so hard they left fucking fingerprints on her. If she was being bullied at Tommen, then I was going to find out. If it was McGarry, then I was going to end up in a cell. If it was those fuckers at BCS, then they might as well lock me in a straitjacket. I was about 10 seconds away from going CSI on the situation, but then her big blue eyes filled up with tears and I was thrown another curveball. I had no clue how to handle girls with tears. And girl tears coming from that particular girl affected me something fierce. And there was my hat-trick. Going against every instinct in my body, because my judgment was clouded with the urge I had to comfort her. I'd given in to her pleas to get her clothes and take her home, but then I saw her. I fucking saw all of her, sprawled out on my bed with my dog on top of her, and her towel hanging open, and my brain switched off, body taken over. And then she went and blew my carefully constructed world apart by putting her mouth on mine. Shannon kissed me, and I froze. I completely fucking choked up, attacked by every abnormal foreign emotion and sensation a person could think of. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect her. It all hit me like a head-on collision in that exact moment, and I clamped up, feeling more exposed and vulnerable in that moment than I had my whole life. Contrary to how good my body assured me having her lips on mine was, or how much harder my heart would work when she was around, my head knew better. It was not good. It was not fucking good at all. It took every ounce of self-control I had inside my body to hold myself back, especially when everything inside of me demanded I do the opposite. I knew, though. I knew if I give in to the burning need inside of me to kiss her back, then that would be it. I would be completely fucked. And so would Shannon. Because my being here was temporary, and that girl reeked of permanence. The best I could offer was friendship, even if it was the last thing I wanted. Shannon, resting my forehead against the timber frame, I continued to knock. Will you please come out? She locked herself in my bathroom 30 minutes ago and hadn't come out since. Please. Silence. Exhaling heavy, I knocked again. Just open the door and we can talk about it. Nothing. Please, Shannon, I growled, resisting the urge to bang my head against the frame. Just come out. You don't even have to talk to me if you don't want to. I'll take you home and I won't say a word if you... I let my words trail off and the sound of the lock clicking sounded. Moments later, my bathroom door opened inwards, and there she was, fully dressed in her damp uniform, with puffy eyes and blotchy cheeks. Fuck. I made her cry. Again. I'm ready to go home now, she told me in a small voice, not meeting my eyes. If that's okay. Yeah, of course it's okay, I replied thickly. Thank you. With her head down, Shannon stepped around me and walked over to my bedroom door. She looked so vulnerable and certain that all I wanted to do was wrap her up in my arms. My heart was on fire. Get it together, Kavanagh. Don't do anything stupid. Don't kiss her. You know you won't be able to stop. With great effort, I didn't go to her and walked over to my wardrobe instead. Just give me a sec, okay? I told her. She nodded and dropped her gaze to her clasped hands. Sighing, I opened my wardrobe and quickly threw on a t-shirt, sweatpants and hoodie. Grabbing a pair of socks from my chest of drawers, I sank down on my bed and pulled them on before throwing on a pair of runners, all while Shannon stood silently by the door, with her wet hair falling forward, concealing her face. She looked so lonely in this moment that physically pained me to look at her, because I knew I was responsible for that look, and my heart was demanding I make it right. I wanted to. I just didn't know how without hurting the both of us. Here, I said, grabbing a jacket off the foot of my bed. Put that on. Her nervous eyes darted to the jacket I was holding out for her, and she immediately began to shake her head. No, she croaked out. You're okay. Yeah, I know, I replied, as I stood up and closed the space between us. But it's still lashing down with rain outside, and I'm not okay with you getting sick. Put it on. Are you sure? She asked, reaching out hesitantly. Christ, this girl was killing me. Positive. Handing her my jacket, I moved for the door, careful not to brush against her, knowing my poor dick couldn't take the pressure. I waited for her to slide the jacket on, and then we walked out of my room, knowing she was with me, even though she trailed behind. This felt so shitty, like the opposite of the right thing to do, which made zero sense because I was thinking with my brain right now, and not my dick. I need to get Ma's keys, I told her, when we were standing in the downstairs foyer. Give me a sec, okay? Yeah, okay, Shannon replied as she slid her hands into my jacket that was swamping her. I'll wait here? Was she asking me? It sounded like she was. I didn't know for sure because she wouldn't look at me. I couldn't gauge how she was feeling because the window to her emotions were her eyes that were trained on her feet. Fucking sucked. But I knew I needed to give her space right now. Problem was, the closer to the front door we got, the more depressed I felt. My dick was devastated. My chest was burning. My brain was doubtful. I was completely fucked.
Chapter 48. You're okay, Shannon. There were no words to explain the turbulence of emotions wishing through my body. Striving for control, I concentrated on breathing in slow, deep patterns. I didn't know what to do. Apologizing didn't seem to cut it. Besides, I'd already done that. I contemplated telling him that I had temporarily lost control of my senses back there, but I thought he might already know that. Thoroughly mortified by my actions, I stared out the windscreen into the darkening sky and ignored the boy sitting in the driver's seat beside me. Are we gonna talk about it? Johnny finally asked after several minutes of strained silence. I shook my head, cheeks flaming with shame, and continued to stare out the window at nothing. Are you going to talk to me? He asked then, voice low and gruff. Again, I shook my head, too embarrassed to look at him. So, what? He demanded. You're just going to ignore me altogether? I shrugged helplessly. I knew what was coming if we spoke. He was going to give me the talk. And right now, with my emotions frayed and my stomach churning from anxiety, I honestly didn't think I could hear that talk. I couldn't take his rejection. Shannon! Johnny growled, clearly frustrated. Flicking on the indicator, he pulled onto the side of the road and killed the engine. Oh no, oh please God, no. Shannon. Turning in his seat, he pushed the armrest that separated us up and twisted his body to face me. We need to talk about what happened back there. I'm sorry. I got there first and said, with my heart hammering in my chest. I turned in my seat and faced him. I'm so sorry. I don't want you to be sorry, he replied, blue eyes burning into mine. What happened in my room? Shaking his head, he released a pained growl. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect you. His breath fanned my face as he spoke, causing my body to shiver involuntarily. I don't regret it, he added, and I don't regret you doing that. But, I filled in, keeping my eyes trained on my hands folded on my lap, knowing full well there was a but coming. But I'm leaving in a couple of months, Shannon, Johnny finally said. Once the summer comes, I'll be out of here and I won't be back until school starts. I know, I whispered, clasping my hands tightly together. Joy told me all about it. He was leaving to be a big star. That's the way it is for me, Johnny added gruffly. And it's only going to get worse. Longer stints away, more travelling, permanent moves. That's what's come down the line for me. Down the very close line. It wouldn't be fair of me not to disclose that now. He sighed wearily and ran a hand through his thoroughly dishevelled hair. You need to know that I'm not going to be here for much longer. I know, I whispered, feeling the burning ache in my chest. And I know I shouldn't have kissed you, I choked out, voice torn. Okay, I know that. It was wrong. I understand. I just... You just what, Shannon? He coaxed. I thought you liked me, I strangled out. Jesus Christ, Johnny groaned, dropping his head in his hands. Of course I like you. He tugged on his hair and sighed. I think it's pretty fucking clear that I'm mad about you. Exhaling a pained groan, he added, But I'll be 18 in May, Shannon. I'm 16, I whispered. I know, Shannon, fuck, I know, he groaned, voice torn. But I'm trying to do the right thing here. My heart fluttered uncertainly. I didn't know what to think or how to feel. He was rejecting me and telling me he liked me all in one breath, and it was too much for my heart to take. For who? I croaked out. For the both of us, Johnny strangled out. My career is taking off and I need to stay focused. And you deserve someone who can put you first. He ran a hand through his hair again, looking more stressed and tired. I can't do that. He looked me right in the eyes and said, I want to, I really fucking want to, but I'm not in the position to do that for you. Exhaling heavily, he added, I can't give you a relationship, Shannon, and it would be selfish of me to ask you for something I can't follow through on. There it was, the rejection I'd been waiting for. I didn't ask you for a relationship, Johnny, I choked out, thoroughly humiliated. I've never asked you for anything. So don't worry about giving me the let me down gently talk because it's unnecessary. Johnny released a frustrated growl. I'm not trying to let you down, Shannon. I'm trying to figure this out with you. Listen, Johnny, I'm really tired, I whispered, turning back to face the window. I just want to go home now. Come on, Shannon, he groaned, tone agitated now. You can't avoid this. I had every intention of avoiding him for the rest of my life. I planned on starting that avoiding as soon as I got out of this car.
Shannon, talk to me.
I remained silent.
Shannon, come on,
Johnny pleaded.
don't be like this.
I didn't think there was any other way I could be given the circumstances. I kissed him. He rejected me. I put myself out there for him. He turned me down. It was my fault. 100%. I accepted responsibility for my recklessness. But that didn't mean I was strong enough to listen to the painful verbal repercussions of my actions.
Just fucking talk to me,
Johnny demanded, unwilling to let this go. What's to say? I croaked out, turning back to look at him, giving in to his relentless probing. You don't want me. I heard you. I got the message.
You clearly didn't, if that's what you took from it.
He shot back, looking furious. When I didn't respond, Johnny literally growled.
Fine. If you don't want to hash this out, then I won't say another word,
he announced, throwing his hands up in the air.
Is that what you want, Shannon?
That's what I want, Johnny, I whispered.
Suit yourself,
he bit out, starting the engine again.
I give up.
With his words of rejection belting in my ears and my emotions in turmoil, I clenched my eyes shut and prayed for time to speed up. I had the worst pain in my stomach to match the throbbing ache in my chest that seemed to blossom and burn with every mile he knocked up on the clock. When Johnny pulled onto my street, I lied just like I had every other time he dropped me home, and told him that my house was the one at the other end of the street, knowing full well that if my father saw me climbing out of his car, I'd be as good as dead. However, I did not anticipate that he might turn off the engine again, which is exactly what he did.
Are you okay?
He asked, turning in his seat to face me.
Yeah,
I croaked out. He nodded slowly.
Shannon, listen.
You don't have to say anything else. I quickly stopped him by saying, It won't happen again. He frowned.
No, that's not what I was.
I'm sorry, I blurted out, and then grabbed the handle and pushed the door open. I'm very sorry. Unbuckling my belt, I slipped out of the Jeep and slammed the door closed before he could say another word. I couldn't handle more. Not tonight. Mortified, I hovered outside my neighbour's garden wall until it was clear that Johnny was waiting for me to go inside before he left. And then I did the only thing I could. I ducked my head and ran down the footpath to my actual house, not daring to look back at him. Slipping inside, I closed the door behind me and exhaled a ragged breath before quickly searching the downstairs. The house was empty. Ollie, Tig and Sean went to Nanny Murphy's on weekdays, with the exception of Fridays when Nanny dropped them straight home after school, because she went to Bear on the weekends to visit her granddaughter, and wouldn't be home until at least 8 o'clock. Joey and Mam both worked on Mondays, and my father kept a stool warm at the bookies most evenings. Nothing changed. Miscarriage or no miscarriage, my screwed-up family went on as normal. Thankful to have avoided another pointless confrontation, I kicked off my shoes and hurried up the staircase to get out of my damp clothes. We had a second-hand tumble dryer in the utility room that I wasn't supposed to use because of how hard it was on the electricity, but I was going to use it this evening. I had no choice. Back in the house of pain, I closed my bedroom door and then quickly stripped out of my wet clothes before throwing on my pyjamas. I was halfway down the staircase with my uniform balled up in my hands when there was a knock on the front door. Pausing mid-step, I squinted my eyes and tried to make out who the tall shadow outside the frosted glass could be. Another knock came, louder this time, so I hurried down the remaining steps and wrenched the door open, only to find Johnny standing outside in the rain, looking like some sort of semi-drowned angel. Instantly, my heart jackknifed in my chest and then began to thud so hard it was almost painful. Seriously, God, why? I whispered, clutching the door with a death grip. The step into our house was at least a foot high, but I still found myself staring up at him. "Hi," Johnny replied, blue eyes locked on mine. "You live at 95? I nodded, mortified. "I thought your house was number 81. He frowned. "That's where I've been dropping you off." I shrugged helplessly, feeling at a loss. "Well, he left your bag in the car." Shifting my bag off his right shoulder, he held it out to me. "I'm sorry," I mumbled, feeling my cheeks flush once again. "Your jacket's in my bedroom. I'll go and get it." I turned to run up the staircase, but he stopped me with a hand to my wrist. "Don't worry about it," he explained, quickly retracting his hand. "I'll get it off you in school or something." "Okay." Shoving his hands into his pockets, Johnny rocked back on his heels, considering me for a brief moment before blowing out a breath. "Are you okay?" "Yeah," I whispered, not feeling one bit okay. "Shannon, I don't want you to think that I don't want you. Please don't say anything," I begged, beyond mortified at this stage. "Please." "Things are complicated for me right now." "Johnny, please just forget it ever happened." He stared at me for an achingly long moment before nodding stiffly. "If that's what you want." I sagged slightly. "It is." His gaze flicked my neck then, and his expression instantly darkened. "I need to go inside now," I stated, fearful of him starting back up where he had left off. "Right," he said, with a small shake of his head. "Course, yeah. And I'd better get going." "Okay." "I'll guess I'll see you tomorrow," Johnny said, and then he turned around and walked away from me. Feeling bereft, I chewed on my lip as I watched him walk away. "Bye, Johnny." "Bye, Shannon," he called back, casting a quick smile over his shoulder. Oh, God. With my heart knocking around restlessly in my chest, I closed the door and trudged back up the staircase. I needed to lie down for a minute so I could process my thoughts. Slipping back into my tiny room, I walked straight to my single bed with the intention of face-planting the mattress, only to stop short when my eyes landed on Johnny's jacket strewn on my bed. Like the creeper I was, I sank down on the foot of my bed, reached for his jacket, and held it to my chest. His smell was everywhere. On his jacket, on me. Awed in the drenched fabric, I inhaled deeply, taking in the familiar scent of his deodorant, and then mentally chastised myself for being such a freak. What was I doing? Why was I allowing myself to feel these emotions? They were dangerous. I had to stop. He doesn't want you. No one does. Feeling sick to my stomach with regret and anxiety, I pulled back the covers, climbed into my bed, and then curled into the smallest ball I could. Everything hurt. My body, my brain, my heart. Breathing slowly, I attempted to rid my mind of every bad thought plaguing me, every embarrassing and soul-destroying memory of how ridiculously stupid I had behaved. It didn't last long. 15 minutes into my silent morning, the sound of the front door slamming filled my ears. No less than 3 minutes later, my bedroom door flew inwards. "Where's the dinner?" Remaining perfectly still, I clutched the duvet as my body coiled tight with anxiety. "I forgot." "Well, get out of that fucking bed and come downstairs," Dad snarled from my doorway. "You've got jobs to do around the house, girl, and that includes putting on the dinner. It's about time you earned your keep." "I feel sick," I croaked out. It wasn't a lie. My stomach was cramping up. "You'll feel a lot fucking sicker if you don't get your useless hole out of that bed," my father warned. "Sick? Your mother's fucking sick, and she's working to pay your bastard school fees, you ungrateful little cunt." I knew he hadn't been drinking today, but my father sober was still terrifying to me. "You have 5 minutes to get down those stairs, girl," he added. "Don't make me come back up to you." He slammed my bedroom door closed, and while I listened to him thumping back down the stairs, I debated my options. Stay where I was and take a beating, or do as he asked and risk one anyway. There was no choice. There never was. Not for me, anyway. Throwing back the covers, I climbed out of bed and walked back down to hell. "Are you still talking to me?" were the first words that came out of Claire's mouth when I answered her phone call later that night. I was just finishing mopping the kitchen floor before bed, having cooked the dinner and washed all the dishes. Balancing my phone between my ear and shoulder, I poured the water from the mop bucket down the kitchen sink and quickly tucked them away in the utility room. "Considering I just answered your call, I'd say it's pretty obvious that I'm still talking to you," I replied in a hushed tone. It was gone 11 at night, but my father was still in the living room watching some match on the television, and I knew better than to disturb him. "I'm so sorry," Claire groaned down the line. "I didn't mean to embarrass you today, I swear. I was just sick of listening to those two droning on about Johnny, and wanted to put them in their place." "Don't worry about it." Grabbing Johnny's jacket out of the tumble dryer, I flicked off the kitchen light and patted out. "I'm not mad," I added, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Can you talk now?" she questioned. "Yeah," I whispered, creeping towards the staircase. "Just give me 2 secs." "Okay," she replied. Holding my phone to my chest, I tiptoed up the staircase, avoiding every creak with expert precision. "Okay, I'm back," I told her in a more audible tone once I was safely inside my bedroom with the door locked. "You're sure you're not mad at me?" I shook my head and flopped down on my bed. "I'm really not." "Oh, thank God!" Claire sighed loudly. "I've been a wreck all evening worrying about it. I won't be in class tomorrow, and I was afraid you wouldn't pick up when I called." My heart sank. "You're not coming to school tomorrow?" "I have that hockey blitz with the school," she explained, "but Lizzie will be there." At least there's that. "Well, I'm not mad." "You sure?" "I have good news," I said, deciding on changing the topic. Otherwise we would end up going back and forth all night. "I forgot to tell you last week, but I think you'll like it." "Spill your beans, Lynch." "Ma'am signed the forms. I turned them in the other week." Exhaling heavily, I said, "I'm allowed to go to Donegal with you after Easter." I had to hold the phone away from my ear for a few moments while Claire squealed her excitement out of her system. "This is the best news ever!" she gushed. "You've no idea how happy you've just made me. I thought I was going to be trapped in a foreign county for 2 days with Lizzie and Pierce," she continued to say, "and you know how screwed up their relationship is." "A foreign county?" I snickered, then grunted when a sharp pain ricocheted through my side. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, it's just my stomach," I replied, stroking the curve of my belly. "It's been bothering me all day." Worrying my lip, I added, "I hope I'm not coming down with something." "Then you better take some paracetamol and get the hell over it," Claire retorted cheerfully, "because we're going to Donegal, baby! Woo!" "After Easter," I reminded her. "So?" she shot back. "It's still the best news ever." I laughed at her enthusiasm because, in all honesty, how could I not? It was infectious. "So, have you figured out how you're going to manage 48 hours in close quarters with Gerard?" I asked with a teasing lilt to my tone, thankful for the distraction from my life. Claire groaned loudly. "He drives me crazy, Shan." "He likes you," I told her, "and before you shut me down and tell me he likes everyone, I mean he really likes you, Claire. It's obvious when you guys are together that he's into you." It really was. At school they watched each other's moves constantly. He was always coming over to her, cracking jokes and making pointless conversation. They behaved like an old married couple when they were together, with witty banter and quick retorts, and I couldn't figure out why they weren't a couple already. It seemed so inevitable. "Having him carry on like that towards me is not a compliment," Claire grumbled when I called her out on it. Huffing, she added, "Any girl who walks past that boy turns his head." "Yeah, but you haven't just turned his head, Claire," I told her. "I think you've turned his heart." "You can't turn something that isn't there, Shan," she replied, tone sad. "I don't believe that," I countered. "That's because you don't know him like I do," was all she replied. "Well, I think you and Gibbsy together make sense," I pressed. "A lot more than Lizzie and Pierce." "That wouldn't be hard," Claire chuckled. "Me and Mr. Mulcahy make more sense than those two." "True," I mused. "So, here's what we'll do," she said then. "You can keep me focused and away from Jared when we're in Donegal, and I'll do the same for you with Johnny." I exhaled a shaky breath. "About that, go on," she urged. Clenching my eyes shut, I blurted, "He dropped me home again." "What?" Claire shrieked. I blew out a breath. "I know." "Oh my God, Shan, what's this about?" "I really don't know," I groaned, scrubbing my face with my hand. "I'm so confused." "Confused?" Deciding to give her full disclosure, I whispered, "He didn't just drop me home, Claire. I went over to his house again." "Shut the front door!" she gasped. Nodding, I groaned into my hand. "And I kissed him." "Shut the front door!" she repeated, louder now, and in a much more excited tone. "Where did this happen?" "In his bedroom," I confessed, and then reluctantly added, "on his bed." "Oh my God!" she squealed. "Oh my bloody God, Shan!" "He didn't kiss me back," I admitted, grimacing. "That bloody idiot!" she growled, tone switching instantly. "I'm the idiot, Claire," I hurried to say, feeling just as mortified now as I was in his car on the drive of shame home. What the hell was I thinking? "Was he mean to you?" she demanded. "Because I'll kick his big rugby-loving ass if he was mean to you." "He wasn't mean to me, Claire," I croaked out. "He was lovely." "No, Shannon, you're the lovely one. He's a dick," Claire corrected angrily. "Because only a complete dick takes my best friend to his house, brings her up to his bedroom, and then, when she puts herself out there for the first time in her life, he goes and rejects her." "I kissed him, Claire," I whispered, "not the other way round." "And he clearly didn't deserve your kiss," Claire snipped. "You're too good for the big Egypt." "You thought you liked Johnny?" "I used to," she agreed angrily. "I used to think he was a good guy. I used to think he was better than that reputation of his," she growled. "Not any more." "It's my fault, Claire." "No, Shan," she growled. "He led you on, and you deserve so much better than having some rugby-head asshole do that." "He really didn't," I admitted. "It was all me." "I don't care," she snipped. "He's an idiot." "What do I do now?" I asked, feeling unsure. "What do you mean?" "I have his jacket," I confessed. I need to return it to him." "Why do you have his jacket?" "He gave it to me." I paused before adding, "Actually, this is the second one he's given me. He gave me his coat after school, too, but that one was soaked from the rain, so he gave me another one." "There you go," she snapped, "leading you on." "I don't think that's what he was doing," I argued weakly. "He was just being nice, Claire." Exhaling heavily, I added, "He's just a really good guy." "Fine," she sighed, relenting on her anger a little. "Just give his coat back to him at school tomorrow and be done with the big ape." "Okay," I replied, sad at the thought. "He's a fool, you know," she added. "You're gorgeous and kind and sweet and loyal and a million other brilliant things he'll never find in whores like that Bella Wilkinson." "Thank you," I replied, appreciating her attempt to console me. It wasn't true, of course, but her words did help. "But you're not allowed to hate him because of this." "Really?" she whined. Really? He didn't do anything wrong, Claire, I pushed. Seriously, he couldn't have been nicer to me. Then why didn't he kiss you back? She demanded. Because he doesn't want me, I bit out. Obviously. Then he's insane, she grumbled. If I had a penis or liked girls, I would want you. Thanks. I half sobbed, half laughed. If I had a penis or liked girls, I'd want you too. So we're not really going to hate him? No, I replied. We're really not. Ugh, Claire groaned. Fine. You're a great friend, Claire, I told her. I don't know what I'd do without you. Am I a great enough friend that I'd get the details? What kind of details? I asked nervously. What do you want to know? All the details, she replied. Ugh. It's so embarrassing, I whispered. Humiliating, actually. Okay, I'm sorry, she replied quickly. You don't have to talk about it. He's beautiful, I whispered after a pause. Yeah, she grumbled. Everybody already knows that. No, Claire, I urged. I mean, he's really beautiful. Closing my eyes, I whispered, under the clothes. Oh my God! She screamed in my ear. How do you know what's under his clothes? Because he took a shower and he was only half dressed when I came out. Came out of where? His shower. Hold up, Claire squeaked. Did you take a shower with Johnny Kavanagh? What? No, I shook my head. I took a shower in his shower. Okay, you need to take this back to the beginning because I'm losing the run of my filthy imagination here. We were both soaked from the rain, I explained with a weary sigh. His mom took my clothes down to dry them. I used the shower in his ensuite. He took a separate shower, and then we just sort of ended up in his room. With no clothes on? He had jocks on, I replied, resisting the urge to tell her about what I saw before he had his jocks on. That's it. And you? She pressed. Just a towel. I bit down on my lip, feeling my face flame with heat. I think I flashed him my, and I don't really know what happened, but we both ended up on his bed, I hurried to say, keeping my voice low. And then he was right there, like his face was so close to mine. Exhaling a ragged breath, I added, and I just lost my mind and kissed him. God, Claire gasped. It's like watching a train wreck, except instead of watching it, I'm listening to it. I know, I groaned, and then I panicked and locked myself in his bathroom. I cringed at the memory, and he was so kind to me, Claire. I mean, he could have flipped out and thrown me out, but he just kept talking to me from the other side of the door, trying to coax me out. Oh, I can't, she moaned. It hurts my heart too much. He promised he wouldn't talk about it if I came out. I continued to talk despite her protests, needing to get this off my chest. Of course, he lied. When we were back in his car, he gave me the talk. Not the talk, she breathed. Tell me he didn't give you the talk. He did, I strangled out, and then he kept telling me that I didn't need to be sorry, and I think he meant it. But I'm just so embarrassed by it all. I swear I will never put myself out there like that for anyone ever again. Damn, Claire sighed. I wish I didn't have that stupid blitz tomorrow. I don't want you being alone at school while you're feeling like this. Me too, I agreed glumly. At least Lizzie will be there. Maybe don't mention this to Liz, Claire interjected. She'll cut his dick right off. No one can know about this, Claire, I whispered. No one. Agreed. I clutched my stomach when another stabbing pain ricocheted through me, causing me to grunt once more in pain. Hey, maybe you should take tomorrow off, she offered, sounding concerned. You don't sound too good. I'll be okay. I whispered, and I would be, I hoped.
Chapter 49. I fucked up. Johnny. Morning, Gibbsy acknowledged, sinking into the passenger seat of my car on Tuesday morning. Hard training go yesterday. I fucked up, I blurted out. You fucked up? Gibbsy arched a brow as he buckled himself in. In training? No. I shook my head. I didn't go. Why not? Because I fucked up. How? Fuck. Groaning, I shifted into gear and pulled away from his house. So fucking bad. Tightening my hands on the wheel, I released a pained growl. So fucking bad, Gibbs. Are you going to say anything other than the word fuck? He drawled as he pulled a blank CD out of his school bag and slid it into my CD case. By the way, I burned this for you last night, he added with a smirk. I think you'll enjoy it. Thanks, I grumbled, too distracted to concentrate on anything other than the raging thoughts. Now, Gibbsy said, pulling out a box of cigarettes. He placed one between his lips and sparked up. Are you going to tell me how you fucked up? Roll the window down, I grumbled. You know I can't stand the smell of those things. I presume this meltdown has something to do with little Shannon, he offered, as he rolled the window down and exhaled a cloud of smoke out of it. I nodded again, feeling panicky. All night I'd been waiting to get this off my chest. I could hardly breathe with the pressure in my body, my regrets, and the smell of horror on my sheets. I couldn't even enjoy having dinner with my dad, something that, because of conflicting schedules, we hadn't been able to do since New Year's Day. Although dinner last night, I was too lost inside my own head. I was too caught up in horror. I thought you liked me. Well, fuck me. My heart just about cracked when she said those words. What did you do, Johnny? Gibbsy pushed, dragging me from my thoughts. I did it again, I admitted. He eyed me wearily. You drove her home again? Nodding, I released a strangled groan. Except this time, I went one further and forced her into taking a spin home after school. Johnny, I literally picked her up and put her in the fucking car, Gibbs. Expelling another frustrated breath, I sagged back in my seat and groaned. With me ma. He laughed. You are an idiot. I know, I groaned. And the ma did what she does best. She meddled, Gibbsy filled in knowingly. Brought her over to the house. Gibbsy's brows shut up. Your house? Oh, yeah, I hissed, still feeling bitter. Then she went and gave me the talk. Gibbsy shuddered. Oh, Jesus. I know that. I shook my head, forcing myself to concentrate on the road. It was brutal. Where was Shannon when this talk was going on? That's the worst part, I replied with a grimace, as I indicated into the school. Ma decided it would be a wonderful idea to make Shannon take a bleeding shower. I cast him an evil glare. Another one. Are you shitting me? Gibbsy snickered. I shit you not, I bit out, turning up the familiar laneway to Tommen. Ma also thought it was A fabulous fucking idea to take her clothes and put them in the dryer. Stop it. This is too priceless. He threw his head back and howled, laughing. Mammy Kavanagh's a better wingman than I am. Focus, Gibbs, I barked as I pulled into the car park. It was bad. Really fucking bad. How bad? He asked. I drove into my usual parking spot and killed the engine. How bad, Johnny? Gibbsy coaxed. Exhaling a pained growl, I turned in my seat to face him. She kissed me. Gibbsy's eyes lit up. Yeah? I nodded. On my bed, in a towel, looking like a fucking wet dream. She just fucking put her mouth on me, Gibbs. In a towel? The ma had her clothes, remember? I strangled out. She was wrapped in a towel and nothing else. Gibbsy grinned. Nothing else? Nothing else, I repeated, enunciating the word nothing. Did you see? Yeah, I snapped, and then groaned loudly. Fuck. And? Perfect. Fuck. Yeah. Well, shit, lad, Gibbsy mused, expression thoughtful as he scratched his jaw. I would never have guessed she'd have made the first move. Turning to look at me, he asked, What did you do? Froze, I admitted, with a pained exhale. I completely fucking froze up, lad. And then she panicked and locked herself in the bathroom. I was a bleeding disaster. Took me ages to coax her out, and even then, she wouldn't talk more than 3 words to me on the drive back to her place. That, Gibbsy shook his head, is a disaster. Of the highest order, I agreed glumly. I tried to talk it out with her, but she wasn't having it, lad. She didn't want to hear a word I had to say. What did you try to tell her? The truth? I offered wearily. That I'm leaving in a couple of months. I can't commit to her. You're a little stupid for a genius, aren't you? Gibbsy mused. I turned to glare at him. Excuse me? You drive her home multiple times. You take her out to the pub, to the cinema. You bring her home to your house twice, and then she kisses you and you reject her. He shot back. What did you expect her to do? Sit there and listen to it? I did not fucking reject her, I spat. I would never reject her. Okay, Gibbsy sniggered. Sure you didn't. And you're the one who told me to be her friend, I accused. Well, I was wrong, he chimed. You can't do it. It'll never work. Give up now. Yes, it will, I hissed. It has to. Why does it have to work? He asked. Because I need her. I shook my head and expelled another frustrated breath. Because I want to keep her in my life. You want to keep her, period, Gibbsy countered. Because you're ass over tit in love with the girl? Stop it, I warned. Fine. He threw his hands up. I'll say no more about it. He sat in silence for a long time, while Gibbsy smoked another cigarette before I finally broke it by saying, Do you know that she's insanely good at PlayStation? Like fucking gamer good? Gibbsy looked at me with surprise. No shit. I nodded. She kicked my ass, lad. I've never seen anyone clear missions as fast as she did. He exhaled another cloud of smoke and tossed the cigarette out the window. Did you have a cheat sheet with her? She didn't need one, I muttered as I pressed a button and rolled up the windows. She had every bleeding code memorised. Oh, God, Gibbsy groaned. That is so fucking sexy. I pointed to the passenger door. Get out of my car. I'm not thinking about her like that. He laughed as he swung the door open and climbed out. Yeah, he fucking was.
Chapter 50. Period Leaks and Hero Boys. Shannon. When I woke up on Tuesday morning, it took me a ridiculous amount of time to drag myself out of bed. I was in so much pain that all I wanted to do was bury my head under the duvet and stay there. Knowing that staying home from school meant spending all day in the same house as my father was a big enough incentive to go to school. But the thought of having to face Johnny again meant it was a close call. I didn't feel right. My mind was reeling and my body was in agony. By the time I climbed off the bus at Tommen, my body felt like it was trying to hack itself apart from the inside out, and it was starting with my stomach. I had Johnny's jacket washed, dried, and wrapped up in a plastic carrier bag in the front pocket of my school bag, ready to return to him, like Claire and I discussed. I intended to give it back to him and bolt. Better still, if I saw Gibbsy, I could give it to him and be done with it. All morning I watched out for him in the hallways, but we never crossed paths. 1,000,001 ridiculous thoughts and worries filled my mind. Was he hurt? I already knew he was hurt. But was it worse? Was it his abductor? Was he in the hospital? Was he sick? God, I was pathetic. I would have dwelled even more in his absence if it wasn't for the god-awful pain in my stomach demanding all of my attention. My stomach was cramping with every one of my abdominal muscles agonizingly contracting like an attack of blades cutting me from the inside out. This wasn't anxiety-induced. No, this was definitely something else. The pain was so bad I could hardly focus on my schoolwork, and I didn't have the girls to distract me from it because Claire was at that away game with the girls' hockey team, and Lizzie hadn't shown up for school today. Knowing my luck, Lizzie was out sick with a vomiting bug, and I was brewing the same. Going through the motions, I went to all my classes, sat by myself, tried to blend in with the wallpaper, and prayed not to pass out. By the time big break rolled around, I'd had quite enough of school for one day, and was prepared to do some morally questionable things for a couple of paracetamol and a glass of water. However, my day took a predominant turn for the worst when a girl from 6th year pulled me aside in the hallway and uttered the words every teenage girl on the face of the planet dreaded hearing at school. "Excuse me, hon, but I think you're leaking." Because I was me, it took my brain several seconds to comprehend what she was saying, and several more before I gathered her meaning. The minute I did, I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me whole. Scratch that. I wanted to burst into flames and disintegrate into thin air because having a 6th-year girl point out the fact that you were leaking in the middle of a school hallway had that effect on a girl. Mortified, I dashed into the girls' bathroom to investigate. Thankfully, the bathroom was empty when I barreled inside. Ditching my school bag on the floor, I stood with my back to the mirror and craned my head around. "Oh, God, no!" I gasped when my gaze landed on the bloodstain on the back of my grey school skirt. It wasn't a small patch either. Of course it wasn't. This was me we were talking about, and I never did embarrassment and shame by halves. So this was it. Today was the day Mother Nature decided to pay me a visit. 9 days after my 16th birthday. Better late than never. In the middle of school. Oh, dear Jesus. Well, at least the excruciating stomach cramps made sense now. In my defense, how the hell was I supposed to know? Never in my life had I encountered such gut-wrenching pelvic stabbing. 'Cause this was my first proper period. Grabbing my school bag and a handful of paper towels, I bolted into one of the stalls and locked the door behind me. Shimming out of my skirt, I yanked off my tights and knickers, crying when blood smeared my legs. Oh, God! Don't panic, Shannon. Don't freak out. Inhaling a steadying breath, I quickly set to work on cleaning myself up with only one thought in my mind. Running away. As soon as I was reasonably respectable looking, I was going straight home to bury my head under my blankets and die of shame in peace. Pulling out my phone, I sent a freebie "call me" to Joey because, like usual, I didn't have any damn credit, and also, like usual, I needed him to come save me. He didn't respond. Digging inside of my bag, I hunted for the tampon I knew I wouldn't find, because why the hell would I find one? It was like Mother Nature had decided to grace me with 3 years' worth of period pains and shame in this very moment. God! Grunting out of harsh breath, I clutched my stomach and held still, hoping I would find some relief. I didn't. I also rooted for the money I didn't have so I could buy sanitary towels I couldn't afford in the machine in the bathroom. €2. All I needed was a pathetic €2 coin, and I didn't even have that. Thankfully, I did find a spare pair of underwear, so I made a makeshift sanitary pad out of the paper towels, while tears streamed down my cheeks. I was well aware that I didn't need to be crying over this. It was perfectly normal. But I was upset, embarrassed, and unprepared. For once in my life, I wished things could go smoothly for me. I was so tired of my life railroading. I needed a reprieve. I cleaned my skirt as best I could before slipping it back on. Then I yanked my jumper off and tied it around my waist to conceal the stain of shame. My legs were bare, my arms sleeveless, and I looked entirely out of place for March weather. Sniffling, I rummaged around my bag aimlessly, my fingers hovering over the plastic bag that contained Johnny's jacket. Pulling the jacket out of the plastic bag, I quickly stuffed my tights and underwear inside the bag and buried them at the bottom of my school bag. Letting myself out of the stall, I shuffled over to the sink, dropped my school bag and the jacket on the floor, and scrubbed my hands raw with a profligate amount of soap, unable to stop the stupid tears dripping down my cheeks. "Are you okay?" a female voice asked, startling me. Sniffling, I turned to see a girl in a matching uniform step out of the toilet cubicle at the end of the bathroom, the one with the out of order sign. A thick cloud of smoke wafted around her, undetected by the unassembled smoke alarm on the ceiling. I had been so caught up in my personal breakdown that I didn't realize there was anyone else in here. "I'm sorry," I mumbled. "I didn't know anyone else was in here." "It's still pelting down outside," she announced, shaking a cigarette box in front of her. "I didn't fancy standing outside in the rain for a smoke." My uniform was the only thing I had in common with the girl standing in front of me. She was much older than me, and much more beautiful. Her black hair was cut up in one of those classy bob-style haircuts that all the celebrities were currently sporting, and her face was flawless. She was tall and had a killer hourglass figure with huge boobs bulging against the fabric of her navy jumper. She walked over to where I was standing and leaned against the sink next to mine. "Why are you crying?" "Oh, I'm okay," I quickly deflected. "It was nothing." "It didn't sound like nothing," she mused, light blue eyes locked on mine. "You were bawling like a baby in there." I shrugged, feeling my face flame with embarrassment. "Bad day?" "More like bad life." I exhaled heavily. "You could say that." "I've had a few of those," she replied. I doubted it. She looked too perfect to have seen a bad day in her life. She tilted her head to one side, studying my face. "You're the new girl?" I nodded. "From the public school?" My heart sank. Fear prickled across my skin, but I managed to nod and remain impassive. "What's your name again?" It's Shannon," I replied, voice small. "Shannon Lynch." "Shannon." Recognition flashed in her eyes, and I wasn't sure I liked it. Feeling uncomfortable, I stepped around her and moved for the heater and gave my hands a 3-second dry-off before reaching for my stuff. "I'm Bella," she announced, pushing off the sink. "And that," she snatched the jacket out of my hands, "does not belong to you." My heart dropped into my ass. "How did you get this?" she asked. Her tone was still light, but her expression was thunderous. "Did Johnny give it to you?" "Oh, no, I'm sorry," I replied lamely, adjusting my school bag into my shoulders. "I must have grabbed it off the coat rack by mistake." "Don't lie," she warned.
How did you get his jacket?
He gave it to me, I whispered as a slight tremor racked through my body.
She arched a finely tweezed brow. Johnny just gave you his jacket?
I nodded and swallowed deeply.
When?
She demanded. Yesterday. Her eyes narrowed.
Why?
It was raining.
So? It's Ireland?
She placed a hand on her hip and glared down at me. It's always raining. I shifted uncomfortably. He was just being nice.
Johnny isn't nice, and especially not to random strangers, she spat.
Shrugging, I moved to slip past her, but she held out a hand, blocking my path. I shrunk away.
Wait,
she commanded, gaze flickering from the jacket in her hand to my face.
I'm not done talking to you.
If she hits you, then you hit her back, Shannon. I mentally chanted my brother's advice in my head over and over. You are nobody's punching bag. Don't let anyone push you around.
A little bird told me that you've been spinning around in his car with him.
It didn't sound like a question, so I didn't answer. I had enough altercations with girls like Bella under my belt to know that whatever I said could and would be used against me. It was safer to remain silent.
Do you know who I am?
She finally asked. I nodded.
Do you know who he is?
I nodded.
Now, do you know what you are?
I shrugged.
A nobody,
Bella said softly.
You are nothing, little girl. Not to him, not to me.
She stepped closer, and I had to force myself not to flinch.
So, whatever game you're playing, you need to back the fuck up, because...
She paused to brush a hair off my shoulder, smiling sweetly down at me.
Whatever little drama you are having in that bathroom cubicle will pale in comparison to the hell I will rain down on you if you even think about going out with him.
I don't want him, I choked out, feeling close to fainting. And he doesn't want me.
Bella threw her head back and laughed. Everyone wants him, she finally replied, still laughing humorously. And here's a heads up. You are nothing special. Johnny's only being nice to you because you were a stupid little bitch who got herself tangled up in one of their training sessions and caused him a ton of hassle.
My heart sank.
You thought I didn't know about your little display on the pitch that day?
She arched a brow.
I know everything that happens around here.
It was an accident, I whispered, feeling my eyes well up with tears.
As if, she sneered, you were looking for his attention and you got it?
No, I mumbled. I wasn't.
Oh, please, she hissed. Ever since you showed up here, you've caused him nothing but problems, fighting with Rona McGarry.
She arched a brow.
I bet you loved that, didn't you?
I shook my head, mortified.
I hope you know that he's going to be nice to you because he has no choice, she added, glaring at me. Because your mummy tried to have him suspended and he needs to keep his nose squeaky clean for the academy.
My mouth fell open.
You thought I didn't know that either?
She laughed softly.
I know all about you, all your little secrets, all the skeletons in your closet.
I haven't...
It's not... Save it, Bella snapped. Your little poor me victim act won't work on me. I'm letting you know that what those girls in that shitty school you came from did to you will feel like a walk in the park in comparison to what I do if you don't back off.
She gave me a hard look before adding, This is me being friendly, Shannon. I won't be so nice if I have to tell you again. You won't have to, I strangled out. Not giving her a chance to respond, I slipped around her and bolted out of the bathroom. I need to get the hell out of here, and fast. Because it was lunchtime and raining outside, the corridors were filled with other students taking shelter from the weather. With my heart hammering rapidly in my chest, I manoeuvred through the crowd with my head down and my mind set on the exit. I only made it 5 feet from the bathroom door when I crashed into a wall of hard muscle. The impact caused me to bounce backwards and land in a heap on the floor.
Whoa, shit,
a familiar voice grunted.
Sorry about that.
2 large hands wrapped around my arms and pulled me up.
I didn't see you there, little Shannon. Gibbsy chuckled as he set me on my feet. Are you okay?
I had done enough stalking to know that wherever Gerard Gibson was, Johnny Kavanagh was never far behind, and vice versa. That was a worrying concept considering the war that had just been declared on me. I nodded once and tried to sidestep him. Problem was, Gibbsy intercepted my move and blocked my path.
Hey!
He coaxed, tone suddenly serious.
Are you okay? Did I hurt you or something?
I'm fine, I sniffled, desperately trying to keep my sobs at bay. It didn't work. The minute he crouched down and made eye contact with me, a huge sob racked through my body. Shit, he muttered, looking round nervously. I did hurt you? No, you didn't. I just need to go home, I spluttered, crying like a baby right in front of him. Right now. It was all too much for me. The blood, the threats, the panic. It was too much, and I was freaking out. Should I hug you? I shook my head. Should I take you home? I shrugged helplessly. Right now? I sniffled in response. Yeah, okay, Gibbsy replied, tone laced with confusion. I'll take you home now.
Shannon.
The sound of my name being called out, followed a few moments later by Johnny coming to stand beside Gibbsy, only confirmed my theory about the pair travelling in a pack.
What's wrong?
Johnny demanded, eyeing me with concern. He turned to Gibbsy.
What did you do to her?
Nothing, lad, Gibbsy quickly replied, holding his hands up. I swear.
She's fucking crying, Gibbs,
Johnny snarled, squaring up to his friend.
You obviously did something.
Panic roared to life inside of me, urged on by the sight of Bella standing outside the bathroom door, observing our interaction with a dark expression. I knew that look well. It came with a promise of pain.
Shannon,
Johnny growled, turning his gaze back to me.
What happened?
Please don't talk to me, I choked out before sidestepping around him. Johnny's reflexes were much quicker than mine because his hand shot out, fingers wrapping round the curve of my elbow.
Shannon.
Don't touch me, I hissed, panicked and yanking my arm free. Johnny reeled back like I struck him. What's your problem? Johnny, lad, Gibbsy interjected, trailing after us. Maybe you should listen to her.
Gibbsy, maybe you should fuck off and leave us alone.
Johnny shot back heatedly.
This is private.
Suit yourself, bulldozer, Gibbsy chimed before sauntering off.
Shannon, what's wrong?
Johnny repeated, his entire focus on my face.
Is it because of what happened last night? Because you don't need to...
No, I strangled out, begging the Lord to take mercy on me and not have Johnny bring up last night in the middle of school. It's not about last night.
Then what's wrong?
He demanded.
Talk to me.
I just need you to leave me alone, I choked out, moving to step around him again.
I will.
Johnny caught a hold of my arm once more when I tried to duck around him and pulled me back before finishing.
Won't you tell me what the hell is going on?
My gaze flickered to where Bella was glaring daggers at me. I flinched at the sight of her menacing expression, and Johnny noticed. He craned his head around and his whole body visibly tensed.
Jesus Christ,
he growled, running a hand through his hair in what looked like obvious frustration.
What did she do?
I shook my head. Nothing.
Shannon, tell me what she said to you.
He turned his hard gaze on me.
I know she said something to you.
When I didn't answer him, Johnny shook his head.
Fine,
he snarled, turning his back to me.
I'll find out for myself.
Wait! Catching a hold of the back of the navy hoodie he was wearing over his uniform, I dragged him back to me. Please don't say anything.
Don't say anything.
Johnny gaped down at me.
Shannon, if she's giving you shite, then I most definitely am going to say something.
He turned his back to glare at Bella.
A lot of fucking somethings.
She didn't, I lied, desperate to defuse the situation and stop this from exploding. I swear. Don't even think about lying to me again. Johnny shot back, looking furious. You're crying. And there's a girl over there with a vendetta against me shooting fucking daggers at us. Narrowing his eyes, he bit out, I'm doing the math here, Shannon, and 2 + 2 equals a bad bitch. No, you're wrong, My words broke off, and I grunted as a sharp pain ricocheted through my belly. Shite. His hand shot out and clasped my elbow, steadying me. Are you okay? Yeah, I strangled out, breathing through my nose as I clutched my side. I'm fine. Jesus Christ! Johnny exclaimed, gaping down at me with a horrified expression. Did she hit you? What? No! I spluttered, panicked. His gaze darkened. Is it her? Has she been giving you shit? He reached up and touched my neck. Was that her? I shook my head. Don't lie to me, Shannon. He growled. I fucking hate liars. I'm not lying to you. Then tell me what's going on, he demanded, running a hand through his hair. Exhaling a frustrated growl, he added, Please tell me before I lose my shit and crack up. Oh, God. Mortified, I waited for Johnny to come closer, and when he did, I leaned up on my tiptoes and whispered into his ear, I'm after getting my period. I closed my eyes when I said this, mentally kicking myself for telling him this. It's my first one, I quickly rambled on, watching his side profile carefully as I indulged him with my worst nightmare, and I'm in serious pain. Rocking back on my heels, I exhaled shakily and peeked up at his face, expecting him to turn and run for the hills. Johnny certainly looked horrified, and his entire frame had frozen, but he didn't run, and the hand he had on my elbow didn't move either. It tightened. Rooted to the spot, I stared up at him in terror while he mirrored me. You comin', Cav? One of his friends called out. Johnny waved a hand, gesturing that he was busy. Johnny! Fuck off, Feely, he growled. I'm talking here. All right, lad, but we're heading downtown for lunch. I said I'm fucking talking here, Johnny snarled. Piss off. I probably shouldn't have told you that, I quickly finished, stepping back, putting some space between us, cheeks burning an unflattering shade of scarlet. Go on with your friend. I'm fine. That's what's wrong, he asked, ignoring my words, blue eyes searching mine. That's why you're crying. Yeah, I whispered. You're in pain. I bit down on my lip and forced another small nod. He blew out a breath. I have some ibuprofen in my gear bag for my adductor. He looked at me with a hopeful expression. Would those help? God, yes, I sighed, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over me at the thought of pain relief. My bag's in the changing room in the PE hall, he stated, gesturing towards the entrance. Come with me. I glanced uncertainly to where Bella was still watching me and debated my next move before deciding to go with Johnny. I needed the medicine, and he was throwing me a life jacket by offering me a temporary escape. Shame or pain, Shannon? Shame or pain? Shame, I decided, and fell into step with him. Slut! Bella called out, loudly enough to garner everyone's attention. I groaned internally. That's right, she hissed when my step faltered. I'm talking about you, slut! Don't, I begged when I felt him stiffen beside me. Johnny, please don't do anything. Johnny didn't give me a chance to finish before he swung around and stormed over to where Bella was standing. You're one to fucking talk. Frozen to the mortal spot, I watched their heated interaction, knowing this was my perfect opportunity to bolt, but unable to make my legs run. I was exhausted from running away, and somewhere deep inside the back of my mind, I wondered if this boy was the one to anchor me. It certainly seemed that way when I heard him roaring profanities right back at a screeching Bella. A large crowd was gathering around to watch, and it didn't seem to faze Johnny one bit. Leave her the fuck alone, he was barking. She's not your business. You're my business,
Bella screamed back at him. Johnny threw his hands in the air. You're delusional. I take it you were lying to me when you said nothing was going on, she snarled. Take it whatever you want, Bella. I couldn't give a flying fuck what you think, he shot back loudly. Just leave her out of your bullshit scheming. He was defending me. Not my brother. Not Claire. Not Lizzie. Not a teacher. No. This boy, who had made my heart jackknife in my chest at regular intervals and my common sense flatline, was standing in the middle of the school hallway defending my honour. He had rejected me last night, and today he was taking on my bullies. My head was spinning. I felt so confused. Her, Johnny? Bella hissed, casting a scathing look at me. Seriously? Stay away from her, he warned in a menacing tone. Push back on this and you won't like the results. Are you threatening me? She hissed. What do you think your coaches at the academy will say about that? Why don't you call them and find out? He spat before turning on his heels and stalking back to where I was. His expression was so thunderous that I felt myself shrink away. Come on, Johnny ordered when he reached me. He placed a hand on my lower back and urged me to walk. We're leaving. Unsure, I let him guide me away from the staring crowd. Where are we going? I whispered, hurrying to keep his pace. Away from here, he bit out, jaw clenching. Why? Because if I stay here and she says something to you, I'll lose my shit. If you stay here and she says something to you, I'll lose my shit. He explained in a tight tone. Therefore, I need to go. He paused to pull the glass door open and usher me outside. And you need to come with me. He finished, leading me into the rain. Yeah. Okay, I whispered as I hurried along beside him. My emotions were wishing through me as he led me out through the courtyard. You lied to me, Shannon, Johnny stated quietly as he steered us towards the PE hall. She said something to you. I didn't want to cause any trouble, I admitted. That wasn't your call to make, he replied. Did you lie about her hitting you too? About why you were in pain? No, I croaked out. That part was true. Regrettably. And your neck? That wasn't her, was all I replied. Johnny was quiet for a moment. Don't ever lie to me again, he finally said in a quiet tone as he cast me a sideways glance. I can't take it. I won't, I told him, hating the lie as it fell from my lips. We reached the PE hall and hurried inside, both glad to get out of the rain. I shuffled behind him. This area of the school was more his forte than it was mine. I kept my eyes trained on his back, walking after him. I hesitated when he sauntered into the boys' changing room, but then he held the door open for me and gestured me inside with an expectant look. Like a skittish foal, I hurried inside only to jump in surprise when the heavy door slammed closed behind us. The overpowering smell of teenage boy was the first thing that hit me. The stench of sweat, deodorant, and bodily fluids was so strong I had to force back the urge to gag. It wasn't a smell I was unfamiliar with. Joey, anyone? But this particular stench was eye-watering, intensified by the fact that 40 or so from the opposite sex used this room at any given time. Feeling completely out of place and with my nostrils thoroughly violated, I watched Johnny stroll over to a bench on the right-hand side of the room. He sank down on the bench, dragged a bag out from beneath his legs, and quickly unzipped it. Come here, he ordered, as he rummaged around inside of his bag, pulling out socks, cans of deodorant, and empty bottles of Lucozade Sport. Come here, Shannon, he repeated calmly. So I did. I walked over to where he was. Johnny elbowed a random school bag off the bench and gestured to the space he had made. Sit down. I eyed the bench warily. Shaking his head, Johnny reached up and snagged my hand. Sit down, he coaxed, pulling me down on the bench beside him. Our shoulders brushed, and I skittered an inch or two away before wrapping my arms around my stomach.
He was big and strong and intimidatingly beautiful. I felt very small around him, very young, very uncertain, very rejected. I was intimidated, not because he was scary. He wasn't, or at least I didn't find him scary. I'm sure he terrified the guys he played, but that's not what was happening here. Not for me. No, I was intimidated because he looked like that, and I was infinitely inferior. Whatever spark of hope I had in my heart quenched out. He would never look at me when he could have the likes of Bella at his disposal. They matched. He was suited with her. Someone who looked like a page 3 model. Someone who looked like a woman worthy of that. I was a teenage girl with a bad case of lust. Fucking finally, Johnny muttered, dragging out a rectangular box of ibuprofen from the side pocket of his bag. He popped 2 small tablets out from the foil encasement, then held them out to me. Clumsily, I tried and failed to take the tablets from his fingers. Flushed, I tried again and again, failing miserably until I managed to knock them out of his hands altogether. Relax, he encouraged, stooping down to scoop up the pills. I watched him wipe them down on the front of his hoodie, and then he blew my mind with 3 words. Open your mouth. I gaped. I can do it. You obviously can't. He shot back, smirking. Open your mouth. I sat there stumped for several long beats before finally opening my mouth. He dropped the 2 small pills on my tongue and winked. Reaching into his bag, he thrust a capped bottle of water into my hands and said, Drink. I did. Like a well-trained dog, I did exactly what he told me to. Annoyed with myself for being so compliant, and then annoyed even further for being pissed with the boy who was clearly taking time out of his lunch break to help me, I swallowed the tablets and sighed. I waited for Johnny to stand up and tell me he needed to go back to his friends, but he didn't. He just sat there with me while the pain relief took effect. He didn't mock or run. He didn't react in a way most boys would. He took control of the situation. I knew right there that he was exceptionally special and that it had nothing to do with his sporting capabilities. He was exceptional on the inside too. Do you need to go back for lunch? I croaked out. I'll be okay in a bit. I'm happy to stay. Johnny quickly cut me off by saying, he rubbed his neck with his hand and said, I like peace and quiet. So we sat. We sat and said nothing. Not one single word. I was feeling a multitude of emotions right now, ranging from shame to mortification to fear, but with every minute that passed, I slowly calmed down. Several long minutes of unspoken silence passed between us when Johnny finally broke it by clearing his throat. How's it now? Not as bad, I whispered, relieved with the speed in which the medication was working. I don't feel like I'm being stabbed by 1,000 blunt knives anymore. He frowned in horror, and I shook my head, annoyed at myself for once again disclosing too much information to him. I don't know shite at all about what's going on with your body, he added, cheeks turning pink. But I hope it fucks off soon. His words, so crass and boyish, yet sincere and caring, caused a small laugh to crack through my nervousness. I don't think it works that way, I replied, forcing myself to look him in the eye. But thanks for helping me. Have to say, it's a first for me. He frowned at the thought before muttering, Thank fucking God. Oh God, I'm sorry. I jumped up to leave, but he caught a hold of my hand, pulling me back down on the bench. I don't want you to be sorry, he said gruffly. There's nothing to be sorry for. I just meant that I don't have any sisters, so this shite is foreign to me. I bet, I mumbled, embarrassed. Did he think of me as a sister? Certainly sounded like he did. He certainly reacted to my kiss like he did. Had I been sister-zoned? Stop overthinking, Johnny instructed in a coaxing tone, distracting me from my internal battle. Everything's fine. I turned to look at him. What makes you think I'm overthinking? He shrugged, smiling this amazing boyish grin at me. Am I wrong? No, of course he wasn't. Overthinking was my speciality. Damn it. I can't help it, I admitted, feeling my face heat up. It's in my nature. I'm a born worrier. Well, he sighed. One thing you don't need to worry about is Bella. The minute I heard her name, I automatically began to worry. Worry and overthink. What would she say next? Would she do? Was I going to get a hiding from her the next time she caught me in the bathrooms? Should I run now? Stop, Johnny ordered, intercepting my panic. You don't need to worry about her. He leaned back against the wall and hooked his hands together on his lap. If she even thinks about coming at you again, I'll know about it, and I'll sort it. She has your jacket, I blurted out. I washed it and brought it to school to give it back to you, but she, took it off me. I have plenty more jackets, he replied. I'm just sorry she gave you shite over me. That shouldn't have happened to you. I'll tell you that she's psychotic, but you probably already figured that out on your own. She's mad about you, Johnny, I told him, voice small. And so am I. She's mad about my lifestyle, he corrected with a heavy sigh. She doesn't even know me, Shannon. What do you mean? I'm a prize to her. A shiny trophy, he muttered under his breath. That's all I am to most people. Not to me, I told him. Johnny looked at me. I forced myself not to turn away. No. I could see frustration and hope flashing around in his blue eyes. No, I confirmed quietly. Well, that's good to know, he replied, blue eyes locked on mine, tone gruff. I'm really sorry for what I did last night, I whispered, forcing myself to address the elephant in the room. Shannon. Johnny leaned forward, rested his elbows on his thighs and sighed heavily. There's nothing to be sorry for. There is, I mumbled. I shouldn't have done that. Shaking my head, I resisted the urge to bolt, choosing instead to be a grown-up about the situation. Tricky thing to do given my age and rampant emotions around this boy, but I did it. It won't happen again. I don't want you to be sorry, Shannon, he replied gruffly. I exhaled shakily. You don't? He shook his head slowly. No. And just like that, the air changed around us. I should probably go, I whispered, quickly breaking the tension. I stood up before I did something stupid, like kiss him. Oh, wait, I already did that. Ugh. There's a bus going my route at 2 o'clock with my name on it. And if I get home before 6, I won't have to deal with my dad. Johnny frowned. You're not going back to class? I shook my head. No, I need to go home and, sort myself out. Yeah, right, he muttered. Of course. He checked his watch and said, It's 1:45 now, before turning his gaze back on me. I'll drive you. I opened my mouth to say no, but Johnny got there first. I want to take you home, he told me. I need to make sure you're okay. Why? I just do. Standing up, Johnny reached for my bag and tossed it over his shoulder before turning to look at me. Let me take you home, Shannon. Don't do it, Shannon. Don't put yourself through it again, and don't you dare get your hopes up. I blew out a ragged breath. Yeah, okay.
Chapter 51. Losing the run of myself. Johnny. Shannon was in my car again. So much for not bulldozing. They might as well slap a JCB sticker on my forehead and switch on my hazards. I seem to do so much of it round this girl. And I was nervous. So much that my stupid fucking heart Could have been a strong contender for Olympic gold in boxing. It was thumping around so hard in my chest. Fucking Bella. She needed to get a bleeding life and stop interfering in mine. She needed to step the hell back and let go. Messing around with Shannon was something I would not tolerate. I hope she got the message loud and clear today, because I was not fucking around. Not when it came to the girl sitting beside me. Are you warm enough? Blasting the heat or in her face probably wasn't the brightest idea, but I didn't know what to do. I had zero experience with the fucked up workings of the female body. I only know about the fun parts. Already, I had forced my hoodie over her head and shoved tablets down her throat in a pathetic attempt to help. I wanted to make her better. I wanted to make it right, in whatever way she needed me to do it. I just didn't know how. Whatever she needed from me, I was more than willing to provide. That was a sobering thought. Jesus Christ. I'd opened myself up to danger with this girl. I'm okay, Shannon replied as she settled into the passenger seat of my car. She pulled her long brown hair out from the collar of my hoodie and draped it over her shoulder. Thanks again, she added shyly. I promise I'll give this one back to you. No problem. Clenching my jaw, I forced myself to keep my eyes on the road and not on the way her skirt was hiding beneath the hem of her hoodie, and how high said hoodie rode up the bare thighs when she was sitting. Keep it. Sorry. The hoodie. Clear my throat. I tightened my hand on the wheel to keep myself from doing something reckless. Hang on to it. Why? I could feel her blue eyes on me. I knew that sounded thick, but I could, and the sensation caused my arms to break out in goosebumps. I shrugged. Because it looks good on you. Johnny, you bleeding idiot. Are you feeling better? I heard her ask, and distract. Did the ibuprofen help? I glanced over her and bit back a groan. So fucking beautiful, it was painful, and those big blue eyes staring back at me, all innocent and full of uncertainty. I didn't need the temptation that came with being close to her. Problem was, every time she ran, I found myself chasing right after her, desperate to just be with her. I'm okay, Johnny, she replied in a small voice. You've helped me. She smiled shyly. Again. I snapped my gaze back on the road and fought to get my body under control. It's no problem. I had no idea what this girl was doing to me, but I was burning the hell up. Any time. I like your music, Shannon said then, giving me a welcome distraction from my wayward thoughts. You have good taste. Go on, I encouraged when her fingers fluttered towards the stereo. Reaching over, I snatched my iPad that was attached to my stereo off the dashboard and handed it to her. Find something you like. Are you sure? She asked, voice small and uncertain. I nodded and smiled, trying to reassure her. It must have worked because she whispered, I love them all, as she began to flick through track after track. You have amazing taste. Thanks. I shifted uncomfortably, feeling a weird tingling sensation in the pit of my stomach. I like good music. Spending countless hours working out alone gave me the opportunity to broaden my taste. Me too, she agreed. And your music is epic. It wasn't that I was used to being on the receiving end of compliments. It was just that they usually revolved around rugby. Shannon clearly wasn't impressed or fazed by my role. It was both a relief and a worry. I didn't know how to handle it. She was confusing the shite out of me. I wouldn't have pegged you as a Beatles fan, Shannon mused, stopping on an old number. Here Comes the Sun? She questioned, brow arched. You like this one? It's my favourite one of theirs, I told her, palms sweating under her scrutiny. Me too, she said softly. My great-grandad Murphy used to sing this to me when I was little. Glanced over to her. Yeah? Shannon nodded in confirmation. Yeah. Whenever I got scared or nervous, he'd always sit with me on his lap and sing those lyrics in my ear. He sighed contentedly, and it always worked. For some unknown reason, I made a mental note of that piece of information and stored it away for future reference. Shannon was silent then, clearly immersed in the song. Meanwhile, I held the steering wheel with a death grip, desperately trying to concentrate on the road ahead and not the girl sitting beside me, fucking up my well-laid plans. Do you have an iPod? I asked, when I pulled up outside her house, her actual house this time. I was stalling, not wanting her to get out of my car. The pang of disappointment I felt when she reached our destination was the same one that consumed me every time she left, and that was incredibly disconcerting. I could put some of my music on it for you, I offered, if you'd like. Me? Shannon blushed, bright pink, and shook her head. No, I could never afford one of those. She unfastened her seatbelt. I use an old CD Discman at Joey's to listen to music. I nodded nonchalantly, when mentally kicking the shite out of myself for being so dense. You like the classics? I blurted, feeling all panicky when she reached for the door handle. Yes, she replied, turning back to face me, eyes bright with excitement. Do you? I like a lot of stuff, I told her. You most of all. Shake it off, baby. My brow shot up. Excuse me? Shake it off, baby. Shannon stared back at me all innocent and cute. Do you like it? It took me a few seconds to realise she wasn't calling me baby and that she was referring to a song. Oh, you mean Twist and Shout? I corrected gruffly. Yeah, that's a good one. Do you like Reckless Kelly? She asked then. I shook my head. I don't think I've ever heard of them. They have this new song out called Wicked Twisted Road, she explained. Are you sure you haven't heard it? My heart stopped in my chest. That song from the pub. The one that fucked with my head. Jesus. You should, Shannon continued to say. Listen to it, I mean. Her cheeks torn pink when she said, It reminds me of you. Rattled. I was thoroughly fucking rattled by this girl. Partially because I had related to the words of that song, but mostly because she related to the words of the song to me. Her red lips and rosy cheeks were fucking beautiful, and I had to take a moment before I could form a coherent sentence and not sound like a fucking idiot. I'll do that, was all I came up with. Well, thanks for saving me, she whispered. Her eyes darted from my eyes to my mouth several times before she leaned over and pressed her lips on my cheek. Again. It was the smallest, briefest, non-sexiest peck, but it had come from her lips, and that changed everything. Just like last night had changed everything. It deepened everything, and I had been desperately trying to deny. The signs I'd been hiding from. They shot up like neon posters on the sides of buildings. I was so fucking thrown off kilter by this girl. Stunned. I could do nothing but stare at her and mutter the words. "You're welcome." With glowing red cheeks, Shannon pushed the car door open and moved to climb out. "Wait!" I regrettably called out, snaking a hand out and clutching her wrist. Shannon looked at me with wide eyes. "Let her go, asshole. Let the girl go. Can't do right by her. Here." Reaching into the glove compartment, I pulled out the leather case and quickly flicked through a bunch of mixed CDs, stopping when I found one I wanted. "Listen to track 9. I practically shoved the CD into her hand and shrugged. "Reminds me of you." "Oh, okay," she replied, holding the CD carefully. "I will." "Good. Thank you." "You're welcome." "Bye, Johnny," she whispered before quickly closing the door and hurrying away. "Bye, Shannon," I replied gruffly, watching her every move as she walked away from me. Trouble. I was in so much fucking trouble. I drove the whole way home on autopilot with my brain reeling, my hormones raging, and life throwing a tiny, brown-haired pilot twist in my path. I was so consumed in my thoughts that it wasn't until I parked up in my usual spot out back that I noticed her school bag was still in my car. Groaning, I slapped my head on the wheel and prayed for an intervention. I needed one, because this girl was going to ruin me. Half an hour later, I was standing outside Shannon's front door with sweaty palms and a racing heart. What the hell was I doing here? This was madness. Put the school bag down and walk the fuck away, the sensible part of me instructed. But of course, I didn't listen. No. Because I had to knock instead. The sound of footsteps pattering on the staircase came from the other side of the door, followed by a key twisting in the lock. And then she was there, standing in front of me, obliterating any notion of walking away. "Hi, Johnny," Shannon said in a breathy voice, staring up at me all wide-eyed and lethal. "You're back?" Yeah, I was back. Like a bad fucking smell that seemed to follow her around. Yeah, I'm back," shaking my head. I pulled her bag off my shoulder and held it out to her. "You forgot this in my car again." "I'm so sorry." She blushed, the most adorable shade of pink. "Were you knocking for long?" She reached for her bag and then heaved it into the house. "I was in the shower." Yeah, I could tell. Her long hair was loose, blowing down her body in damp curls. She was wearing a white vest and the tiniest pair of pyjama shorts I'd ever seen in my life. All my brain could do was register was the bare skin. Way too much bare skin. "Don't be sorry," I said gruffly, trying to focus on my words and not my wayward thoughts. And no, I just got here." "Well, thanks for bringing it back to me," Shannon said, dragging my attention back to her face. "I didn't even notice. I would have been in a major panic in the morning." "Again, it's no bother," I replied, and then proceeded to stare at her like a fucking fool. Well, this wasn't awkward at all. "Move your feet, Johnny. Leave the girl alone." "Do you have training this evening?" she asked. "Yes." "No." "Do you want to come inside?" she offered nervously, My brow shot up. Inside? She bit down on her bottom lip and shrugged. She looked unsure, like she shouldn't be inviting me into her house. Do you want me to come inside? I asked with a frown. She nodded shyly and opened the door inwards. If you want to. Don't do it, lad. My brain warned. Don't put yourself in temptation's way. Against my better judgment, I stepped inside. Shoving my hands in my pockets, I watched as Shannon quickly locked the door again. I focused my attention on her and not my dilapidated surroundings. The place was tidy, but the walls badly needed a replastering and a fresh lick of paint. There won't be anyone home until evening time, she announced, as she led me through the short hallway and into the kitchen. That was not good information, not good at all. Would you like a can of Coke? Pulling open the fridge, she retrieved 2 cans and smiled. Joey's addicted, and he always buys the real branded stuff. She held the can out to me, and I shook my head. I can't drink that, I replied, and felt like a tool when her smile fell. Oh, I want to, I quickly reassured her. But I'm in training. Oh, yeah, she mumbled, placing one of the cans back in the fridge. I forgot about the rugby thing. I bit back a smile. Yeah, the rugby thing. She stared up at me then, looking as unsure as I felt. Do you want to come up to my room? My brow shot up, matching the sudden spike in my heart rate. Your room? Blushing, she tucked her hair behind her ear and hurried to say, It's just that I don't normally stay down here. I mean, I do, but I don't because I... Her voice trailed off and she sighed heavily. Never mind. It was a stupid okay. Her eyes widened. Okay. I nodded. Lead the way. I waited until Shannon had turned around before slapping the heel of my hand against my forehead. I was so fucking stupid. This was worse than coming inside. This was wrong. I knew it was, and still I followed her up a narrow staircase, avoiding rogue Legos and stepping over children's toys on the ascent. The bedroom Shannon led me into at the front of the house was a glorified box room. She stepped around me, which wasn't easy in small quarters, and turned the lock on the door before walking the 4 steps it took to reach her bed. Meanwhile, I stood like a tool in her tiny bedroom, not knowing what the hell I was supposed to do now. The single bed pushed against the far side of the room took up the entire width of the wall. There was a bedside locker next to it, a chest of drawers shoved against the opposite wall, and not a lot else. It's a small house for a family of 8, Shannon acknowledged quietly, noticing my staring. She set her coat down on her bedside locker and shrugged. I'm the only girl, so I get the box room. It's a nice room, I replied as I walked over to her bed and sat down. I was already in the danger zone. I might as well be comfortable. Don't lie, she said with a smile. It's a dump. No, I corrected. It's nice. I glanced around her tiny, purple-painted bedroom, looking for a television set, and came up empty. She didn't have one. Didn't have a stereo system either. But she had books, a lot of them. You weren't messing when you said you liked to read, I mused, eyeing several piles of neatly stacked books on her bedroom floor under the windowsill. Turning back to face her, I grinned. Are you a little swat, Shannon Lynch? Believe me, I wish I could call myself a swat, she replied with a grimace. I love to read, but I'm not academically smart. I frowned at her in disbelief. Bullshit. No, I'm really not, she replied, shaking her head. I have to work so hard to keep up in my classes, and most of these are ordinary level subjects. What subjects gave you the most trouble? I asked, relaxing into the conversation. This I could handle. Learning more about her fed the beast, and distracted the other beast. Business, Shannon replied, scrunching her nose up at the thought, and maths. I'm terrible with numbers. Those are my best subjects, I mused, scratching my jaw. I'm taking business and accounting for the leaving cert next year. What else are you taking? She asked, sounding genuinely interested. Irish, English, maths, accounting, and business. I shifted until my back was resting against the wall before continuing. History and French. Why French? Because there's a high chance I'll be moving there once I'm done with school. I need a language for university, I said instead. French was a good fit for me. Higher level? Shannon asked, looking impressed. I nodded. Really? Her eyes widened. Which ones? All of them. Why am I so surprised? Shannon quipped, as she tucked her legs beneath her and sat facing me. And you call me a swat? School has never been an issue for me, I admitted with a frown. Lucky you, she whispered. I barely scraped through the pre's. I can give you a hand. I heard myself offer without thinking it through. What? Like now? He squeaked. Or later? I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Whatever you want. Is that something you do? Shannon asked, watching me with those big, uncertain eyes of hers. Do you tutor other students? I tutor you. You have your junior cert coming up in June, right? I asked instead. Shannon nodded. I've been through it already, I explained, desperately trying to keep my tone impassive and light. If you need someone to go through the coursework with you, then just let me know. You would do that for me? She asked, voice soft. I'd pretty much do anything for you. Yeah, I replied, unable to keep the gruffness out of my tone. I would. But you're so busy. Doesn't matter. Why are you always trying to help me, Johnny? She whispered, blue eyes burning holes inside of me. There was $1 million question, and I had no fucking clue how to answer it. Because I want to, I finally said, deciding on the truth. I want to help you, Shannon. You do? She breathed. I do. Tearing my gaze off of her before I did something stupid, I shifted around to get comfortable in her tiny-ass bed and said, Now, go get your books and you can show me where you're finding it difficult. Yeah. Okay, Shannon replied as she scrambled off the bed and hurried to the door. Are you sure? She stopped in the doorway to ask me. No. I'm always sure, Shannon. Smiling, she nodded and then hurried back downstairs to get her bag. Fuck. Pulling my phone out of my pocket, I typed out a quick SOS message to Gibbsy, only to delete it before sending it. Exhaling a frustrated breath, I typed out another text, this one to Jason, letting him know I wouldn't make this afternoon's hydro pulse session, and then quickly shut my phone off before he could call me and give me a litany of abuse. I already knew I was doing wrong. I missed yesterday's session and 2 more a couple of weeks back because of her. Because when she jumped, I flew clean off the ledge after her. Didn't need my trainer to tell me something I already knew. He'd tell me I needed to get my head back in the game He screamed at me and telling me to focus on my future, on the up-and-coming fitness test I needed to pass more than I needed to breathe. Problem was, I couldn't focus because my head was gone, shot to shite, lost inside the girl whose bedroom I was sitting in. I was sliding my phone back into my pocket of my school trousers when Shannon returned with her bag. I think business wouldn't be so hard if I could get the handle of the math side of it, she said in a slightly breathless tone as she hauled her bag over the bed. Dropping it on the floor, she ran back to the door and quickly locked it before resuming her position on the bed, cross-legged and facing me. I had trouble concentrating at my old school, she added, while rummaging in her bag. I managed to keep up with my language classes, but I let maths slide. I knew this. I read all about it in her file. That's understandable, I told her, nodding. Shannon looked at me with a weary expression. Why is that understandable? Fuck. Because you had to take crazy number of subjects for a junior cert, I bluffed. Shrugging, I added. Can't be good at all of them. I bet you were, she replied, turning her attention back to her bag. Disaster averted. She pulled her maths book out and dropped it on the bed between us. Let me guess. You took all higher level subjects for your junior cert too? Give me that book, I grumbled, feeling embarrassed. All A's? She teased. Nope, I shot back, flicking through the pages of her textbook. Got a C in ordinary level science, I told her, and then sighed before admitting. The rest were higher level A's. Really? I nodded, feeling hot and uncomfortable. You're smart. I just shrugged. Well, I got my only A in science, she mused. It's my only higher level subject. Well, I take my hat off to you, I muttered. So I fucking loathe science. Stop, she chuckled. Science isn't that bad. I arched a brow. Oh, like maths isn't? She grimaced. Okay, fair point. Come on, I said with a smirk, refocusing my attention on the book in my hands. Get your copybook out, and I'll school you. You'll school me? She giggled, and Christ, it was a lovely sound. Shannon didn't do enough laughing. I racked my brain, thinking of other things I could do to get the repeat of that sound. I had a whole heap of ideas. Terrible, awful ideas. Concentrate, Kavanagh. So I did. For the next hour or so, I went through her work with her, watching carefully as she attempted each problem. She wasn't kidding when she said she found maths hard. Shannon was seriously struggling with the subject. Seeing her struggle made me want to jump in and bulldoze, which was exactly what I seemed to be doing as I lay strewn out on my side, with my long legs hanging off the side of her bed, breaking down every sum, equation, fraction, and percentage that came our way. One of the biggest issues was that she had no idea how to use her calculator efficiently. Quickly on, I discovered that she had no clue about sin, cos, and tan. She was bluffing and pretending that she knew what she was doing, when clearly she didn't. When she finally caved in and tossed the calculator on my lap and admitted that she didn't have the foggiest clue what she was doing, I ended up spending another 45 minutes going through basic methods with her. When she eventually started solving the problems without me, hovering over her copybook with an eraser, I felt like I'd scored a bleeding try. I was so proud of her. It was ridiculous how much genuine satisfaction I got when those big blue eyes lit up when she clicked onto a problem. It was right around the time I was beginning to think Gibbsy had a point, and that I could do this friend thing when I faced a problem of my own. I foolishly allowed my eyes to wander off the copybook Shannon was furiously scribbling on, where they then proceeded to trail over her body. She was still sitting cross-legged and facing me, but she was leaning forward, working hard on a sum which caused the string top she was wearing to droop, giving me a glorious view of her braless tits. Sweet Jesus Christ. I loved tits. And tits that belonged to this girl were even more appealing. They were small and perky, with rosy, tipped, pebbled nipples. It was just so fucking beautiful. I was insanely hard. Are you okay? Shannon asked, placing her small hand on my forearm. Huh? I snapped my gaze to her face, totally fucking busted. Are you okay? She repeated, blue eyes locked in mine, expression innocent. I was about the furthest a person could get to okay. But for her sake, I forced a small nod and said, yeah, I'm just getting a bit hungry. What the actual fuck, Johnny? Can I get you something? He quickly asked. What would you like to eat? You. I'd like to eat you, Shannon. We should probably think about wrapping this up, he stated gruffly. It's getting late. I made a big deal of checking my watch, only to frown when I realised it actually was getting late. Shite, I muttered. It's 6:30. We'd been up in our room for 4 hours. Where the hell did the time go? I never missed a meal. I wasn't even sore. I couldn't remember the last time I spent 4 hours sitting down. It didn't happen. Jesus, this girl was making me lose track of everything. Yeah, sure. Of course. Shannon mumbled, falling over her words in that adorable way she did when she was flustered. Don't worry, baby, I thought to myself. I'm flustered too. I really appreciate you helping me, she added, closing her books up and shoving them back in her school bag. You helped me big time. She blew out a breath before adding, again. We can do this again, I offered, if you want. Her face lit up as she shifted closer to me. Really? I nodded slowly and resisted the urge to reach over and touch her. You wouldn't mind? Shannon asked, all wide-eyed as she tentatively shifted closer until her knees were touching my left thigh. No, Shannon. Failing miserably, I reached over and tucked a rogue strand of hair behind her ear. I wouldn't mind. Stop this, Johnny. Stop this now. I tried. I truly, honest to God, tried to make my body get off her bed, but she was there. She was right fucking there. And I couldn't find an ounce of resolve inside of me. I just sat there, knowing what was coming, knew it was the worst possible thing I could allow it to happen, and still wanting it more than in my next breath. Maybe in the library next time, I finally found the words to say. Or school. Her small heart-shaped face nodded up and down. Okay. Because I shouldn't be here, I added weakly. In your room. I know, she replied, voice small and uncertain. It's I swallowed deeply. I should probably go home now. Johnny, she whispered. Yeah? Hi. She breathed, edging closer. Hi, I croaked out, fisting her duvet so tightly I was fairly sure I was going to rip the fabric. Johnny? And whispered again. Yeah? I'm going to hug you now. She hitched her leg over mine. Is that okay? Don't do it. You'll never get over this, Gerd. Yeah. I exhaled a ragged breath, feeling my heart smash against my ribcage as she hovered above me. That's okay. Thanks for today, she whispered in my ear as she straddled me. You're welcome, I replied gruffly, clinging to my self-restraint for all I was worth. Don't put your hands on her. Too fucking late. My hands moved of their own accord, shooting out to clamp her hips. The sensation of having her on top of me was too much. It was all too fucking much. I should go, I groaned, as I dragged her on my lap, unable to stop myself from thrusting upwards. Fuck the pain in my groin. I was on fire for this girl. Shannon wrapped her arms around my shoulders and gingerly rocked her hips on top of me in the best, most fucked up hug I've ever received. I don't want you to go, she moaned. She actually fucking moaned in my ear. Groaning, I sat forward and pulled her roughly against me, hugging on her and rocking on her and losing my mind in her. You're playing with fire. This girl is going to ruin you. Fuck. I should go, I continued to tell her as I buried my face in her gorgeous neck and prayed for divine intervention to stop me before I took something from her that I couldn't give back. Before she took something from me that I could never get back. Because I'd never felt this much for anyone. And it was with that knowledge that I knew I could never be selfish with her. Shannon, I really need to go home now, I told her, tone thick and gravelly. Really? Oh, of course. I'm so sorry, she whispered as she scrambled off my lap. If that's what you want, she added, retreating to the far corner of the bed. No, that wasn't what I wanted at all, but it was the right thing to do. Damn it to hell. With self-control I didn't know I possessed, I climbed off her bed and stood up. Keeping my back to Shannon, I walked over to the window and pretended to stare out while I discreetly rearranged a huge fucking problem in my pants. I knew I was probably freaking Shannon out by just standing here like this, but I couldn't walk until I had calmed down. I was hurt and horny. It was a terrible combination. Inhaling several calming breaths, I clenched my eyes shut and strived for control and thought of every unsexy thing imaginable, ranging from dead grandmother, God bless her soul, to Gibbsy and drag. By the time Shannon spoke again, I'd managed to settle myself. Johnny, she said in a small voice from her perch on the bed. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, I replied, tone thick and husky, confident that I wouldn't traumatize her when I turned around. It's all good. I'm going to go home now. Okay. She nodded shyly and climbed off the bed. I'll walk you out. I kept a wide berth of her body as I trailed after her, knowing that if I didn't, there was a good chance I'd take her back in that bedroom and mess up beyond repair. Like every time I walked away from this girl, the closer I got to leaving, the more depressed I felt. So, I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Shannon said when I stepped outside. Yeah, shoving my hand in my pocket. I pulled out my car keys. You definitely will. Thanks again for today. Thanks for showing me your room, I replied, cringing internally at the stupid fucking comment. Oh, No problem. You can see it any time, Shannon replied, smiling. I smirked at her verbal blunder. Oh, God. She slapped a hand over her mouth, eyes bulging. I didn't relax. I chuckled. I know what you meant. I stepped forward then, because I was a masochistic bastard, with a penchant for torturing myself, and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Bye, Shannon. Bye, Johnny, she whispered, shivering on the doorstep. I turned around then and walked straight to my car, not daring to look back at her. Masochistic or not, if I turned back and looked at those midnight blue eyes again, I was going to drown in them.
Chapter 52. Rude Awakening. Shannon.
What are you doing up?
Dad barked when I walked into the living room later that night to get my phone that I had foolishly forgotten on the couch when I was doing an emergency clean-up after Johnny left. I left my phone down here, I quickly explained. I'd been so distracted by Johnny that I had to get all my chores done in record time.
Then get it and go,
Dad ordered.
United are playing.
It wasn't like me to leave stuff lying around the place, but my head was in the clouds. Cloud Johnny, to be precise. I knew I had played a dangerous game of Russian roulette by taking him up to my bedroom this afternoon. If my father had come home, he would have killed me. The problem was, if the opportunity presented itself, I knew I would do it again. Having him in my space like that, even just for a little while, was wonderful. It was personal. And I felt safe. Like nothing could touch me when he was close. In a messed up way, I think I did it on purpose. Like I half hoped my father would come home just so he could see the huge boy who I knew wouldn't let him hurt me. It was a crazy thought. I was being crazy. Thinking about Johnny sitting on my bed, offering to tutor me, made my heart thump against my ribcage. He was so smart. Like, for real, he was incredibly intelligent and patient and a million other amazing things. After he left, I spent the rest of the evening in emotional overload, thinking about how reckless I'd behaved. I had no idea what I was thinking when I climbed onto his lap like that, but I didn't care because Johnny hugged me back. He held me to his body and hugged me so tight that I was still trembling from the contact. And then he kissed me goodbye. Granted, it was on the cheek, but still. His lips had touched my body without coercion. I didn't even care about Bella right now. Not tonight, at least. It was hard to dwell on the negative when something so incredibly positive had just happened to me. I understood that he didn't see me in the way I saw him, and I got that this would never amount to anything more than friends, but I didn't care because he seemed to be sticking around. He seemed determined to help me. I wasn't sure what was happening, but whatever it was, I didn't want it to stop. I was happy to be his friend. I just wanted to keep him in my life. In whatever way I could, I wanted him to stay.
Are you deaf?
My father's slurred voice penetrated my thoughts, bringing me back down to reality with a depressing bang.
Huh? I said, get out of the fucking way!
Dad barked, tossing a remote at me.
I can't see the match with you.
The remote smacked off my hip and landed on the floor, resulting in the batteries flying out and rolling under the couch. Sorry. I hurried out of his way of the television and quickly scrambled to retrieve the batteries and put them back in the remote for him.
Why are you being like that?
Dad asked then, eyeing me with bleary mistrust. Exhaling slowly, I set the remote down on the coffee table and picked up my phone before turning to look at him. Being like what, Dad?
Acting strange,
he accused, glaring at me.
Smirking to yourself.
I shrugged in my response, unsure how to answer that.
What's going on?
He growled, watching me like a hawk, his brown eyes hard and unyielding. Nothing's going on, I replied quietly. He pushed his recliner down and stood up. The move evoked a tsunami of terror to flood my body, and I scuttled backwards.
Give me that,
he instructed, holding a hand out to me. My brows shot up. My phone.
Yes, your phone,
he sneered.
Give it to me.
Trembling, I walked over to him and placed it in his palm. Immediately, he began to scroll through my messages and call list. I didn't understand why, considering he was swaying so much I doubted he could read in his state. But I didn't dare move, knowing that if I walked out, this could turn messy.
Where's his number?
He demanded, gripping my phone in his huge hand.
Whose number, Dad? I croaked out. The lad sniffing around you? He snarled. The hotshot from the papers.
My heart sank.
What?
His gaze flicked from my phone to me.
Fran, next door said she saw a lad from your school driving around here. He slurred. Said she saw him drop you home from school today.
He turned his attention back to my phone.
Where is his number? Where is his texts? Who the fuck are you knocking around with? Is it him? That rugby asshole. The Kavanagh prick.
Damn it, Fran. Nobody, Dad. I lied through my teeth. I was sick in school today, and Claire and her brother Hughie drove me home.
Hughie Biggs,
Dad hissed, swaying on his feet again.
That jumped up gobshite. That's why you're walking about with a shit-eating grin on your face.
What? No! I shook my head and backed away. I'm not with Hughie. I'm not with anyone.
I don't believe you,
he growled. I'm not lying, I choked out. I don't have a boyfriend.
You don't have to have a boyfriend to whore yourself,
he hissed.
Ask your mother that.
I'm not seeing anyone, I strangled out, panicked. I swear to God I'm not. Reaching out, he clamped a beefy hand on my shoulder and pressed down hard.
If you're lying to me...
I'm not, Dad, I cried out, buckling under the force of his touch. Please! My words broke off when my father's fist connected with my cheek, hitting me so hard that my head snapped back from the force. Fight back, Shannon. Grab something, anything. Do something. Pain scorched through my face, tears filled my eyes, and still I did nothing. I didn't fight back. I didn't try to run. I just stood there.
Come here,
he snarled, keeping his hand on my shoulder, fingers digging into my bones. Dad marched me into the kitchen, not stopping until we were at the sink.
Turn it on,
he instructed. Without hesitation, I reached over and turned on the tap.
Fill it up,
he ordered, toppling a pint glass off the draining board and into the basin of the sink. Thankfully, it didn't break, and I hurried to fill the glass, resisting the urge to tuck and roll to break free from his grip.
See this?
He hissed as he dropped my phone into the water.
See it, girl?
Motionless, I nodded, watching my phone sink to the bottom of the pint glass.
If I find out you're lying to me, it won't be your phone I'll be drowning,
he growled, digging his fingers so hard into my shoulder that my back bowed without my brain's permission.
Do you hear me?
I hear you, I whimpered, shaking from head to toe.
Don't go running to your brother with stories either,
he hissed in my ear. Shoving me away, he added, or I'll fuck you both on the streets. I wish you would, I just about stopped myself from saying. Because what would happen to Tig, Ollie and Sean if we were gone? Tig was next in line to me, therefore he would take the brunt of my father's wrath. The concept was abhorrent to me. Reaching up, I rubbed my cheek and forced myself not to cry. He gave me one final look before shaking his head. Go on. Get out of my sight. Without another word, I hurried out of the room with tears stinging my eyes. I hate you, I silent screamed as I made the familiar run to my room. I fucking hate you. Racing up to my room, I made a conscious decision to tiptoe past Joey's room, forcing myself not to make a sound, and then quickly locked myself inside my bedroom. Flicking off my bedroom light, I scrambled into my bed, threw the covers over my head, and grabbed my Discman. Less than 2 minutes later, there was a soft knock on my bedroom door. Shan. Joey's voice came from the other side of the door. Everything all right? I debated not answering him, but decided against it, knowing that he would automatically jump to the right conclusion and all hell would break loose. He'd only just come back from Aoife's tonight. I didn't want him to go again. So instead I called back, I'm fine, Joe, just tired. There was a long pause before he spoke again. You sure? Yeah, I croaked out, pressing my fingers to my bottom lip so it didn't wobble and my voice didn't tremble. You don't sound fine, my brother replied. Damn it. Clearing my throat, I added, I'm having female issues. Female issues? He called back, sounding confused. I'm on my period. For fuck's sake, I really didn't need to know that, Shan, Joey groaned, and I imagined him shuddering on the other side of the door. A few moments later, the sound of his bedroom door clicking shut filled my ears. Releasing a ragged breath, I batted away the hot tears burning my cheeks. One of these days I was going to get out of this house, and when I did, I was never going to come back. And it was with that thought, that tiny sliver of hope, and Johnny's Mix CD playing in my ears, that I drifted off to a fitful sleep.
Chapter 53. Sticky Gifts. Johnny. From the age of 6, I've been focused solely on rugby. I believed in myself and my abilities. There was something inside of me that sparked to life, an almost dancing sensation fluttering over my skin when I had the ball in my hands. I knew I was going to the academy, and when I got there, I wasn't one bit surprised. I was that sure of my future. I refused to accept any other route in life. A career in professional rugby was my goal, my purpose, my fucking fate, and I was grabbing it with both hands. I wasn't impulsive. I was steady, goal-orientated, driven, determined. I was probably a lot of other negative traits too, but I only focused on my strengths. The only weaknesses I was interested in learning about were those that affected my game. Once discovered, I worked like a madman to correct myself. I was a fairly decisive person. I didn't fuck about with second-guessing my decisions or any of that shite. I made a decision and I stuck to it. Like when I was 6 and decided I'd make a career out of my passion. Sorted. Or when I decided a degree in business was the perfect fallback for me. Simple. I made a choice and I stuck to it. I had to be really fucking careful with my choices because once I'd made a decision, once I'd set my mind on something, or worse, my heart, it was in my nature to follow it through with an obsessive hunger. No going back, no second guessing, and no change in my mind. My personality, more than likely, had a lot to do with my hesitance. I didn't connect with people for the sheer sake of it, and never girls. I was well aware that I possessed an obsessive personality. It was the reason I was in my position so early in my career. Knowing this only made my current predicament even more depressing. In a matter of months, I'd lost my head to a fucking girl. And my heart? Fuck me. The piece of stone worked after all, and had thrown me a curveball by attaching itself to a scrawny little third year with brown pigtails and blue eyes that fucking scorched my soul. I needed to be really fucking careful with my next move, because once I decided that she was the girl for me, that would be that. Once I committed myself, once my heart laid claim on her, I might as well slap a label on my forehead stating, "I'm yours, please be gentle with me because I'm here to stay." The scariest part of it all was knowing that I was holding myself back by the skin of my teeth, with the plunge looking more appealing every time I laid eyes on her. "What are you doing?" Gibbsy asked when he sauntered into my bedroom without knocking late Tuesday night, thankfully giving me a distraction from my thoughts. "What does it look like I'm doing?" Dropping my pen on my desk, I turned to my swivel chair and stared at him. Homework. It wasn't uncommon for Gibbsy to arrive at my house any time of the day or night. I was just glad that he didn't have the fucking cat with him this time. It was more than a possibility with him. "Lad, you're such a swat." Gibbsy tossed the school bag next to my desk, then threw himself down on my bed, folding his arms behind his head. "Did you get a text off Coach?" "I did indeed," I replied, finishing off a trigonometry problem I'd been in the middle of solving when he barged in. "Let's hope he manages to rope someone other than Mrs. Moore to help chaperone this time." Gibbsy shuddered. "That woman is batshit." "Yeah, she is," I agreed. Coach had sent a group text about an hour ago, letting us know that Royce had finally agreed to play us this Friday in Dublin, on their school grounds, on the condition that I didn't play. I smirked to myself, happy that I had such an effect on these coaches. "Dublin scumbags," Gibbsy grumbled then. "Making life awkward for everyone." "Hello, asshole," I barked. "I'm a Dublin scumbag." "Not you," he replied, looking sheepish. "Whatever, you culchy muck savage from the mountains," I grumbled as I scribbled down the answer to question B. "You know that's not socially acceptable," Gibbsy shot back. "Calling me a culchy?" "So's calling me a Jackian," I countered. "Yet you do it daily." "You are a Jackian," he argued. I rolled my eyes. "And you are a smelly fucking culchy from the back ass of nowhere." "Fuck you, city boy." "Fuck you right back, country boy." "Capital dick." "Rebel wankstain." Gibbsy snickered. "How are we friends?" "Been asking myself that for years, lad," I replied, gaze locked on my work. "It's one of life's greatest unsolved mysteries." "I have homework," he announced then. "I know," I replied, not missing a beat. "I love the way you not so subtly dropped your bag at my desk." "I can't do it," he groaned. "No," I corrected calmly, "you can't do it." Pulling out my calculator, I worked on the formula I needed and scribbled down my results. "You're just too fucking lazy." "It's hard," he whined. "Life is hard, Gibbs," I stated. "Get your books out. I'm not doing it for you again." "But you're so much better at it than me," he groaned. "Says the fella who just called me a swat 5 minutes ago," I shot back. "You know that's a compliment," he argued. "Come on, Johnny." "Fine, but I'm tired, and I need to hit the pool before school in the morning, so I'm only doing one subject," I snapped, finishing up my own work. "Pick your poison." "English," he told me with a nod. "I have an essay due in for tomorrow." Exhaling a heavy sigh, I unzipped his bag and pulled out his English book. "You know, you're going to have to read the books before the exams next year," I added. "All the homework in the world won't help you if you walk in there without studying." Gibbsy grinned. "I promise. I'll get caught up over the Easter holidays, Dad." "Don't give me that dad shite," I grumbled as I quickly read through his assignment task. "You need to start putting your head down, Gibbs," I added before getting stuck in. "We're breaking up from school on Friday, lad. You need to use those 2 weeks off to get caught up." "I will," he grumbled. "You better," I warned. Gibbsy let me work in silence for about 20 minutes, which was an all-time record for him, before breaking my concentration by asking, "Did you sort Bella out for that stunt she pulled at school?" "Damn fucking straight I did," I growled, instantly angry at the memory. "I sent her a text earlier to drive the message home." "Was Shannon okay?" he asked. "What was said?" "Nothing good," I muttered, finishing off a paragraph. "She wouldn't tell me, lad. But you and I both know how poisonous it had to be if it came from Bella's mouth." "Ugh," he groaned. "I don't know how you ever touched her." "Neither do I admitted with a shudder. "By the way," Gibbsy mused, distracting me once more, "you bulldozed again?" I turned to glare at him. "I did not." "Yeah, lad, you did," he chuckled. "I tried to stop you after your 'Save me, Gibbsy, please save me from myself' spiel the other week, and you went right ahead and bulldozed in like a freight train." "Well, what the hell was I supposed to do?" I bit out, tossing my pen away. "Just stand back and do nothing while Bella called her a slut in front of half the bleeding school because of me?" "Bella called Shannon a slut?" Gibbsy scoffed, fluffing a pillow. "And she's one to talk." "I know," I grumbled. "That's what I said." "So, you disappeared out of school with Shannon and didn't come back after lunch?" he added, arching a brow. "Did you put her in your car again?" "Maybe," I bit out. "Did you do anything besides drop her home?" "Like what?" "I don't know," he shrugged. "Invite yourself in for tea or some typical Johnny stunt like that." I dropped my head. "Bulldozing?" Gibbsy laughed. "Shut up," I muttered, pushing away from my desk. I was done for the night. Whatever concentration I had was long gone now. "That's an A right there," I told him, gesturing to his neatly written 5-page essay. "Be fucking thankful." "I am thankful," he assured me with a beaming smile before saying, "and I think you need to revisit the friend notion. I told you this morning, and I'm telling you again, that it'll never work." "Nope." I shook my head. "You're wrong. I can do the friend thing." "You clearly can't," Gibbsy snickered. "Lover boy." "I helped her today," I bit out, tensing. "That's what friends do for friends." "By the way, Robbie Mac asked me if I could get her number off Claire for him during lunch," Gibbsy stated, in an impassive tone, pulling himself up to rest on his elbows. He looked at me and added, "Said he'd love to take little Shannon to the cinema at the weekend." "I hope you set that fucker straight," I hissed. "Gibbs, you better not have given that idiot her number." He flopped back down on the bed and laughed. "I'm messing with you. Robbie's not suicidal. All the lads heard you loud and clear that day, Cap. I glared at them. That's not funny. It's hilarious, he snickered. You're a lost cause, that girl. Grinning, he added, better get your cock and balls in working order, lad. No girl wants a broken dick. I'm not. Pausing, I pinched the bridge of my nose to call on every ounce of patience inside of me before continuing. I am not going there with her, and my cock and balls are my own damn business. I'm only looking out for you, Gibbsy replied. Oh, I almost forgot. He shoved a hand into his jeans pocket and retrieved a travel-sized bottle. Here, he said, tossing the bottle across the room at me. From my balls to yours. I caught it in mid-air and read the description on the bottle. Lube, I barked. Jesus, Gibbs. Hey, I don't knock it until you try it, he scoffed. I went to a huge fucking effort combining a dozen different chemicals to get that for you. Waggling his brows, he added, the pharmacist told me it was sensitive touch. I stared at him. It's half empty. He shrugged. I had to test it before I could recommend it to you. I immediately dropped the bottle on my bedroom floor. You are fucking disgusting, I groaned, wiping my hands on my thighs. Christ! Don't be a prude, Gibbsy chuckled. It's perfectly normal. Lube isn't normal, I agreed. You, on the other hand, are not. I don't see what the problem is, he huffed. I bought you a present. There's nothing weird about that. You should be thanking me for taking an interest in your life. Lad, you just bought my dick a present. I deadpanned. It doesn't get much weirder than that. Whatever, lad, he shrugged, unaffected. I don't care what anyone thinks. Yeah, Gibbs, I replied. I think we've established that. But do you know who will care? He mused, grinning. You're Shannon. She's not my Shannon, I barked. And she never will be if you don't sort your fucking problem out, he countered. Jesus Christ. Nothing's changed, I said in as patient a tone as I could muster. I can't, won't, and will never go there. Lies, lies, lies. My best friend stared at me for a long moment before asking, Are you sure about that, Johnny? Not even a little bit. Absolutely. Suit yourself, Gibbsy shot back. Thank you. But just so you know, he added, she's always been your Shannon.
Chapter 54. Concealer. Shannon. Don't ask, I warned when I found Claire standing outside the girls' bathrooms on Wednesday morning with a horrified expression on her face. Snaking my arm through hers, I tugged her into the bathroom. Just help me hide it. Shannon, I... Claire shook her head and stared at me. Shan... Please, I snapped, dropping my bag on the bathroom floor and catching her hands. Help me. Tears filled her eyes. Don't do that, I begged, squeezing her hands. Just help. She continued to stare at me for the longest moment with an almost trance-like expression before finally snapping out of it. Okay, she sniffled and then offered me a bright smile. I have just the trick. I exhaled a huge sigh of relief. Thank you. 20 minutes later, I stared at my reflection in the mirror and hardly recognized myself. I had to go full smoky-eyed glamour puss on your face to match the shade of foundation I used to cover your... Her voice cracked and she cleared her throat several times before adding, Well, what do you think? Whoa, I breathed, touching my red-painted lips. My lips are huge. Yes, they are, Claire agreed. Women pay thousands of euros for lips like yours, and you don't even appreciate them. And my eyes? I shook my head and gaped at myself, fluttering my eyelashes admiringly. Oh, those are gorgeous, Claire offered, coming to stand beside me. Because you are sickeningly gorgeous. It's the makeup, I assured her, embarrassed. It's the girl, Claire corrected as she slung an arm around my shoulder. I flinched from the contact, still tender from my father's outburst, and Claire's face fell. Shannon, I can't keep... The bathroom door creaked open, and Lizzie stepped into the bathroom, causing Claire to snap her mouth closed and me to sag in relief. Come on, girls, she said, waving a hand at us. We're late for class. Never in my life had I been more grateful to see her as I was in this moment. I'm going to kill that bitch, Lizzie hissed later that day during lunch. Word had spread around school about the incident with Bella yesterday, and my friend was peppering with anger. Seriously, Lizzie added, glaring at the table at the opposite side of the lunch hall that seated at least 50 students, one of whom being Bella Wilkinson. If she looks over here one more time, I'm going to go over there and rip those shiny new extensions out of her hair. That's pretty bad, Claire agreed with a grimace. Bad? Lizzie snapped. It looks like she attached black seaweed to her hair. Muttering something else under her breath, she added, She's a troll. Just ignore her, I pleaded, choosing to keep my eyes trained on my sandwich and not the table I was receiving death glares from. It was safer to keep my head down. All day, everywhere I went, curious eyes followed me. I didn't know how to handle this sort of attention. I needed to not rock the boat. And spending time with Johnny was as good as capsizing the ship. I had bumped into him no less than 3 times between classes today, and each time he'd given me that beautiful double-dimpled smile, asked me how my day was going, and then told me he'd catch me later. I could feel his eyes on me right now from across the room, and it terrified me. For the first time in my academic life, I had been given a beautiful cloak of invisibility at Tommen. Johnny Kavanagh threatened to take that from me, and I wasn't nearly brave enough to let him. All the goodness of last night had been sucked away by the threats of my father and the fear of Bella's wrath. Now I was afraid again. Of Bella, of my father, of the other girls at the school, of my feelings, of Johnny, of my own damn shadow. And she had the nerve to call you a slut? Lizzie continued to rant, with me and Claire looking on helplessly. She's the one straddling Cormac Ryan over there. It doesn't matter, I quickly told her, praying for her to just let it go. It does matter, Shannon, Lizzie snapped. No one gets to do this to you. Not here, not again. Liz, Claire said in a low, warning tone. Leave it alone, okay? We're getting our holidays Friday, I whispered, more to myself than the girls, as I desperately tried to calm myself down. 2 weeks of no Bella. Exactly, Claire offered gently. Everyone will have forgotten about it by the time we come back. I can't believe you, Lizzie snapped, glaring at Claire. How are you okay with that bitch talking crap about our friend? I'm not okay with it, Claire replied evenly. I just know that making a scene is the last thing anyone needs. Do you know what everyone is saying? Lizzie demanded, and then continued before either of us had a chance to respond. They are all saying Shannon is having sex with Johnny Kavanagh. Great, I groaned and dropped my head in my hands. Claire placed a soothing hand on my shoulder. Well, it's not true. I know that, Lizzie huffed, but Bella's going around saying Shannon's the reason her and Johnny are finished, Lizzie hissed. Because of that bitch and her lies. Everyone in school is talking about our friend and saying that she must have a golden vagina to turn that big idiot's head. Don't, Claire hissed. Don't repeat it. I'm going home, I blurted, pushing back my chair, ready to bolt. No, Claire replied calmly, pushing me back down in my seat. You're not. Like hell you're going home, Lizzie growled. You haven't done anything wrong. Wrong or not, I wasn't staying here. Shaking off Claire's hand, I shoved my chair back and stood up. I'm sorry, I choked out, glancing at my friends. But I can't do this again.
We'll come with you,
Claire called after me.
Shan, don't just run.
No, it's okay, I mumbled. You guys stay. I'm going to go now. Swinging around, I pushed past the tables and chairs blocking my way and bolted for the exit. However, I did not anticipate the hand that snaked out from the rugby table at the doorway and grabbed my wrist, pulling me to an abrupt stop. What's wrong? Johnny was sitting on his chair with his hand wrapped around my wrist, looking up at me with a concerned expression. Shannon. Shaking my head, I pulled on my hand, but Johnny didn't let go. Instead, he pulled me closer to him, making this so much worse. What's going on? He asked. I need to go home, I squeezed out, glancing around nervously and finding several pairs of eyes trained on my face. Turning back to Johnny, I whispered, I need to go now. Home? Johnny frowned. Why? Take a look around, Mr. fucking hotshot, Lizzie hissed, coming to stand beside me. Or better still, open your ears. My eyes are open, Johnny replied as he released my hand and turned his attention to Lizzie. And my ears are right here.
Lizzie,
I croaked out, shaking my head. Just drop it.
No. If she has something to say to me, then she can say it,
Johnny drawled.
Go right ahead.
Fine, Lizzie growled, taking a hold of my hand Johnny had released. Your evil whore of a girlfriend is spreading lies about my friend, and I'm holding you entirely responsible for neither straightening the facts or putting her in her place. What's she talking about? Gibbsy, who was sitting across the table from Johnny, asked.
No idea,
Johnny bit out. I'm talking about my friend's reputation being tarnished because you were stupid enough to stick your dick inside that girl, Lizzie snarled. What girl? Huey Biggs turned his head from where he was nuzzling his girlfriend's neck to ask, Who'd you stick your dick in, Cap?
Fuck off, Huey,
Johnny snapped, eyes flicking to me. I blushed scarlet and dropped my gaze from his.
Oh, Jesus,
another boy who hung around them asked. Patrick Feely, I think I remembered Claire calling him once.
What did you do now, Gibbs?
It wasn't me, Feely,
Gibbsy snickered.
Yeah,
Patrick muttered.
For once.
Can you all stop distracting me? Lizzie barked. I'm trying to sort something out here.
Baby,
a shaved-headed boy called from a few seats up the huge table.
What are you doing?
Mind your own business, Lizzie shot back.
Baby.
We're in a fight right now, Pierce O'Neill, so don't even look at me. Releasing what sounded like a pained groan, Pierce shoved his chair back and rounded the table towards us.
Saint!
Gibbsy fake coughed, clapping his arm as he passed by. I'm sorry, Pierce announced, hands up in the air as he approached his girlfriend with caution.
It's all my fault.
What are you sorry for? She asked him.
Everything?
Pierce replied, though it sounded more like a question.
Whatever you want me to be sorry for.
Was there a point to your big talk just there? Johnny asked, drawing everyone's attention back to him.
Yes,
Lizzie bit out, glaring daggers at him.
Then get to it,
he countered coolly. Fine, Lizzie hissed. I was talking about Bella telling everyone that the reason you ended things is because you're riding Shannon. I was talking about everyone saying my friend must be a fantastic fuck to turn your stupid rugby ball head.
His head's not shaped like a rugby ball,
Gibbsy scoffed.
You said that about my head, too.
Not now, Jared, Claire admonished as she slumped onto the chair beside him.
She's lying,
Johnny snapped, bristling with tension. Obviously, Lizzie sneered, shaking off Pierce's hand as he tried to place it on her shoulder. So now I want to know what you are going to do about it. Nothing, I croaked out. He's going to do nothing about this because there's nothing to do. It's your fault, Johnny. Lizzie continued to talk over me. This is on you. She's your crazy ex, so fix it. Johnny remained completely motionless for about 15 seconds, eyes locked on Lizzie, not saying a single word before bursting into action. He shoved his chair back and stood up, eyes locked on me. "Come on." "What?" I choked out, gaping at him. "Come with me," he ordered, holding out his hand for me. "We're sorting this now." I looked from Lizzie, who had her hands folded across her chest and a satisfied expression on her face, to Gibbsy, who looked ecstatic, to Claire, who was cringing, to the other boys, who just looked plain confused, before finally settling on Johnny. He looked furious and expectant. "No," I strangled out, shaking my head. "No way, I'm not going over there." "She's going to apologize to you publicly," he told me. "She's going to set everyone straight publicly." He glanced around the room before adding, "And I'm going to straighten out every other piece of shit that went along with her lies, publicly." "No!" My eyes widened in horror. "It's okay. I don't want an apology." He exhaled a frustrated breath. "It's not okay, Shannon." "I am not going over there," I repeated, trembling at the thought. "I don't want to." "Fine," Johnny growled, stepping around me. He kicked a chair out of his way, causing Piers and Lizzie to part out of his way like the Red Sea before rounding the table. "I'll sort it myself." "No!" Hurrying after him, I caught the sleeve of his jumper and dug my heels in. "Please don't!" Johnny dragged me along for about 5 feet before finally halting. "Then what do you want me to do?" he demanded, swinging around to face me. "Nothing," I spluttered, still clutching his sleeve. "Absolutely nothing." "I can't do nothing." He ran his hand through his hair, clearly agitated. "They're talking about you." "It doesn't matter." I shook my head, ignoring the stares I knew I was receiving, and tugged on his sleeve. "I don't care." Johnny stared hard at me for a long moment before shaking his head. "Yeah, well, I do," he finally said. "I fucking care." "Why don't we all fuck off out of here for the rest of the day?" Gibbsy interjected as he practically fell out of his chair in his attempt to intercept Johnny. "Take a breather from the drama," he added as he clamped his hands down on Johnny's shoulder, "and have a little crack." Johnny glared at him. "What are you talking about?" "Good plan, lad," Hughie offered as he slid over the table and moved to stand next to Gibbsy. "I'm up for that," Claire piped up. Gibbsy flashed her a grateful look. "Your mam's gone back to London, isn't she?" he asked, tearing his gaze off Claire to look at his friend, hands still clamped on his shoulders. "You have an empty house?" Johnny nodded slowly, gaze flickering between Gibbsy, Hughie, and the table behind them. "She left yesterday morning." "Then we'll head over to yours and hang out for an hour," Gibbsy stated calmly before turning his grey eyes on me. "What do you think, little Shannon?" He gave me a meaningful look. "Fancy getting out of here before Cab turns the lunch hall into a scene from the Game of Thrones?" I shuddered at the thought, having read all of those books. "Actually, Thor's making sense for once," Lizzie said, putting in her 2 cents. She turned to me and said, "Go with it." "Go with it?" "Go with what?" Okay." "Perfect." Gibbsy performed a little drum roll on Johnny's chest before slinging an arm over his shoulder and steering him towards the exit. "Let's go," he called over his shoulder before disappearing through the archway. "Now." I had no idea what was happening, but I fell into step with the others as we trailed after Johnny and Gibbsy. "They're probably going somewhere so she can suck his cock," a horribly familiar voice called out loudly enough to once again garner everyone's attention. "You know about those ones from Elk Terrace. They're up for anything." "Oh, hell fucking no," Johnny snarled as he broke free of Gibbsy and stormed past all of us. "This is getting sorted now," he roared as he rounded the table and stalked towards Bella. "For fuck's sake," Hughie groaned. "You just can't fucking help yourself, can you?" Johnny roared, pointing a finger in Bella's face. "I didn't do anything," Bella laughed, "except state the truth." "The truth?" Johnny hissed, clearly livid. "You wouldn't know the truth if it smacked you across the face." I had no idea what part of my body my sudden bravery erupted from, but it came hard and fast and propelled my legs towards him. "Johnny, don't!" I strangled out as I chased after him. For once in my life, I was glad to be tiny. It allowed me to slide into the tiny space between Johnny and the table he was leaning over. "Johnny," I breathed, pressing hard on his chest. "Walk away." He didn't look at me. "Johnny," I repeated, reaching up and touching his face. He snapped his furious gaze on me. "Walk away," I commanded, staring up at him with my heart in my mouth. "Please." A vein ticked in Johnny's temple as he stared down at me, looking more enraged than I'd ever seen him. I didn't dare breathe while I watched him make his choice. Finally, he released a furious growl and nodded stiffly. I exhaled a ragged breath. Thank God. "Keep her name out of your fucking mouth," he snarled, chest heaving as he allowed me to push him backwards away from the table. "She's a dirty council house slut," Bella chimed evilly. "There's no lie in that." "You better watch your fucking mouth," Johnny snarled, slipping past me. My heart sank. I tried, and I failed. "Why? What are you going to do if I don't, Johnny?" Bella hissed, jumping out of her chair and slapping his chest. "Hit me?" "No." Johnny paused to drag who Lizzie had called Cormac Ryan out of his chair. "I'm going to hit him." And then he smashed his fist into Cormac Ryan's face. Unlike yesterday, I did not wait to see the outcome. Instead, I turned on my heels and bolted out of the lunch hall, because I knew this could go one of two ways. Either way it went, I would lose. I'd witness incidents just like this one where Joy would jump in to defend my honor. It made no difference to girls like that one. I always lost.
Chapter 55. Calm your tits. Johnny. "What the fuck you doing?" I snarled when Gibbsy and Hughie dragged me out of the lunch hall before I could get a chance to get a second punch in Cormac. "Stopping you from doing something really stupid," Gibbsy explained calmly as he steered me out of the main building. "Again, bulldozer." "What were you thinking?" Hughie demanded when we reached the courtyard and were out of view of the office. "You know how much trouble you'd be in with the academy if he knew you were fighting at school." "Fuck the academy," I snarled, shaking their hands off. "I was trying to defend her." "Well, all you ended up doing was embarrassing the girl," Hughie barked. "Congratulations, Cap. Like she doesn't have enough shit to deal with. You just single-handedly made her the target of every one of your little fangirls." Furious, I ran a hand through my hair to stop myself from swinging a punch at one of my buddies. "You heard what she said back there," I hissed, feeling my body vibrate with rage. "What did you expect me to do?" "She didn't want you to defend her, lad," Gibbsy added. "She told you that." "Well, she was wrong," I spat. "Well, now she's gone," Gibbsy told me. "Calm your tits." She was gone. That gave me pause for thought. Swinging round, I spotted Claire, the Viper, and Katie, all standing alongside us, but no Shannon. "Yeah, she's definitely gone," Feely added, as he strolled over to us with his hands shoved in his pockets. "You the new girl, Cap?" Pierce asked, joining the never-ending circle of fucking nuisances. "You kept that one on the quiet." "What? No," I muttered, exhaling a weary sigh as the anger dissipated from my body. I don't know what I am anymore. I don't know what the fuck is happening to me. "Well," Lizzie piped up, "you just earned some major brownie points in my eyes." She patted my arm. "And trust me, I don't give those out often." "She doesn't," Pierce offered, with a knowing grimace. "Are we still heading to your gaff?" Feely asked. "Seem pointless going back now." I shook my head. Needed a damn minute to work through my thoughts. What the hell just happened? How did I allow myself to lose control like that? Where the fuck did she go? Was she okay? I was going to kill someone. I could feel the anger growing back up inside of me at the thought of Shannon's resigned expression. Yeah, she looked bleeding resigned. She should have been furious. Instead, she just took it. It might have been the way it worked for her in BCS, but that was not how I was going to go down with Tommen. He was no one's fucking target, and I was going to make damn sure of that. Johnny! The sound of my name being called stared from my thoughts. What? I snapped my eyes up and looked round at my friends, feeling at a complete loss. Where are we going? Hughie asked, giving me a strange look. Going where? I snapped, bristling, not liking this kind of attention one bleeding bit. I felt like I was standing there naked with my fucked up feelings on display, giving all 7 of them a glimpse into something I didn't understand myself. We should find her, I said to myself more than anyone else. Panicking, I swung round then, doing a full 360. I should check on her. No, Hughie said calmly. You should go home and cool off. She obviously doesn't want to come with us, lad. And that's why she's gone. I turned my glare on him. The fuck would you know about what she wants? Hughie's brow shut up in surprise. Give me your house keys, Cap, Gibbsy commanded, then stepping in front of me. Without questioning him, I pulled my keys out of my pocket and handed them to him. We'll catch you up, Gibbsy told her friends as he tossed my keys to Hughie and then slung an arm over my shoulder, leading me back towards the PE hall. I went with him because my school bag was in the hall, and I had no clue of what else to do. Are you okay? Gibbsy asked when we walked into the empty changing room. No, I roared. I am so far from okay. I don't know what the fucking word means anymore. I know it isn't the time to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway, Gibbsy said. I told you so. I fucking told you back and forth here, when she started sniffing around, that she was bad news. I don't need reminding. I spat as he stalked over to the bench and grabbed my stuff. I know I fucked up. You did, he agreed, not bothering to lie as he grabbed his own bag. You saw a pair of nice tits, an easy life, and you let your then working dick do the thinking for you. Shrugging, he tossed his bag over his shoulder and said, This is the result. Another clinger who won't let the fuck go. Well, my dick's not doing the thinking anymore, I bit out. Thank God. And for what it's worth, I'd have lost my shit too, he told me. If some bitch talked about Claire like that, I would have blown 10 head gaskets. It's my fault it happened to her, I growled. Bella's on Shannon's case because of me. No, Gibbsy corrected, then shook his head. Okay, yes, she's on her case because of you. But that's not your fault, lad. She won't leave me alone, Gibbs. Exhaling a ragged breath, I ran a hand through my hair and growled, She won't stop. Could you talk to her dad about getting, I don't know, like a restraining order or something? For what, Gibbs? I shot back flustered. Being annoying at school. And following you around the pubs? He interjected. I shook my head. No. The only restraining that should have been done was me restraining my dick. Gibbsy laughed as he walked out of the changing room. Restraining your dick? It's not funny, I barked. We haven't had sex with her since Halloween. It's March now, Gibbs. Fucking March. You think she'd let it go by now? You should have stopped things back then. He opened the door to the hall. We both stepped out into the rare afternoon sunshine. You let it slide into January, Johnny. Yeah, well, I had a lot on my mind, I huffed, descending the steps. And she finished it. So, I've no bleeding clue why she won't just go away. You know why she won't go away, lad, Gibbsy replied, nudging my shoulder as we strolled into the car park. I sighed heavily. Yeah, I know. Fucking rugby. Can you promise me something? He said then, as he pulled out his car keys and unlocked his shiny new Ford Focus. Yeah, lad, I sighed, slinging my bags into the boot of the car. Promise that you'll never go back there, no matter how fucking tempting it is. I balked at him. Gibbs, I wouldn't go back there if she was the last girl on bleeding planet. He laughed at my response and climbed into the driver's seat. I'm serious, I told him, sinking into the passenger seat. I wouldn't touch that girl again if she's the only cure for my unejaculating dick. I paused to fasten my seatbelt. I'd rather walk around the rest of my life with blue balls and shriveled cock than put my hands on her again. That's how much she repulses me. Well, good for you. Gibbsy cranked the engine. Because that girl wants to tie your ass down so bad it's scary. There'll be no tying me down to anyone, I shot back, and especially not her. He arched a brow. You sure about that? Just shut up and put your seatbelt on, I instructed, looking around for anything he could hurt, and check your mirrors. Yes, Dad, Gibbsy muttered, complying with my commands. Okay, you can go now, nice and slow, I told him when I was confident that he could pull out of his car parking spot without causing grievous bodily harm, which he was quite capable of doing. Slow, Gibbs. Binding 13, Gibbsy snickered as he tore off way too fucking fast for my comfort. Little Shannon blew that shit clean out of the water. Slow your ass down, I barked, resisting the urge to snatch the wheel. And what the hell does binding 13 mean? You don't know about that? I shook my head. Obviously not, since I'm asking you. That's what they say, lad, Gibbsy explained. Who? I demanded as I grabbed a hold of the old Jesus handle and threw a few Hail Marys up to the man upstairs. Don't let this fucker kill me. The girls at school, he chuckled, pulling onto the main road without checking both ways and narrowly avoiding a milk van. That's what they say about you. Jesus. I was going to die in his car. He was going to take my bleeding life. Sheepishly saluting the milkman, who was shaking his fist at us, I turned and glared at Gibbsy. They call me Binding 13. I shook my head. Why? I don't get it. It's not what they call you, he corrected. It's what they want to do with you. What? You're number 13, he laughed. And they want to bind with you. He turned to wiggle his brows at me. Scrum style. That is so fucking creepy, I grumbled, shuddering. Put your eyes in the road. 100%, Gibbsy laughed, turning his attention back to the windscreen. Claire told me about it last year. Said she overheard a bunch of 6-years talking about something called Operation Binding 13 in the bathroom. Jesus Christ, I growled. Right around the time you started tapping Bella, he filled in. Do the maths. I didn't have to. I already figured it out. Fuck's sake, I groaned. Yep, Gibbsy agreed with a grimace. Be glad you got out of that, Johnny. Be very fucking glad. I was. More than words could express. What am I going to do, Gibbs? About Shannon? I nodded glumly. Give in, he answered without hesitation. I can't, I croaked out. You can, he assured me. You're just scared? Yeah, I was scared. I was fucking terrified of my feelings for her. I don't even feel like I have a choice anymore, I confessed. I'm losing my bleeding mind, Gibbs. Nah, your mind's still there, Gibbsy chuckled, patting my shoulder. It's your heart you're losing, lad. Fuck, I choked out. biting down on my lip as sheer terror seized my chest. Yippers, he agreed. Terribly inconvenient, isn't it? I'll fucking say, I mumbled. Chapter 56. Loaded Threats. Johnny, you didn't come back to school on Thursday. I knew this because I watched out for her in the hallways between all my classes. She never showed. It didn't sit well with me. Knowing there was a very big possibility Shannon was ditching school because of what happened in the lunch hall. It didn't sit well with me because I knew it was my fault. I couldn't concentrate for shit all day. Every single lesson, word, and command went clear over my head. Because I left my head with her. Was she okay? Was she mad at me? Should I go over there? Should I leave her alone? I didn't know. And I didn't even have her bleeding phone number to call and check. We were breaking from school tomorrow for 2 weeks. I'd imagine Dublin tomorrow. What if I didn't see her before then? What if she didn't come back to school? What the fuck was I going to do then? Jesus Christ, I was losing my mind. Using every ounce of self-control I had inside of me, I forced myself to push her out of my mind as I headed out for training after school. Because I didn't need this. I didn't need these feelings fucking with my game. Are you with her? Bella demanded when I reached the entrance of the PE hall after school, dragging me from my thoughts. Shaking my head, I continued walking with every intention of ignoring her. But she grabbed my arm and hissed, "Answer me!" "Mind your own fucking business," I snapped, repressing the urge to shut her from her touch. "Stay out of my life." I needed her not to come near me today. I was peppering with rage, and my tongue wasn't something I thought I could control if she pushed me. "Answer the fucking question, Johnny," Bella hissed, in a warning tone. "And if I am?" I shot back, glaring down at her. "What's it to you?" "Then you're a fucking idiot," she hissed, eyes flashing with a mixture of hurt and anger, "because that girl has a virgin written all over her." "It's not all about sex, Bella," I countered, wrenching my arm free. "And don't put your hands on me again," I added, my tone laced with disdain. "Your touch is not welcome." "Not all about sex," she sneered. "I'll give you a month with the Frigid before you get bored and stray." "I was bored of you after one night," I sneered. "Then why did you keep coming back for more?" she demanded. "Because I was lazy, and you were as easy as they come." I lost my temper and hissed. "You were a phone call away, Bella. One quick text to wet my dick. That's all you ever were to me." I was expecting the hand that whacked against my cheek. I deserved a slap. No girl deserved to be called easy, regardless of how true it was. It was a low blow, and one I found myself apologizing for. "I didn't mean that," I bit out. "That was a shitty thing to say." "Yeah, Johnny, it was," she huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. "I know," I snapped, finding not an ounce of patience inside of me to deal with this girl. "That's why I said it was." "Why are you being like this?" Bella asked, her tone taking on a softer hint. "Why are you being cruel to me?" "I'm not being anything to you," I bit out. "I just want to get to training, and you're blocking my way." "Because I want to talk to you," she countered hotly. "We have nothing to say to each other, Bella," I told her, with a shake of my head. "Not any more." "Did you see me?" she asked then, clearly baiting me. "With your teammate?" I don't give two shites what you do with my teammates, I replied calmly. I don't want him. That's your own business. I want you back. You can't have me back. Johnny! Bella. Come on. No fucking thank you. Bella stared up at me for the longest moment before screaming and stamping her foot. I shit you not, she actually stamped her foot. Why are you being so unreasonable? She hissed. I'm sorry I went behind your back, okay? I'm sorry. Fine. You're more than forgiven, I snapped, running a hand through my hair in sheer frustration. Now, move the fuck on with Cormac, or whoever the hell you want. I really don't care. Just leave me alone. Are you honestly saying that you're okay with me being with Cormac? She demanded, blocking the doorway when I tried to slip past her. He asked me out, you know. I'm his girlfriend now. You don't feel jealous at all? I don't give a shit, I bit out. I don't know what else I can do or say to make that any clearer to you. You really think that bitch is better than me? She demanded. Seriously, Johnny, talk about downgrading. Does she even possess a pair of tits? Don't talk shit about her, I warned. Say whatever the fuck you want about me, but keep her name off your tongue. Is that the truth? She spat. She's a glorified needle. Shrugging, she added. She looks anorexic. And you look and sound like a cold-hearted bitch. Repressing the urge to lose my shit right there outside the hall, I mustered every ounce of calm I could and hissed. If you fuck with her one more time, I will ruin you. She glared at me. I'd like to see you try. I will ruin you, I repeated, voice deathly cold. Your reputation, your status, your friends, your future relationships, everything. If you fuck with Shannon Lynch again, I will take everything from you. Her eyes widened. Johnny, you know I can, I added, keeping my voice low. Contrary to your beliefs, I have more going on for me than a 13 jersey and a dick. What have I told you I was pregnant? She choked out. What would you say then? I threw my head back and laughed. You are unbelievable. Stop laughing. She faked sobbed. It's not funny. I would tell you to go talk to Cormac because I haven't touched you in 4.5 months. Sneering in disgust, I added. Besides, I'm pretty sure you'd have used it against me by now. Pretty fucking sure you'd be showing too. Not necessarily, she bit out. Are you saying that I got you pregnant, Bella? I deadpanned. Be very fucking careful how you answer next. She knew who my father was. She knew where the lies would land her if she pushed this bullshit on me. Bella stared me down for the longest moment before grumbling. No, I'm not pregnant. I know, I sneered. It was a hypothetical question, she shot back defensively. No, I corrected. It was a failed manipulation. I love you, she sobbed. I'm sorry for wanting to make it work. Well, don't love me, I barked, agitated. So I don't and won't ever love you back. Twisting sideways, I slipped past her and stalked into the hall. From now on, stay the fuck away from me.
Chapter 57. Unexpected Field Trips. Shannon. I didn't go back to my last 3 classes on Wednesday, and I stayed at home from school on Thursday. I knew it was wrong to skip school, but I just couldn't face it. It was too much. Bella, Johnny, the stares, the whispers. It was far too much. I felt emotionally drained and physically battered, and I needed some time to think things through before going back. My attempt at taking some breathing space was a complete disaster, that consisted of my father losing his head with me last night for burning the dinner and resulted in a punch to the face. Apparently, I couldn't cook spaghetti bolognese for shit. And apparently, that was a crime enough to earn another infamous choking. I felt like absolute crap this morning, but I would have crawled on my hands and knees out of that house if I had to. Nothing Bella did to me at school could come close to what he was capable of doing to me at home. When I finally made it to school, over an hour late because I overslept without the aid of my trusty phone alarm, I all but got my head bitten off by Mr. Mulcahy, our PE teacher, for holding the show up. What show? I had asked, because I honestly didn't know what the hell was happening. Apparently, I wasn't deemed worthy enough of that information because, instead of explaining what was happening, Mr. Mulcahy had all but shoved me onto a jam-packed school bus and instructed me to find a seat and fast. Which brought me to my current terror-induced predicament as I stood at the front of the bus, at a complete loss as to what was happening or why I was being forced onto a school bus full of unfamiliar faces. "Shan!" Claire called out, flagging me over. Panicked, my eyes sought her out in the third row from the front with Lizzie sitting alongside her. All the girls on the bus seemed to be sitting up at the front near the driver. There were only 4 of the girls in my class, and Shelley and Helen were paired up in the seat behind my friends. Several other girls from 6th year were sitting near them, including a glaring Bella and a huge dark-haired boy with his arm wrapped around her and his face nuzzling her neck. Forcing myself to not look at Bella, I scrambled towards Lizzie and Claire. "What's going on?" I hissed when I reached them. "It's game day," Claire told me, smile fading. "Remember?" I stared blankly at her. "Game day what?" Claire's eyes widened. "Oh my God," she whispered, hissed. "A text went out Tuesday night about it." "A text?" I croaked out. "I didn't get any text." "She's new, so she's probably not on the system," Lizzie muttered. "No, I didn't get the text because my phone was floating in water on Tuesday night." "What's going on, guys?" I choked out, terrified now. I glanced around nervously. "The playoff is today," Lizzie explained, "between Tommen and Royce." I stared blankly at her. "Huh?" "For God's sake, Claire," Lizzie groaned. "I can't believe you didn't let her know." "I thought she knew," Claire replied, red-faced. "I'm sorry, Shan, I thought you knew the game was today." No, I spluttered. "The Donegal match isn't until after the holidays," which were supposed to start today. "Remember?" "Royce College won their last 3 games," Lizzie told me, tone laced with sympathy. Apparently I looked as stumped as I did petrified because Lizzie didn't dish out the sympathy gazes for nothing. "Winning their last game put Royce College second on the table with Tommen," she hurried to explain. "Royce and Tommen are having a playoff today to see who gets to play Levitt in the final." I pinched my nose, struggling to comprehend what I was being told. "But we're supposed to be going to Donegal after Easter." "There won't be a Donegal trip if the boys don't win today," Claire explained. "Why didn't you guys tell me about this?" "We didn't know for sure when the game would be held." "Why?" "Because Royce were playing games," Lizzie offered, "making life awkward for Tommen in the hopes that Johnny wouldn't be available." "What?" "He has a schedule," Claire explained. "Everything he does rugby-related has to go through the academy." Shrugging, she added, "I guess they were hoping to catch Tommen on a loop." "Which they didn't," Claire scoffed. "Unlucky for them." "Oh, God," I croaked out, flustered. "Where's this happening?" "Dublin," Claire grimaced. "I'm not allowed to go to Dublin." My eyes widened. "If my father finds out—" "It's only a day trip," she interrupted me to say. "Straight up and down, we'll be home by 10. 10, I whimpered. "Tonight?" Oh, God. I was so dead. "Guys, I can't go," I croaked out, panicking at the thought of what my father would say if I came home at 10 p.m.
I don't have any money, and my parents don't know. Miss Lynch! Mr. Mulcahy roared, cutting Claire off and drawing everyone on the bus's attention to us. Sit down! I'll move, Lizzie interjected, rising up. Shannon, you can sit here. Sit down, Miss Young, Mr. Mulcahy snapped. Miss Lynch is the one throwing us off schedule with her poor timekeeping skills. She can find herself a seat. It's okay, I choked out, mortified. I'll find a seat. Today would be great, he grumbled. With my head down and Mr. Mulcahy's impatient voice in my ear, I had to do the dreaded walk of shame, shuffling down the centre aisle with my school bag on my back, peeking from side to side to see if there was a free spot. There wasn't. I ended up having to walk all the way down to the back of the bus to where the team were harbouring. The further back on the bus I walked, the louder the bustle grew. I wanted to turn around. I wanted to climb off this bus and leg it home. No, I mentally steeled my resolve. No, you don't run anymore. You're okay. You're fine. Who cares if they're staring at you? They don't know you. Just breathe. Finally, when I reached the back of the bus and saw the back row, my cheeks were so hot I was sure I was radiating fire. Honestly, if someone pressed a rasher to my face, it would have sizzled. The entire back row was filled with members of the rugby team. Oh, Jesus. I was in the danger zone. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the window seat on my right, just in the front of the back row, was vacant. Sagging in relief, I tightened my hold on the shoulder straps of my bag and turned my body to slip into the row, only to immediately halt in my tracks when I noticed who was sprawled out in the aisle seat. My heart jackknifed in my chest. Johnny had headphones on, and the music blasting from them was so loud I could clearly make out the sound of Jay-Z singing about having 99 problems. I hear you, Jay-Z. He wasn't looking at me. He wasn't looking at anyone. His entire focus was on the iPod in his hands. Strewn on top of the seat beside him, the only remaining seat in the entire bus, was a pile of gear bags, obviously belonging to the team. Oh, God. Clearing my throat, I gestured to the seat. He didn't look up. His perfectly styled hair was the only part of his head I could see as he stared down at the iPod in his hands. The engine of the bus roared to life, vibrating beneath my feet, and a huge dollop of panic set in. I reached out and tapped his shoulder before quickly pulling my hand back. Johnny's head snapped up, and the flash of annoyance on his features quickly turned to a look of surprise as he did a double take of me. Shannon! I need to sit down. I strangled out the words, mortified by the sounds of catcalling and insinuating comments coming from the rest of the lads. For the last 2 nights I had wrestled with my emotions over him, barely sleeping and drowning in panic and self-doubt. Now that I was faced with the unexpected prospect of spending several hours next to Johnny, I could feel myself losing it on the inside. Seriously, my stomach was rolling, and I was fairly certain that if I didn't sit down, I was going to spew. God! With furrowed brows, Johnny continued to stare up at me, while I continued to babble. There's no other seat left on the bus, and the driver is taken off now, so I need you to let me in. I looked from him to the horde of people watching us, and then to the spare seat. Can you just push in a seat or move the bag so I can get in, please? Sorry, Johnny said in an apologetic tone. He reached up and yanked off his headphones. I didn't catch any of that. A barrage of laughter erupted from the boys in the back row. Turning scarlet, I pointed at the stack of bags on the seat beside him and whispered, I don't have anywhere to sit. Shite, yeah, sorry, Johnny replied and quickly began to toss the bags onto the floor by my feet. Give me a sec to clear these. For Christ's sake, Lynch, sit back there, Mr. Mulcahy barked from the front of the bus. And buckle up! Embarrassed, I glanced back to Claire for help, but locked eyes on an enraged Bella. Oh, fuck. She's going to kill you, Shannon.
Bella Wilkinson is going to kill you if your father doesn't get there first. Mortified, I made a dive for the seat, trying to squeeze past Johnny's overly long legs. At the same time, he stretched over to deposit another bag. The end result was not pretty. It involved a lot of flailing, tangled up limbs, and one of my knees connecting full force with his nose, and a chorus of "Oohs" and "Oh shits" from the lads around us. "Jesus fucking Christ," Johnny hissed. Leaning back against the headrest, he cupped his face and growled, "Fucking hell, Shannon." I slapped a hand over my mouth, eyes wide. "I'm so sorry." "Go on, Johnny boy," one of the lads called out from the back row. "Get up on that." "Fuck off, Luke," Johnny snapped. He touched his nose twice, checking for blood, and when he was satisfied there wasn't any, he let out what sounded like an aggravated growl. "I really didn't mean to do that," I choked out, mortified, as I desperately tried and failed to disentangle myself from between his thighs. It wasn't an easy feat with my school bag on my back. I had a whole day's worth of books in my bag, having been unable to go to my locker before being thrust onto this bus, and the weight strapped to my back was throwing me off balance. Holding onto the back of Johnny's headrest, I raised one leg and attempted to climb over his leg, but my foot must have travelled dangerously close to his area, because Johnny snaked out a hand and grabbed my ankle, holding my foot in place, causing my skirt to ride up. "Watch it!" he barked as his eyes flashed with worry. "Stop moving." I didn't blame him for looking worried. I was a liability. Shaking his head, Johnny expelled a heavy breath, releasing my ankle, and then stood to his feet. It was a terrible move that resulted in our bodies being crushed together without an inch of space to spare. "I would have moved, you know," Johnny explained, eyes locked on me. We were in such close quarters that I could smell his cologne. "If you'd given me half a chance." I opened my mouth to respond, but all that came out was a puff of air. It was impossible to form words when I was completely wedged between his chest and the seat in front, my stupid school bag making it impossible for me to escape. "Are they going to ride or what?" someone called out. "Sure fucking looks like it," another snickered. "What the hell is going on back there?" Mr. Mulcahy roared at the top of his lungs. "Kavanagh! Lynch! Pack the canoodling in and take your seats." Everyone on the bus erupted in whistles and laughter. Meanwhile, I died inside. "We're fucking trying," Johnny roared back. "Give us a bleeding minute, will you?" "How difficult is it to sit on a damn seat, Kavanagh?" the teacher demanded. "A great deal, apparently," Johnny muttered under his breath before turning his attention back to me. "Go left on 3, he instructed. 1, 2. My eyes widened. "My left or your left?" Jesus. Muttering a string of curses under his breath, Johnny grumbled, "Never mind, just come here," and then proceeded to grab my waist, pull my body closer to his, however that was possible, and then turn us sideways. He released my waist, and I practically flopped into the window seat, face flaming, body trembling. As soon as we were both sitting down, the bus began to move beneath our feet. "Thanks," I croaked out as I pressed into my seat, shoulders slumping. "No problem," Johnny muttered as he settled back, touching the bridge of his nose. "Christ, you're a bit of a liability, aren't you?" Yeah," I managed to respond, though my voice was both breathy and pitchy. "I'm really sorry about kneeing your nose." Slipping my bag off my shoulders, I pushed it onto the floor and sagged backwards. Johnny turned to look at me, a small smile pulling at his lips. "Are you sure you weren't being crafty and trying to get me back for the ball?" "What? No," I balked, shaking my head. "Of course not. I truly didn't mean to." "Relax, Shannon," he chuckled. "I'm only messing with you." Yeah, he was certainly messing with me. My ability to breathe, for one. My erratic heartbeat, for another. Johnny shifted around in his seat then, obviously trying to find the comfortable position he had before I disturbed him. I hate travelling on buses, he explained when he finally settled into a position. He stretched his legs out, dangling his left leg in such a way that it rested against my knee. When he didn't move his leg, choosing to leave it there, while I forced myself not to shiver, it was clear that he wasn't doing it on purpose. He was 6'3" and far too big for the tiny amount of space he'd been allocated. Still, though, it was too close. He was too close. There was far too much closeness. "You're on my side," I whispered, nudging his thigh with my knee, praying for a reprieve. It didn't come. He didn't move his leg. Instead, he cocked a brow and tossed back, "You're on my bus." My cheeks flushed bright red. Dropping my head, I concentrated on pulling at an invisible thread on my school jumper, the only school jumper currently on view in the whole bus. The no uniform memo was another one I didn't receive. God. "I was joking," Johnny said, pulling me from my thoughts. "I know," I replied, even though I didn't. I couldn't read him. I was confused. I felt flustered, and I wanted off this bus. "So, your class got picked to come to the match?" he asked, offering some conversation. I nodded and tried to ignore the feel of his leg on mine. "Apparently." He cocked a brow. "Apparently." I released a heavy sigh. I didn't even know about this stupid match until I walked into school and got thrown on this bus. "Stupid match?" he scoffed. "Thanks for that." "Sorry." "Don't worry about it," he replied. "So, you seriously had no idea about the match?" I shook my head. "No idea." "Shite," he muttered. "So you've got nothing with you?" "I have every book I need for all 9 classes today," I offered weakly, shoulders slumped. "If it runs late, we might have to stay over," he stated with a frown. "What?" I croaked out. "Please don't say that." Johnny shrugged apologetically. "It happens." "God," I breathed. "Do you want to run home and grab a bag?" he asked. "I can have a word with Coach and ask him to stop off at your house." "No," I strangled out. "God, no, it's okay." "You sure?" I nodded. "Listen, I'll take you home after the match tonight," Johnny said with a deep frown, "if that's what you're worried about." "Worried?" I shook my head. "I'm not worried." "You look worried," he said quietly, eyes trained on mine. I'm just..." Fighting down a wave of anxiety, I asked, "Can I borrow your phone, please?" Squirming uncomfortably, I added, "I need to let my brother know that I'll be home late. And then I need to ask Joey to get my funeral arrangements underway because I am a dead girl walking." "Yeah, no bother," Johnny replied. He slid his hand into his pocket and pulled out his fancy-looking phone before handing me the shiny black device. I stared down at the screen, clueless. "Can you unlock it for me?" "Shite, yeah, sorry," he muttered as he reached over and unlocked the screen. When I continued to fumble with his phone, he swiped it out of my hand and instructed me to call out the number. "Thanks," I whispered, taking the phone back from him. Pressing the green call button, I held it to my ear and prayed Joey would pick up. Several rings later, and I was connected to his answering machine. "Hey, this is Joey. You know what to do." "Joe," I strangled out, ducking my face. "It's me, Shannon. I'm on the way to Dublin with the school. I won't be back until late tonight. Can you tell Mam? He has my phone, so don't call it, okay? You won't be able to get a hold of me. But I'm okay, Joe. Don't worry about..." The phone beeped, letting me know that I was out of time. Ending the call, I handed Joey back his phone and exhaled shakily. "Thank you." "Who has your phone?" Johnny asked, pocketing his phone. "Oh, my father," I mumbled. "Why?" I shrugged but didn't respond. That's different, he said then. I stared blankly at him. Huh? He reached over and touched my cheek. The makeup. Oh. I ducked my face, feeling incredibly grateful for the zippy bag of makeup Claire had given me Wednesday morning. It was 100% necessary. I know. Johnny shifted around in his seat then, obviously trying to get comfortable. Dropping my head, I concentrated on pulling at that same invisible thread of my school jumper. Are you mad at me? His question threw me, and I looked up into his piercing blue eyes. Mad at you? Johnny nodded slowly. For what I did in the lunch hall. My heart hammered violently while I assessed his question. I was embarrassed. I was uncertain. I was fearful. But I wasn't mad at him. No, I finally replied. I'm not mad at you. You didn't come back, he said, voice low. I shrugged and dropped my gaze. I was sick. You're better now. I guess, I replied, voice small. Was it your period? Johnny blew my mind by straight out asking. God. Yeah. Red-faced, I shifted uncomfortably. But I'm okay now. Don't do that, Johnny said with a frown. Don't do what? Be embarrassed. He nudged my shoulder with his. It's natural, Shannon. Oh, God. I was beyond embarrassed. At this stage, I was teetering towards life-altering humiliation. Okay, I squeezed out. He shook his head and smirked. Did you listen to track 9? Now I was embarrassed again. I did, I whispered. Did you like it? I shrugged, unsure what to say. What's wrong? I don't know what to make of it, really. He frowned, waiting for an explanation. I shifted uncomfortably before saying, Fuck her gently? Johnny gaped at me. What? Track 9 on the CD. I shrugged. It was Fuck Her Gently by Tenacious D. Damn it. No, that's Blink 182, and that was track 4, I replied. Fuck. No, I corrected. Fack by Eminem was track 10. What? No! Johnny shook his head and groaned. Jesus, what else was on it? I thought about it for a moment before saying, Pretty Fly for a White Guy, The Ballad of Chasey Lane, Stacy's Mom, The Bad Touch, Pony, and a few others that I can't remember. Johnny groaned again. I gave you the wrong CD. You did? He nodded slowly. That was Gibbs's. What one did you mean to give me? Johnny had a pinched expression when he said, A Maroon 5 song. Oh? I looked up at him. Which one? He shifted in discomfort. She Will Be Loved. Oh. Oh, wow. When I didn't respond because, quite frankly, I couldn't, Johnny asked me a few more random questions, clearly trying to spark up conversation. When all I gave him in return was a couple of one-word responses, he settled back in his seat with his arm brushing against mine and pulled his iPod back out. He fiddled with the buttons on the fancy-looking screen, flicking through song after song, until finally settling on John Mayer's Daughters. Just ask if you want to use my phone again, okay? He offered before slipping the headphones over his ears, or need anything else. He blasted the volume on his iPod so loudly then that I didn't need to take out my Discman for entertainment, not when I could clearly hear every word from my seat. Grateful for the reprieve from his intensity, I blew out a shaky breath and tried to get a handle on my nerves. It wasn't easy, though. Not with the root of all my anxiety sitting next to me, and the words of that song tormenting me. If only he knew how true those lyrics were, I thought to myself. If only.
Chapter 58. Where's my head at? Johnny. I just asked her about her period. What the actual fuck was wrong with me? Were you even supposed to ask a girl about their period? I'd no fucking clue. Christ. I need to get the doctors to scan my brain as well as my balls because there's something loose rattling around up there. Shannon was sitting right next to me. Her smell was in my nose. Her arm was touching mine. And I could hardly form a coherent sentence. Seriously, this wasn't normal. I spent my entire life on display, like a bleeding show pony, and nothing ever fazed me. But she did. This girl right here did. Maybe I'd left it so long that I'd grown back my virginity, because I certainly felt like I had reverted back to vaginal status. No self-respecting lad of my age, with my kind of experience, trembled over a girl. Fucking trembled. And yet here I was, trying to get my body to calm the hell down so I could at least pretend that I was half normal and not scare her back into the shell she liked to hide inside. The questions my mouth was spurting were beyond embarrassing, but I couldn't seem to get the handle on myself. She had makeup on, a full face of bleeding makeup that made me want to cry. She was gorgeous without putting a thing on her face, but knowing she was wearing it around all my teammates made me uneasy. I knew they were looking at her. In the last half hour alone, I had to give Luke the death stare, so he'd stop fucking staring at her from his perch across the row. It was so out of order that I found myself shifting around in my seat just so I could block her from his and everyone else's view. Thank Christ for Mrs. Moore, who had been roped into assistant coach and chaperoning the trip. Tommen's guidance counsellor was batshit crazy, but she had a whole host of games and team bonding exercises planned for the 3.5 hour bus ride. She even had a bag of fucking Easter eggs and little laminated award charts as prizes. She did this every damn time she joined us on the away game, and usually I ignored the woman until she gave up and left me alone. I always sat alone so she couldn't pair me up with the person beside me and make me do those bleeding feeling exercises. God forbid reflection time. And she loved so much. But today I found myself participating in the boring as fuck quizzes and charade games, not to mention I bleeding spy. I knew Gibbsy, Huey and Feely were laughing their asses off at me from the back of the bus. They knew I never joined in those games. But I didn't give a shite, because playing these games meant Shannon had to talk to me. Every time I won, the girl next to me smiled. Every time I handed her an Easter egg or stupid little award, she crept further out of the shell she was hiding in. That was worth the slagging I was going to reap from my team. She was worth it all.
Chapter 59. Hushed Whispers and True Colours. Shannon. Sitting on a bus with Johnny Kavanagh was unexpectedly brilliant. When Mrs. Moore, our kooky guidance counsellor, called up for everyone's attention and started passing out quizzes and games for us to play, I had expected Johnny to ignore her because, let's face it, he was a bloody rugby star. But that's not what he did. No, Johnny played. Because we were sitting together, we were teamed up for the games and tasks, and managed to work together in a strange sort of harmony, completing our games and activities with ease. The games we were given were dumb and childish, but after about an hour I felt myself completely relaxed with them. It also didn't hurt that my partner seemed to be this freakish genius who, when every pair was given a Rubik's Cube to solve, completed ours with ease in under 10 minutes. It was seriously impressive, considering no other person on the bus had solved their cube. Every single quiz we were given, or competitive task against the other couples, we won. Well, Johnny won. But he was my teammate, so that meant I won too. I had never won so many pointless competitions in my life, or Easter eggs. I'd never won anything before today, actually. We had a stack of 12 chocolate eggs on the floor because the boy seemed to just shine and excel at everything he put his mind to. 12 eggs. Tig, Ollie and Sean were going to be thrilled. Johnny was so much fun to be with, and I became so immersed in playing with him that I didn't have time to worry. Both curious and intrigued, I studied him during our reflection sessions, which was an actual thing Mrs. Moore liked to do, absorbing every little detail, taking note of the elected variety of songs he listened to, and the way he timed his food intakes, and how many times he thrummed his finger on his thigh, which was constantly. He appeared cool, calm, and composed, but if you looked beneath the surface, you could see that he was like a caged animal inside this bus. Johnny was too big for the seat, too stunted inside the tiny rows, too broad to be truly comfortable, and he rebelled by sprawling himself out at any given opportunity, regardless of whether he touched me or not. I was sure he was doing this because he needed to stretch out his long legs. During our first reflection session, 40 minutes after the trip, Johnny reached into his bag and withdrew an expensive-looking shaker bottle, the contents of which he downed within seconds. During the next session, he checked his watch and ate a banana. The one after that, he did another time check and devoured a protein bar. I was far too aware of him, but it was impossible not to be. When the bus driver pulled over at some filling station 2 hours into the journey, the rest of the team and students hurried off to use the bathroom and buy supplies, but Johnny didn't get off the bus. "Do you want to go into the shop?" he asked, offering to move for me. I shook my head. "No, that's okay. I'm not hungry. And I have no money." "You sure?" he asked, lowering himself back onto his seat, legs brushing against mine in the process. "I can get you something if you—" No, I don't need anything." I quickly cut him off. "Thanks for offering." "If you're sure." "I am." Johnny then proceeded to reach into his never-ending bag of supplies and retrieve an airtight container and fork. I watched out of the corner of my eye as he pulled off the lid, revealing a selection of steamed vegetables, 4 plain skinless chicken breasts, and a couple of sachets of cracked black pepper. "Are you going to get that heated up?" I heard myself ask, my mouth inquiring without my brain's permission. "Why?" He turned to smirk at me. "Do you have a microwave in your bag?" "No, but they might have one in the shop," I stated, forcing myself not to look away. "It'll taste better if it's warm." "Nah, I'm used to it," he replied, and then shoveled a forkful into his mouth. "Besides, I'm eating for fuel, not taste." "That sounds dreadful," I blurted out. Johnny smirked between bites. "It is what it is." "Do you want to go sit with them for lunch?" I pointed out the window to where a bunch of Johnny's teammates were sitting around a picnic table outside the shop, munching and chatting. "I don't mind," I added, not wanting him to feel like he had to stay here with me when his friends were all together over there. "I'm happy here," he quickly dismissed. "Are you really never allowed to eat normal food?" I couldn't stop myself from asking, remembering what he told me that day at the pub. "I know you're in training," I scrunched my nose up at the thought before adding, "but do you seriously never get to have a day off from it?" Now, Johnny turned to look at me. "You don't consider chicken and veg to be normal food?" "Well, yeah, of course I do," I mumbled, pushing down my discomfort. "But all the other lads on your team are eating chicken fillet rolls and deli food, and you're eating a pre-packed meal." "Yeah, well, all the other lads on the team don't have a bitchy nutritionist to contend with," he explained between bites, "or a truckload of coaches and scouts breathing down their necks." Huh. I thought about that for a moment. "Do you mind?" I asked then. He smirked. "No, baby, I don't mind." My heart stopped in my chest. Johnny's face flushed and he shook his head. "I mean—" "It's okay," I whispered. "It's fine." He looked at me with a pained expression and then exhaled heavily. Shaking his head, he tucked his lunchbox back into his bag and rubbed his forehead. Desperate to break the clammy tension enveloping us, I blurted out, "Teach me about rugby." Johnny looked at me with surprise. "You want me to—" His voice trailed off and he arched a brow. "Why?" "I'm being forced to watch you guys play again," I replied. "I should know what I'm watching." Shrugging, I added, "Like, what position do you play on the team?" "I play centre," he explained, still looking at me with a puzzled expression. "Outside centre is where I'm most comfortable." "Okay," I nodded, absorbing the information. "So, do you go in the scrums and stuff?" Johnny snorted. "What?" I shot back defensively. "I've only watched one of your games and the roles and positions went clean over my head. I've already told you that I'm a GAA girl." "I know." Chuckling, he held his hands up and said, "I'm not judging." "But you are laughing," I admonished. He stared at me for the longest moment before asking, "You really want me to teach you?" I nodded. "I want to know." Johnny blew out a breath and nodded. "Why not?" He mused. "It'll pass the time before the next bullshit assignment the crazy one gives us." "I think it's meditating once we're back on the road," I snickered. "Stop." Johnny shuddered. "Do you have a pen and paper in your bag?" I frowned at his request, but didn't question him. Instead, I slipped my hand into the front pocket of my school bag, retrieved a small notebook and pen, and handed them to him. "The fuck is this?" Johnny asked, staring at the pink fluffy bauble dangling on top of the welcome to Tom and pen that Claire bought me. Christ. He flicked the bauble, making it sparkle, then turned his accusatory gaze on me. "Could you be any more of a girl?" "You said you wouldn't judge," I mumbled, feeling my cheeks burn. "And I am a girl." "Right." Shaking his head, he turned his attention to my notepad. "Let's do this," he announced, clearing his throat. "Prepare to get schooled." He flashed me an indulgent smile before adding, "Again." I grinned. "I'm all ears." Johnny opened my notebook to a blank page and began to sketch out a grid with 15 small boxes, explaining as he worked. Inside each box he scribbled down words like flanker, hooker, right wing, left wing, and then explained each position. Alongside each box he ascribed a number. Next to the box labelled outside centre he wrote 13. "Outside centre? That's you, right?" I asked. "You're 13?" Johnny nodded. "Unlucky for some," I mused. "Not for me," he shot back with a grin. "And there goes your opportunity to feign modesty." "There's no point," he replied with a nonchalant shrug. "I am what I am, and I make no apologies for it." He lightly tapped the pen against my nose. "Now, concentrate." So I did. "You have your forwards, numbers 1 to 8. So that's your 2 props, 2 flankers, your hooker, your 2 locks, and your number 8. These guys are usually the biggest, heaviest players," he explained as he scribbled little notes. Johnny's handwriting was surprisingly neat for a guy. Small, unjoined, and easy to read. I banked that snippet of information in my mind for safekeeping. "And then you have your backs," he announced, drawing my attention back to him. "Numbers 9 to 15. That's your scrum half, fly half, your 2 centres, 2 wingers, and your full back. They're the smaller, lighter, and generally faster players on the team." With a contented sigh, he waved a hand in front of the page. "And there you have it, the 15 positions that make up a rugby team." "So these guys are the forwards?" I asked, pointing to the numbers 1 to 8. Johnny nodded. "Exactly." "Like in soccer?" "No, not like in soccer." He practically choked on the words, appalled. "Nothing like soccer." "Gaelic?" "No." He grumbled, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Hurling?" "What? No, stop talking." Flustered, he ran a hand through his hair and growled,
Forget about other sports for a while and just listen.
You weren't such a bossy teacher the other night, I grumbled.
And you weren't such a trying student then either, he retorted, tapping the pen against his notepad. Now focus.
Exhaling a frustrated breath, he said,
In rugby, the backs are positioned behind the forwards at the start of the play. That's the norm. That's how it's played.
So all these guys here form the scrum? I asked, pointing to the numbers 1 to 8. The forwards? Frowning, I added, and they bind, set, and engage with the other team when the referee calls for a scrum.
Yes,
he agreed, nodding encouragingly. What's a bind? I asked, thinking back to what Claire, Helen, and Shelley had told me about the 6th-year girls having a competition about binding him.
Binding is when your front row connects with the opposition's front row,
Johnny explained. Like smashing together? I asked. Connecting by force?
It's a little more complicated and technical than that, but yeah,
he replied, scrunching his nose up at the thought.
For the sake of our lesson, let's just call it that.
I frowned at the notion, not finding it one bit enticing, before asking, And the scrum half throws the ball into the scrum?
Exactly.
And the ball has to be played backwards behind the players at all times. A forward pass or throw results in a penalty.
Yes.
His eyes lit up.
That's really good, Shannon.
I flushed bright pink from the praise. Encouraged, I listened intently to him. Rugby seemed to be his life, and I wanted to learn all about it. Every teeny, tiny, insignificant detail. It was pathetic on all levels, but I consoled myself by telling myself that it was a harmless way of passing the time. Johnny continued to talk, trying to teach me the rules of the game and the roles of each individual player, not to mention different plays and formations. To be honest, there was a huge amount of information to take in, and much of it went clean over my head. But when he began to explain about the role of a centre, I listened intently.
So, on a team we've got 2 centres, the inside centre and the outside centre. Playing centre means my job is about breaking down the opposition's defence line,
he explained.
We also have to keep our own defensive line, read the opposition's play, anticipate the direction of the ball, know when to make a defensive attack and know when to not.
That sounds incredibly complicated, I admitted, feeling a little overwhelmed and awestruck.
It's not an easy position to be responsible for,
Johnny agreed.
Everyone talks about the fly half, but the 2 centres are paramount to play. I guess you can say they are the midfield of a rugby team.
But you said you were a back?
I am a back.
But you just said you were a midfield?
I am.
How?
Jesus, please stop asking questions and hear me out.
Johnny pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered several swear words under his breath.
I'm explaining this the best I can, Shannon.
Sorry, I muttered. Don't get mad at me over it.
I'm not getting mad at you. I'm trying to...
Johnny stopped short and inhaled a deep breath before trying again.
Aside from the 9 and 10, who tend to control the play, speed, and direction of the game, the centres are the playmakers,
he explained, tone gentler now.
We protect the fly half. Watch out for the scrum half. Take a battering from the opposition's forwards, who are a lot fucking bigger than us. We're smaller, faster, and nimbler than the forwards. We have to be in order to play fast ball and link with and assist other members of our team.
But I held my hand up and waited for him to give me the go-ahead before continuing. I've seen you play. You're the biggest guy on the team. Johnny shook his head, lips twitching.
That's school rugby. Most of the guys in the school leagues play for fun. In professional competitive rugby, I'm not the biggest guy.
But you're huge, I exclaimed.
I'm tall, he corrected before quickly continuing. Speed is vital to a centre. I need to be agile on my feet and accelerate the fuck out of it when opportunity arrives.
I thought Johnny was massive, but what did I know? Apparently not much.
Hold and defend, that's my job as 13, he said. Hold the line and defend it. Competing on the ground or overturning a ruck.
That's on me too. He added, 12 and 13 play close to each other. Who's your 12 on the school team? Johnny inclined his head towards the group of boys. Patrick Feely. Oh, I nodded. And you guys are good friends, right? He nodded. Yeah, he's a good buddy. I'm constantly watching Feely and vice versa. If he has the ball, I need to be on his ass, ready to take the pass off and capitalise by linking up with one of the wings. The wings? 11 and 14, he explained. I nodded. Okay, 11 and 14 are wings. Exactly. Now, there's a trust needed between your two centres, 12 and 13, he explained. You need to have complete fucking faith in each other. Know your partner like the back of your hand. Read his plays, his body languages. Hell, you need to read his thoughts at times. Why? Because if I'm taking the opposition out wide, I'm depending on 12 to control the inside and vice versa. If one of us fucks up, the other suffers, resulting in the entire team suffering. He exhaled a heavy breath and said, It's a tight partnership that needs transparent communication. You couldn't have made life a little easier for yourself, could you? I breathed, feeling intimidated. You had to pick the most challenging position on the team. Every position is challenging, he said, like the spokes of a wheel. If one goes down, we all go down. Do you kick? Johnny shrugged. I can, and I do when I need to, like line kicks or the odd grubber, but it's not a huge part of my game. Grubber? A kick downfield to chase after. But you don't do that often? Not that often. Why not? Because I'm usually busy competing for the ball and defending the line. I need to be able to take on the opposition in both attack and defence. My body needs to be ready for the hits I take, and I take a lot of fucking hits, Shannon. Why'd you do it? What do you mean? Rugby, I explained. Why'd you do it? I love it, he replied simply. Everything about it, the shape of the ball, the physicality of the game, the adrenaline rush, the pressure, the rewards, pushing myself. I fucking love the game. I love you, I almost blurted out, holding the 3 terrifying words back just in time. Oh my God, where did that come from? I didn't love Johnny. I didn't even know him. Not well, at least. And sure, the parts I knew about him were good parts, decent parts, beautiful parts, but that in no way meant that I felt anything deeper for Johnny than obvious physical attraction and a teenage crush. It was ridiculous. I was ridiculous. Stop lying to yourself, my brain hissed. You love him with every piece of your fractured heart. Startled and disorientated from the troubling thought, it took me a few moments to realize that he was still talking to me. You're assigned a ton of extra bullshit that I'm not going to go into detail and bore you with, I managed to catch him say. He was shifting around again, legs stretched out at an awkward angle. Are you okay? I asked. Yeah. He dropped his hand to his thigh but quickly snatched it back again, casting me a weary look. I seriously hate these long-ass bus rides, he said by way of explanation. I'm too cramped. So that's why you prefer sitting on your own? I offered, giving him an out. For the leg room? Yeah. Johnny nodded, eyes flashing with relief. With being the size I am, it's just easier. Do you sit on your own in your classes too? He nodded. Yeah, I prefer it that way. Why? 'Cause I'm broad, he replied, and those desks are narrow as fuck. He was broad. He was huge and beautiful. Johnny glanced sideways at me, smirking, and said, I'd sit with you, though. My heart leapt in my chest. You would? He grinned. You're so tiny, you don't count. I huffed out a breath. I still count. You know what I mean. He laughed quietly. There is no fighting for leg room. He looked down at my feet, smile still firmly attached, and teased, Are your feet even touching the floor? Of course, I confirmed, then quickly felt for the ground with my toes to see if I was right. See? I tossed back, happy to discover that I was, in fact, right. Granted, my toes barely touched the floor, but there was definite tiptoe contact happening. Ha ha! Ha ha! Johnny threw his head back and laughed. Are you 4 years old? Says the guy ribbing me over my height, I replied, giving him my best indignant glare. I'm only stating facts, he replied innocently. An impish grin spread across his face before he added, I was half expecting you to bring a booster seat on the bus. Against my better judgment, I cracked a smile at his remark. There was something about his tone that assured me this wasn't vindictive behaviour. Johnny was being playful. It was strange, unexpected, and surprisingly welcome. I decided to leave it at home, I impressed myself by retorting. Thank God I did, because there's barely enough room in here with your ego. Shannon Lynch has banter. Johnny leaned back, both sounding and looking reluctantly impressed. Who'd have guessed? Well, obviously not you. I smiled sweetly at him, ignoring the fluttering in my stomach when he said my name, as my body slowly relaxed and my sense of humour peeked over my sky-high protective walls, intrigued by this boy's persuasive coaxing. Well, shite. Johnny was smiling now. You're a sarcastic little thing when you want to be, aren't you? Feeling a sudden burst of playfulness, I shrugged and said, I know you are, but what am I? Now you're being a messer. I know you are, but what am I? I repeated, smirking. Sticks and stones will break my bones, he quipped, playing along now, but girls will never hurt me. It's words will never hurt me, I corrected, finding myself mirroring his smile. Not girls. Not in my world, he replied with a low chuckle. Liar, liar, I spurted, your pants are on fire. A loud snort tore out of him. I suppose you're going to give me the whole bitch means dog, dog means nature, and nature means beauty spiel next. He snickered. That depends, I challenged, feeling both at ease and on edge around him. I was beginning to realize that I rode a turbulent wave of emotions whenever I was with them. A wave of emotions that left me feeling both sick with nerves and giddy with excitement all at once. It didn't make sense to me, but his smiles were addictive. The more he offered, the more I craved. Johnny leaned closer, eyes twinkling with excitement. On what? On whether or not you're calling me a bitch, I filled in. I wouldn't dream of it, Johnny countered in a sarcastic tone. Besides, if I did, you'd probably tell my ma on me. You know I didn't mean to do that, I protested. I never meant to get you into trouble with anyone. Sure you did, Johnny pressed, shooting me a teasing wink. Whenever you're near me, trouble quickly follows. He grinned, revealing the dimples in both of his cheeks. If I didn't know any better, I'd think that you enjoy getting me into the height of shite with authority. I wasn't naive enough not to recognize the fact that this conversation was blurring the line between banter and flirting. At least, that's how it felt for me. Johnny probably didn't even think about it like that. It didn't matter, though, because when he looked at me like that, all smiles and interested eyes, I couldn't stop myself from playing along. I forced down a blush and replied, That's not true. Oh, no. He shot me another teasing wink before adding, Now who's the liar with her pants on fire? That would still be you, I replied, and I'm not wearing pink. He frowned in confusion. Huh? Pink to make the boys wink, I clarified, feeling smug at tripping him up in this little game we seemed to be playing. I'm wearing blue, not pink. No need to wink at me. With a devilish grin etched on his face, Johnny leaned into my ear and whispered, I reckon I can make those pretty cheeks of yours turn pink. I turned scarlet. What? Too easy. He laughed, thoroughly delighted with himself. Well aware that he had the upper hand, but falling short on a decent comeback to an unfortunately accurate assessment, I resorted to sticking my tongue out at him. Johnny's gaze dropped to my mouth, his eyes dancing with mischief when he said, Keep poking your tongue out at me and I'm going to catch it. I popped my tongue back in and gaped at him. Yeah, right. Try it, he dared, grinning. Go on. My eyes widened and I jerked backwards. I didn't trust him not to follow up with the threat. My reaction only made Johnny laugh harder.
Stop looking at me like that,
he ordered, pressing a hand to his side to stop himself from laughing. Like what? I'm not doing anything, I retorted, unable to stop the smile spreading across my lips. You're the one threatening to snatch my tongue.
It's that wide-eyed, nervous look you've got going on,
Johnny explained, still laughing to himself.
Don't worry,
he mused,
grinning down at me. I won't steal your tongue.
I feigned disbelief. I'm not sure I believe you.
You believe me,
he assured me in a confident tone. Oh, I do? I arched a brow. What makes you so sure?
Because you trust me,
he responded with a huge megawatt smile. I don't trust anyone, Johnny, I amended quietly, feeling my carefree mood evaporate into thin air, replaced with the familiar heaviness of despair that hung over my head like a constant rain cloud. Johnny was silent for a long moment, obviously pondering my words.
Because of something that happened,
he finally asked.
In your past.
Because of a lot of things, was all I replied, unable and unwilling to give him more.
Bad things,
he pressed, voice low and probing. Personal things, I croaked out, not liking the sudden and serious turn this conversation had taken. I cleared my throat and then added, private things.
Things that make trusting people hard,
Johnny finally surmised, watching me carefully. No. Shaking my head, I clasped my hands together tightly and exhaled a heavy breath. Things that make trusting people impossible.
Do you want to talk about it?
I shook my head.
You know what they say about a problem shared,
he pressed. Not always, I whispered. He studied me for a long moment, obviously mulling over my words.
Do you want to know what I think?
He finally asked. What's that?
I think that you don't want to trust anyone,
he stated, continuing to push for more.
But you trust me despite yourself.
I opened my mouth to deny it, but stopped short, stumped on his words. Was he right? Did I trust him? Perhaps I did in my own peculiar way. I mean, I trusted that he wouldn't intentionally attempt to hurt or sabotage me. I trusted he was a good person with a kind heart and a beautiful mind. But everything else? The scary parts? The terrifying feelings he provoked that I didn't dare read into for fear of the unknown? I wasn't so sure.
Because you can, Shannon.
Johnny's voice broke through my thoughts.
You can trust me.
His gaze was locked on mine, his strikingly intense blue eyes burning holes inside of me.
I won't hurt you.
I'm not afraid of you, I shot back defensively, feeling thrown off kilter by his eerily accurate assessment.
Good,
Johnny replied calmly, eyes locked on mine.
I don't want you to be.
Well, I'm not. I'm glad. Feeling incredibly exposed and vulnerable, I just sat there, unable to form a coherent sentence as I stared back at the boy who had been throwing my heart through hoops since that very first day.
He'll let you down,
the defensive part of my brain argued. He'll hurt you worse than all the others.
I won't,
Johnny stated, seemingly able to read my thoughts.
Whatever you're used to,
he continued to say, eyes locked on mine.
Or whoever you're used to. Whatever's responsible for that sad look in your eyes.
He paused to brush his thumb over my cheekbone.
That's not me. I'm not like that. And I won't do that to you.
You promise? I whispered, then quickly chided myself. When I was anxious, I always asked for a promise. It was a terrible habit I had from spending years of my life living in a constant state of uncertain anxiety. Usually, I asked for those promises from my brother, and Joey supplied me with an abundance of them to ebb some of the stress. Whether my brother meant to keep those promises or not, the small affirmation, however impossible or ridiculous, appeased something inside of me for a little while, making life a little more bearable.
I promise,
Johnny surprised me by saying. In that moment, and with those two small words, Johnny Kavanagh unknowingly blasted a hole clean through the wall round my heart. Please don't do that, I begged, as I frantically tried to repair the hole he'd left in me with facets of information like, don't get attached because he's leaving soon, and past experiences like the night he hurt me, or worse, the night he rejected me. Johnny frowned. Do what? Make promises, I breathed, heart slamming against my rib cage. Please don't. I just did. He told me unapologetically, it's out there, and I'm not taking it back. My stomach flipped. My heart jackknifed, my entire body trembled. This isn't safe, my brain warned. Block him out, protect yourself, don't let him in. I don't go back on my word, Shannon, Johnny said, so you're just going to have to deal with it. Then he dropped his attention to the notebook still in his hands and began to furiously scribble something inside before handing it back to me a minute or so later. What do you say? He asked with a smirk. I glanced down at the page and choked out a laugh. In neat, capital letters were the words, Shannon like the river, will you please be my friend? 2 hand-drawn boxes were sketched below the writing. One box had a yes over it, and the other had a no. The yes box had a smiley face. The no box had a sad face. At the bottom of the page were the words, signed by, alongside a slightly crooked line with his signature scrawled across it. Beneath the line with Johnny's name was an empty line for my name, and he had dated the note January 10th, 2005, my first day at Tommen. A side note stating, P.S. Shannon promises not to sue Johnny when he signed for the pros for any injuries he may or may not have caused her on the date mentioned above. This is a valid disclaimer, I shit you not. Took up the last few lines of the page. It was ridiculous, adorable, and I couldn't wipe the stupid smile off my face. To be fair, I think we've been friends for a while, Johnny offered with a boyish smile. I'm just putting it down on paper so you can stop ducking and dodging me at school. I haven't been avoiding you at school, I denied quickly. Too quickly. Johnny arched a brow, and the look he gave me screamed bullshit. Fine, I've been avoiding you at school, I admitted, mortified. I like honesty, he encouraged with the teasing lilt to his voice. It's the foundation of a solid friendship. I laughed and smiled down at the note. And you actually want me to sign this? I exerted a great deal of information drafting that up, Johnny shot back. I'd be insulted if you didn't. I shook my head and bit back a smile. You're ridiculous. Fair warning, though, he chuckled. I don't have sisters, and I've never been friends with a girl before, so if I fuck this up, or say the wrong thing, you'll need to have patience with me. Well, I have plenty of brothers, I replied, so I'm used to boys saying the wrong thing. Ticking the yes box, I signed my name to the page, and then tore it out of my notebook before handing it back to Johnny. The smile Johnny rewarded me with was wide, genuine, and breathtakingly beautiful. God, he looked like a different person when he smiled. His entire face transformed, his eyes lit up, the dimples in his cheeks were visible. He was simply beautiful, and I almost told him just that. Thankfully, I stopped myself just in time, scrambling together, "You look brilliant," instead. Johnny's brows shot up, expression quizzical while I sank further into my seat. "I look brilliant?" he asked as he watched me with interest, a small smile still teasing his lips. "In brilliant condition," I quickly corrected, and then cleared my throat several times, buying myself some time to scramble for a lie, before finding one and adding, "Considering you're carrying such a bad injury." A flash of panic lit his eyes for the briefest of moments before the shutters clamped shut. And just like that, the playful, tender version of Johnny was gone. "Don't go there, Shannon," he warned. His smiling lips flattened into a thin line as his entire body visibly tensed. He looked around, noting the line of students all piling onto the bus before turning his attention back to me, and especially not here. His reaction was like a smack in the face. "Are you okay?" I asked, hating how uncertain I sounded. You know, I didn't mean... I'm fine, he finished for me. And I know. It's okay, I can't... Please forget it. Rejection and dismissal were never nice feelings to endure, which was exactly what happened to me whenever I foolishly opened myself up to this boy. He had a knack for building me up with words and smiles and false hope only to crush me with silence. It hurt more than it should. It crushed me. Several students filed back into the bus then, and their loud chattering distracted us both. About fucking time, Johnny muttered under his breath. Shrinking away from his sudden change of mood, I concentrated on the line of students all piling back into the bus. Several lads from the team passed by our seat then, stopping to clap Johnny on the shoulder as they went. He ignored them all, keeping his attention glued to the sheet of paper in his hands. "Exchanging love letters?" Gibbsy taunted as he made his descent to the back of the bus. "How romantic!" "Go fuck yourself, Gibbs," Johnny shot back, sounding irritated, as he folded up the note and shoved it in his pocket. "I'm not in the form for your shite today." "Yeah, well, I'd tell you to go fuck yourself right back, but I can see you've already have that sorted," Gibbsy called back with a laugh. His comment received plenty of attention from other students, who decided to jump on the bandwagon and toss out suggestive comments. "See that, lads, they stayed on the bus when we were inside. He wasn't hungry for what they had in the shop. Up bow that. Go on, Johnny boy, get in there, kid." Anxious, I stretched up to flag Claire and Lizzie, praying one of them would switch seats with me, but quickly sank back in my seat when my eyes landed on Ronan McGarry, 2 rows up on the opposite side of the bus. Another dozen rows up was Bella. Feeling trapped, I looked to Johnny, who had turned in his seat, and was exchanging verbal insults with the lads in the back row behind us. "He scores on the pitch, he scores on the bus. How many tries did you hammer into your whole goal line, Johnny?" I flamed in embarrassment and dropped my head, quickly learning that spending any amount of time with Johnny meant being on the receiving end of a lot of attention. Unwanted attention. I didn't quite catch what was said next, but Johnny leapt out of his seat and stalked to the back of the bus, so I presumed it was of the explicit variety. I didn't dare look. Instead, I kept my head down and my gaze trained on my trembling hands. "The fuck you say about her?" "I was messing. Fuck, stop. Jesus, relax. It was a joke." "Am I laughing, Robbie?" "Relax, Cap." "Am I fucking laughing, asshole?" "No, Christ. Ouch. Stop." "Do you think she's laughing?" "No." "No." Johnny sneered. "Don't push me again, you little culchy bollocks." "Sorry." "Say it again." "I'm sorry, Johnny." "To her." Johnny roared loud enough that it drew the attention of the entire bus. "Apologise to her. Now." "Sorry, Shannon," a chorus of male voices called out. That's okay," I offered back, because what the hell else could I do? "Fucking idiots," Johnny growled when he reclaimed his seat beside me a minute later. Nudging my leg with his, he drew my attention back to him. "Don't mind them," he said in a low tone. "That's about me, not you, okay?" Nodding, I blew out a shaky breath and turned to look out the window. He hurt me. He dismissed me, and then he jumped right in and defended my honour. And now? Now I was so confused that it was hurting my brain. The bus roared to life a few minutes later, and we were back on the road. Mrs. Moore called for everyone's attention then and announced reflection time. I was never so relieved to hear those words. Sitting in the silence, I tried to work through my rampant emotions. "Shannon, I'm sorry." Startled, I turned to look at Johnny, wondering if I was hearing things, only to find him looking straight back at me with an expectant expression. "What?" "I'm a prick." Johnny shook his head and exhaled a frustrated breath. "I tell you to trust me, and then I turn around and act like that." He hurried to explain, only to stumble over his next hurdle of words. "I shouldn't. It's just that I never normally. I don't. You're the only girl I've..." He blew out a breath and gestured between us before finally saying, "I'm not good at this, Shannon." Not good at what? Now it was my turn to look confused. Talking? Because you don't have to talk about it. I didn't ask you to. You're not hearing me, he snapped, then shook his head, looking annoyed with himself. No, I'm not saying this right. Saying what right? Johnny ran a frustrated hand through his hair and expelled a harsh breath. I overreacted, he finally said. Yeah, I replied flatly. You're pretty good at that. Disappointed, I folded my arms across my chest and then turned back towards the window. But he grabbed my arm, pulling me back to face him. Don't do that, he said, voice low and gruff, keeping his hand on my arm. I released a trembling breath, forcing my body not to spaz out from the contact, and asked, Do what? Block me out. Pot, meat, kettle, I snapped, turning my face away. You can't ignore me, Johnny pushed, trying for humour. We have a friendship contract. I wasn't laughing. Then rip it up, I told him, then yanked my arm free. Shannon, let me explain. Leave me alone. Shannon, come on. No. Look at me. I folded my arms across my chest. No. Johnny sighed. Shannon, please. I said no, I snapped. You did this to me in your car and you're doing it again? That's a pattern. I don't like those kinds of patterns. So, no. Johnny released a frustrated growl. Seconds later, I felt his hand on my neck as he leaned over my seat and pulled my body sideways to face him. Stunned, I could do nothing but stare up at him. What are you doing? Johnny's eyes were wild and heated, panicked and interested, as they flickered from my eyes to my lips. For the briefest of moments, I thought he was about to kiss me. But he didn't. Of course he didn't. Instead, he released a ragged breath, cupped the side of my neck, bringing me closer, and touched his cheek with mine. Pressing his lips to my ear, in a voice barely more than a whisper, he said, I'm scared, Shannon. Scared? I felt him nod, his stubbly cheek rubbing against mine. Of what? You. Me? My heart flipped in my chest. Why? What I told you that night, he whispered, gently clutching the side of my neck with his huge hand. All that shite about my surgery and how much pain I'm in. I'm furious with myself for losing my head and telling you something that could be used against me. I gave you power over me and now I'm fucking panicking, okay? I lost my cool with you in the car because you struck a nerve, because you called me out on my bullshit, because you were right. I was. He nodded, and the movement caused his cheek to rub against mine. I'm not thick, he continued to whisper. I know what I'm risking by playing, but I have everything riding on the next 15 months, on my body holding out. It's my career, he told me, voice barely audible. His words were coming so low and fast, mixed with a thickening Dublin accent, that it was a struggle to keep up. It's my future, and I can't bear to watch it slip through my fingers. I've worked too hard to get to this position to let it all go. They're making me take a test, Shannon. I haven't told anyone about it, and if I don't pass, if they find out I'm not 100%, they'll pull me and I'll be out for months, Shannon. Months. It mightn't seem like a big deal to you, but for me, it's my life. I'll miss my shot with the under-20s in June. I'll miss everything. I'll lose everything. That can't fucking happen. His lips brushed against my earlobe as he spoke. It wasn't an intentional move or remotely flirtatious. He was clearly agitated, but I still had to suppress a shiver at the contact. And you knowing all of this, me telling you, knowing that it could be held over me. Johnny sighed heavily, his warm breath fanning the curve of my jawline. I don't do that, Shannon. I don't make myself vulnerable to anyone, ever. His fingers trembled against my neck as he spoke, and it scares the shite out of me that I've handed that kind of power over to you. Then why did you do it? I asked as a small shudder rolled down my spine. Leaning back so that I could look at his face, I asked, Why did you tell me? He looked so helpless as he shrugged. I've been asking myself the same question for a long time. And I still don't have the answer, Shannon. He croaked out, tormented blue eyes locked on mine. I don't understand what's happening between us. I realized that I was witnessing a rare moment of vulnerability from Johnny, and my heart could barely take the pressure. Seeing him like this, so exposed and unguarded, it did something to me, made me feel protective, like I needed to nurture him or something, which was insane because one look at the boy and it was obvious he didn't need anyone's protection, but I still felt it. I watched him watch me for the longest moment, soaking in his defeated expression, and the way he looked down at me almost hopefully, like I had the answers to all his questions. I didn't. The right thing to do would be to comfort him with words of assurance. I didn't do that. Instead, I whispered my truth. I don't want you to play. Throwing caution to the wind and moving on instinct, I tucked my legs beneath me, shifted closer and pressed my lips to his ear. Not today, and not tomorrow. I don't want you to go out there and put yourself in harm's way, Johnny. I don't want you to get hurt. I want you to stop. I want you to rest your body. I want you to take care of yourself. Shannon, let me finish, I whispered. He nodded stiffly. Trembling, I reached up and cupped his jaw. I meant it when I told you that I wouldn't tell anyone. I felt his body turn rigid, but I didn't move away, the need to comfort him pushing me forward. I don't agree with your choices, I croaked out, but I respect that they are yours to make. Something inside of this boy called to me. I had no idea what that something was, but it made me brave. It made me want to step out of my comfort zone and help him, even if helping him meant doing the wrong thing. I can keep a secret, Johnny Kavanagh, I whispered, stroking his cheek with my fingers, and I promise I'll keep yours. With his hand still cupping the side of my neck, Johnny exhaled a heavy sigh and let his head fall forward, his hair brushing my neck. I'm in so much pain, Shannon, he confessed, tone thick and gruff. All the time, he added, covering my hand with his. It hurts so bad, I can hardly sleep at night. I can't concentrate for shit at school. I'm fucking up on the pitch, in training, everything's going to hell, and the only person I can talk to about it is a girl I barely know. Exhaling a heavy breath, he pulled me closer. You're the only thing that distracts me, the only thing I can concentrate on, and I don't even know you. I feel closer to you than my own teammates. I'm telling you things I wouldn't tell my best friend. How fucked up is that? It's not fucked up. My heart was hammering so hard against my ribcage that it was making my breathing come hard and fast. It's okay. It's not okay, Johnny refuted, burying his face in my neck. Not one bleating thing about what's going on in my life right now is okay. One moment, he had his face buried in my neck, and the next he was gone. Fuck, Johnny growled, jerking away from me like I had scalded him. Fuck, he repeated, running a hand through his hair. I did it again. I did it fucking again. Stunned, I remained on my knees, watching his every move. Is there any chance of you forgetting everything I said? He asked in a half-hearted tone as he looked at me, eyes burning with desperation. Unable to form words, I just stared back at him, shaking my head. I couldn't pretend. Not anymore. No, Johnny agreed glumly and rubbed his face with his palm. Didn't think so. The reasoning behind my next statement was based on basic human instinct rather than thought, encouraged by the desperate need I had inside of my chest to stop this boy from hurting. I was bullied, I blurted out, startling us both with the admission. I wanted to put him at ease, and the only way I could think of making that happen was to give him a deeply private confession of my own. Badly, I clarified, my voice barely more than a whisper. Johnny's eyes locked on mine. At your old school? Yes, I nodded, and then shook my head. Not just at BCS. It happened everywhere. Everywhere, Johnny repeated slowly, brows furrowed deeply. Everywhere, I confirmed, biting down on my lip to stop it from wobbling. For how long? He finally asked, shifting his body back to face me. My whole life, I offered wearily, forcing myself to keep eye contact. I can't remember a time when I wasn't hated by everyone. What? He balked, sounding horrified. No, Shannon, you shouldn't be thinking like that. It's the truth, Johnny. I was quick to clarify. I'm unlikable. It's a fact, plain and simple. That's bullshit, he growled. You're not unlikable. It's not bullshit, I countered. I am unlikable. I like you, Johnny shot back without an ounce of hesitation. Well, I love you, Johnny Kavanagh. Even though you're leaving, even though you don't feel the same, even though loving you is going to break my heart, I love you with everything I have. And I probably always will. Well, that makes you one of very few, I exhaled a shaky breath. I was hated growing up, Johnny. Seriously hated. Nobody wanted to play with me. Nobody wanted me on their team in PE or to sit with me in class. And I was never invited to the other children's birthday parties. I was constantly picked on. For my hair, for my size, my clothes, my second-hand school books, the car my family owned, the terrace I came from, for breathing. It didn't matter what I did or how hard I tried to get along with the other children. They always found a fault in me. I shook my head and sighed wearily. I've had 2 friends my entire life. That's it. Claire Biggs and Pierce O'Neill's girlfriend? Johnny asked, voice gravelly. Lizzie Young, I confirmed with a nod. Yeah, they went to my primary school, and honestly, if it wasn't for them, I would have been completely alone. But they moved on to Tommen after primary school. They did. And you went to BCS? Yeah, I croaked out. Bewilderment was etched on Johnny's face like this was hard for him to comprehend. And for a guy like him, it probably was. He wasn't short of friends or adoring fangirls. He was popular and a big star. He didn't have the faintest idea of what it felt like to be on the other side of the popularity spectrum, where I resided. Johnny's tone was careful when he asked, It was the same for you there? No. Inhaling a steadying breath, I continued to open myself up for danger. It was worse. Johnny was silent for a long moment before asking, They hurt you there? Repressing a shudder, I forced a small nod. Shannon. Every day, I confessed. Christ. He practically snarled as he ran a hand through his hair. No wonder your ma lost it on me that day. I sighed heavily. It wasn't the first trip from school to the A&E. Jesus. He blew out a harsh breath and pulled me closer. How bad did it get? I shrugged helplessly, unable to get the words out. Or maybe I was just unwilling to verbalize the trauma. I wanted it gone from my memory. I wanted that part of my life erased forever. Shannon. Johnny pressed, tone achingly soft, as he tugged me so close that my knees touched his thigh. Keeping one arm hooked around my back, he leaned closer and repeated his earlier question. How bad did it get? To the point that I wanted to die. Bad enough that my mum had to bury herself in debt to transfer me to Tommen, I admitted, my voice barely audible. And bad enough that I let her do it, I added, forcing myself to look at him and hating the sympathetic expression I found him wearing. Those girls? He asked then, at the pub. I nodded. Kira was the worst. His eyes darkened. The blonde one. I nodded weakly. I couldn't go back to BCS after Christmas. Too much had happened, and it was getting out of hand. Getting out of hand? Johnny stared hard at me. Surely it had been out of hand for years. Oh, I know, I agreed, but it was really starting to affect my brother, and my parents were worried. Your brother? Johnny replied flatly. Yeah, I nodded. Joey was constantly getting suspended for fighting over me. He already had 4 suspensions because of me by Christmas, and Mam was petrified that he was going to get himself expelled in his Leaving Cert year. Dad was furious because he thought Joey's behaviour would cost him his spot on the minors. It was a total nightmare. Shrugging, I exhaled a heavy sigh and said, "In the end, Mam convinced our father that it would be better for Joey if they pulled me from BCS." "What about you?" Johnny asked, blue eyes locked on mine. "Was it better for you?" "It was the best decision that was ever made for me," I replied without hesitation. "And Tommen?" Johnny pressed, his entire focus on me. "How's that for you?" "Aside from the Ronan trouble, I haven't had any problems at Tommen," I replied honestly, cheeks burning under his keen observation. "Oh, and Bella threatening war on me for talking to you." "And this?" He trailed his fingers over my neck, blue eyes scorching me. "I need to know about this." I shivered into his touch. "I told you." "Don't lie to me," he coaxed. "Then don't make me," I pleaded, knowing that I was giving everything away to him, my heart, my secrets, my trust, and was unable to stop. "Please don't push me."
"Shannon,"
he started and then quickly stopped. He stared hard at me for a long moment before finally nodding.
"For now."
I sagged in relief. "Thank you."
"But I'm going to find out,"
he whispered.
"whether you tell me or not."
He stroked my cheek with his thumb.
"I'll find out, and I'll make them suffer."
My heart seized in my chest. I knew this. He wasn't going to let it go. I could see it in his eyes that night in his bedroom. Johnny Kavanagh was hell-bent on exposing my secrets.
"And Bella won't do shit,"
Johnny continued, tone gruff, eyes heated and intense.
"And if she goes to war with you, then she goes to war with me too."
"I don't like war or confrontation," I replied nervously, panicking at the thought of his terrifying ex and the damage she was capable of causing me. "I don't want her to hate me, Johnny. I didn't do anything wrong."
"She's threatened by you,"
he said gruffly.
"Her reaction to you is based on jealousy."
"Threatened by me?" I shook my head. "Why?"
"Because you're beautiful,"
he stated, causing my cheeks to flush a deep shade of pink. A boy had never called me beautiful before. Not like this. Not with such forwardness. Not with such sincerity. Johnny said it, though, and my heart was flapping around in my chest like a demented, caged bird fighting to escape. He cleared his throat then, looking slightly uncomfortable, and for a moment I thought he was about to take the compliment back, but then he steeled his features, tucked a loose strand of hair behind my ear, and whispered,
"Inside and out."
Those extra words did the trick. Those extra words ruined me. I could feel my body tremble as I turned my gaze to his, locking eyes. "I am?" He nodded slowly.
"Everywhere."
Oh, God. My heart. I couldn't handle this. I couldn't cope with him. Panicked and uncertain by my feelings, I quickly hurried on. "We're on a level playing field now. I know your secrets, and now you know mine, so you can rest assured that I won't be announcing your injury to the whole world," I told him, feeling both vulnerable and exposed. "Not when you have your own dirt on me."
"Yeah, I guess we are,"
Johnny replied in a thoughtful tone, before quickly backpedaling.
"Wait, you told me all that so I would have leverage over you."
I shrugged. Johnny frowned.
"Why would you do that?"
"I was trying to make you feel safe," I blurted out.
"You want to make me feel safe?"
The expression on Johnny's face was one I couldn't decipher as he stared down at me with storm-filled blue eyes.
"Why?"
"Because you're freaked out about me knowing about your... I pointed to his crotch, cheeks flaming, and then blew out a breath. "Is clearly upsetting you, and I wanted to make you feel better. I wanted to give you that so you don't feel cornered."
"I don't get it."
Johnny shook his head in obvious confusion.
"I mean, I'm glad that you told me. I'm fucking honored. But you telling me something extremely personal like that with the expectation that I would use it against you
and feel good about it. The fact that you were okay with that you thought I'd be okay with that. He blew out a breath. That's the part I don't understand. Maybe you were right about me trusting you despite myself, I whispered, feeling a flood of heat and ice collide inside of my chest. His brows shot up. So you do trust me? The shrug I gave him was a helpless one, because that's exactly how I felt in this moment, disarmed and utterly helpless. Words, Shannon. He pushed, tone gruff. I need the words. What do you want me to say? I croaked out. Tell me why you trust me. Because when I'm with you, I feel... You feel? Safe, okay? I strangled out. When you're around, I feel safe. Because you are, Johnny confirmed in a gruff tone. I've already told you that I'm not going to hurt you, and I hope like fuck that I've shown you that too. I exhaled a ragged breath and ducked my face, desperate to hide how deeply those words affected me. Shannon, look at me. I shook my head, refusing his request. I couldn't. It was too much. He was far too much. Look at me, he repeated, tone soft and coaxing. When I made no move to oblige, Johnny tipped my chin up with his hand, forcing our gazes to lock, blue eyes burning holes in mine. You are safe, he stated, enunciating every word with aching slowness, as he trailed the pad of his thumb across my chin. Whatever happened to you in your old school, he said, pushing through the barriers once more, it won't follow you to Tommen. With blue eyes burning bright with sincerity and determination, he added, I won't let anything bad happen to you here. He pressed his forehead to mine and exhaled a pained sigh. And if you tell me where else I need to keep you safe, I'll do that too. Why? It was one word that was loaded with so many unspoken thoughts and notions, but it was all I could come up with. Johnny hesitated for a moment and then said, Because I care. Why? I just do. He shrugged helplessly. Can't help it. It's been you, hasn't it? I whispered. You're the reason no one gave me hassle over the pitch incident. You've been protecting me. He stared warily at me, but didn't respond. Come on, Johnny, I sighed. I'm not thick. I know you had something to do with it. I was half naked in front of a field of boys. I threw up outside my locker, for God's sake. Gossip like that doesn't just evaporate into thin air. I told you that day outside Toomey's office that I wouldn't let anyone hurt you, he finally admitted. Yeah, he did. He promised. And he kept it. Well, thanks for caring, I breathed. Thanks for being worth it, Johnny replied, hand still on my cheek. Shivering from the contact, I leaned into his touch, seeking more. I was trying so hard to control myself, but it was virtually impossible to do when he had his hands on my body. I wanted to crawl onto his lap, and I wanted to run far away from him all at once. It didn't make sense to me. I was incredibly confused. My feelings were terrifying me. His words, his eyes, his actions. He was throwing me. I was losing myself. How are the lovebirds? A familiar voice boomed close to my ear. Startled, I looked over Johnny's shoulder to find a grinning Gibbsy. Hey, little Shannon, Gibbsy drawled with a mischievous wink. Don't mind me. I just need to borrow my body for a sec. Oh, God. Mortified, I quickly scrambled backwards, breaking the contact. Johnny muttered a string of unintelligible curse words under his breath before turning round. This better be fucking important, he snapped, shoulders tensed. That depends, Gibbsy replied nonchalantly. On what? Johnny barked. On whether or not you still want me to remind you of that thing you asked me to remind you about. Thing? Johnny shook his head. What thing? The fuck are you talking about? Lines and bulldozers, my friend. Gibbsy shot back with a meaningful look. I had no clue as to what Gibbsy was referring to. However, it was clear that Johnny did, because he exhaled a loud breath, expelling the word shite with it. "You're welcome," Gibbsy replied, patting Johnny on the shoulder before making his way back to his seat. "What was that about?" I asked when we were relatively alone again. Johnny replied, obviously distracted. He kept turning back to look at his friend. "Are you okay?" I whispered. "What? Yeah, I'm grand." He cast a quick glance to me and then turned back to mouth something else to Gibbsy. I couldn't quite figure out what they were saying to each other. They seemed to be communicating through body language, although it was fairly easy to figure out what Johnny meant when he gave Gibbsy the finger. Shaking my head, I gave up on trying to crack the code of their unspoken conversation and turned my attention to Johnny's iPod, something he had given me to listen to during one of our reflection breaks earlier. Slipping the headphones on my ears, I carefully scrolled through his playlists and almost had a heart attack when my eyes landed on the one named Songs for Shannon. With my heart racing, I cast a quick peek up at Johnny, but he was still fully immersed in vulgar sign language with Gibbsy. Exhaling a small puff of air from my lungs, I pressed into the playlist and quickly scrolled through the list of songs. Coldplay, Yellow. Guns N' Roses, Sweet Child of Mine. Goo Goo Dolls, Iris. The Furies, When You Were Sweet 16. Howie Day, Collide. Declan O'Rourke, Whatever Else Happens. The Offspring, Want You Bad. Busted, Fall at Your Feet. Aerosmith, Crazy. Counting Crows, Colorblind. David Gray, This Year's Love. Bon Jovi, In These Arms. Westlife, World of Our Own. Eagle Eye Cherry, Save Tonight. Metallica, Tuesday's Gone. Snow Patrol, Run. The Verve, Lucky Man. Him, Wicked Game. The Laz, There She Goes. These were love songs. These were all love songs, saved to a playlist with my name on it. Why? Why would he do this? Did he? No, he didn't. Of course he didn't. Then why? Shannon, can we talk? Johnny's voice penetrated my thoughts, startling me and causing me to drop his iPod. Thankfully it landed on my lap and not on the floor of the bus. I turned to face him, feeling my heart race violently in my chest. Talk? Yeah. Johnny nodded slowly, blue eyes dark and heated. I need to talk to you about something. Yeah, okay. Wiping my palms on my skirt, I exhaled a shaky breath before adding, What do you want to talk about? Not here, Johnny said, glancing around the bus. Tonight, he added, eyes trained on mine again. After the match. I'll take you home and we can talk in my car. I chewed on my lip, feeling panicked at the thought of having to wait that long. If that's what you want. It's probably best, he replied gruffly. Oh God, was it bad? Was he going to tell me something terrible? Don't look so scared, Johnny said, distracting me once more from my thoughts. I won't hurt you. Reaching over, he tipped my chin up with the back of his hand and gave me a small smile. I promise. I was so lost in this boy I could hardly breathe. All right, everyone, reflection time is over, Mrs. Moore called out, clapping her hands to garner everyone's attention. We only have 40 minutes left before we get to Dublin, so I propose another quiz. For fuck's sake, Johnny groaned, dropping his hand. Not another blatant quiz. I chuckled at his reaction. Was funny? He asked, smirking at me. Don't tell me you actually enjoyed these things. I enjoy being with you. I'm on the winning team, I teased, nudging his shoulder with mine. Of course I'm enjoying this. True, Johnny agreed with a lopsided grin, pulling the sack of certificates we had collected throughout the day's tasks out of his bag. He plopped them on my lap and said, We make a pretty good team, Shannon, like the river. Yes, we did. I waited for everyone else to climb off the bus before sliding out of my seat. Good luck today, I said as I hovered in the aisle, watching Johnny as he rummaged through the discarded bags at the back of the bus, clearly searching for his own. Huh? Johnny replied, obviously distracted, as he muttered something about messy bastards under his breath. He looked stressed. The closer we got to Royce College, the more agitated he grew. Now that we were here, Johnny was vibrating with tension. I understood why. He was supposed to go to school here, which meant he would more than likely be playing against his old friends and teammates. That was a lot of pressure. And he was hiding an injury. "The match," I clarified. "I hope you win it." I gave him a small wave before hurrying down the aisle towards the exit, desperate to put some much-needed space between Johnny Kavanagh and my heart. "Shannon!" Johnny called after me. Pausing at the door, I swung back to look at him. "Yeah?" His blue eyes burned holes inside of me when he said, "Thanks." "For what?" I whispered. Johnny smiled. "For being nothing like the rest of them." Okay." "I'll see you in a bit, okay?" I nodded. "Bye, Johnny." Feeling off kilter, I hurried off the bus, where I was immediately intercepted by both Shelley and Helen. Hooking their arms through mine, they led me away from the bus. "Girl, you have some explaining to do," Shelley said excitedly. "And we all want the details," Helen agreed with a nod. "Details?" I asked, feeling flushed by their ambush. "About what?" "Don't even think about it," Helen warned. "You just spent 3 hours up close and personal with Johnny." "I didn't have a choice," I replied. "The seat next to his was the only one left." "What did you talk about?" Shelley asked, eyes dancing with excitement. "What did he say to you?" "I don't know," I shrugged, feeling awkward. Just stuff." "Just stuff," Helen spluttered. "Shannon, I am trying to live vicariously through you here. You've got to give me more than just stuff," Shelley huffed. "Back off, vultures," Lizzie barked. "Go and find another carcass to fight over." She was leaning against the back of the bus with a huge boy standing in front of her. I instantly recognized him as Pierce. I decided that they had to be back on again when I took in the sight of her hands on his waist and the way he was nuzzling her neck. Claire, Gibbsy, Hughie, Coach Mulcahy, and Patrick Feely were standing close by, though they weren't paying any attention to us. In fact, they all seemed to be in a debate over something as they circled Coach Mulcahy. "Lizzie," Shelley whined, "I was only asking." "If you want to know what Johnny Kavanagh talks about, then go and ask Johnny Kavanagh," Lizzie shot back. "Not Shannon." Turning her gaze on me, she said, "Come on, Shan, we're over here." Grateful for her interruption, I slid out from between the gossip girls, gave them a quick wave, ignored their disappointed expressions, and then hurried over to my friends. The closer I got to my friends, the louder the discussion between the others seemed to get. "He's playing, Coach," Hughie was snarling. "They can't do this." "I agree, Biggs," Coach replied with the phone to his ear. "This crap won't stand. Hello, yes, I would like to speak to the principal." With his mobile welded to his ear, Coach hurried off, barking orders into the phone. "What a pack of langers," Gibbsy tossed out angrily. "Pussies," Hughie agreed. "To be fair," Patrick Feely mused, "the team seems willing to play. It's their coach with the issue." "Issue?" I asked, sidling up to Claire because Lizzie's mouth was currently being occupied by Pierce's tongue. "What's going on? Is the match cancelled?" "Royce's coach is refusing to allow his team to play if Coach plays Johnny," Claire explained, looking as enraged as everybody else. "What?" I gaped at her. "Why?" "Because they're a pack of fucking cowards who are too scared to play against him," Gibbsy offered, tone laced with sarcasm. "Idiots." "So, what? They're trying to punish him for being a good player?" I asked, quite frankly shocked. "I think it has more to do with being a player with 15 caps for Ireland, Shan," Hughie responded. "Caps for Ireland?" "The amount of times he's played for his country," he quickly explained. "So what?" I shot back defensively. "He earned every one of those. They weren't handed to him." "I'm not arguing with you," Hughie replied, chuckling. "It just intimidates those coaches." What's going on? Johnny's voice filled my ears moments before he came to stand beside me. His arm brushed against mine, and even though there were several layers of clothing between us, my skin still broke out in goosebumps. The usual shit, Gibbsy informed him. They won't play if you're playing. Johnny shrugged nonchalantly. Oh well. I turned to look at him, stunned by his lack of response. This happens a lot. Johnny, noticing my expression, quickly explained. Coach will get it sorted. Before turning to the boys and saying, round up the lads in the changing room, tog out, and we'll get started on warm-ups. Nodding, both Hughie and the other boys jogged off in the direction of the clubhouse, calling fellow teammates as they went. Johnny, lad, this could take hours to clear up, Gibbsy groaned. With all traces of his earlier vulnerability long gone, Johnny said, Then we'll have hours of practice. Now, move your ass. Say a prayer for me, Gibbsy told Claire. He then dove towards her and smacked a loud, smoochy kiss on her cheek before jogging away. Ew, Gerard, Claire called after him, wiping her flushed cheek with her sleeve. Pierce, Johnny snapped, turning his attention to the shaved-headed boy with his tongue down my friend's throat. Get out of the girl and onto the pitch. Muttering something about Captain Cockblock under his breath, Pierce pressed one final kiss to Lizzie's lips before sprinting off towards the team. Johnny inclined his head towards me. You okay? I nodded. He reached up and tucked a rogue strand of hair behind my ear, then whispered, I'll see you later, and then turned around and sprinted off to join his teammates. Wow, I thought to myself. Determination flows through that boy's veins just as potently as the terror that flows through mine. Johnny! I called after him, unable to stop myself. When he stopped running and turned back to face me, I hurried to close the space between us, not stopping until I was right in front of him. What's wrong? He asked, frowning down at me in confusion. Nothing. I just... Shaking my head, I reached up and cupped his neck, pulling his face down to mine. Pressing up on my tiptoes, I whispered in his ear, I need you to stay safe out there, okay? Resisting the urge to fold myself into him, I released his neck and stepped back. Be careful. I took another step back, eyes locked on his. Okay? Johnny nodded slowly, blue eyes heated. Okay. Bye, Johnny, I whispered and then turned around. Johnny caught my hand and pulled me back to face him. You'll come home with me tonight? He asked gruffly, eyes burning with heat as he fiddled with that rogue strand of hair of mine. You still want to do that? Yeah, I whispered, stepping closer, unable to resist the urge to knot my fingers in his shirt. I do. Shannon, I'm so... He exhaled a sharp breath and shook his head. Tonight. His hand moved from my hair to cup my cheek. We'll talk tonight. Okay, Johnny, I breathed, leaning my cheek into his large palm. Without another word, he leaned down and pressed a lingering kiss to my forehead. And then he turned around and walked away. Reeling, I watched him until he disappeared into the clubhouse, and then I walked back to my friends. Confused was an understatement for how I was feeling. The sheer depth of my feelings for him was unhealthy. The adoration, the lust, the downright infatuation I had for him. It was insanity. I had never felt this much. I had never felt so consumed.
Chapter 60. Cupid's Chokehold. Johnny. If feelings were objects, then I was teetering on the edge of a great precipice. And if girls were weapons, then Shannon Lynch was the greatest weapon of mass destruction my heart had ever been exposed to. Because I was fucked. I didn't bother denying it anymore. There was no point. I had never felt this much for another person in my entire life. It took every ounce of self-control I had inside my body to walk away from her back there, especially when everything inside of me demanded I snatch her away from the world and keep her all to myself. I needed to stay safe out there, okay? Yeah, at this stage. It was safe to say I was thoroughly fucked when it came to that girl. I couldn't do this anymore. I couldn't fight my feelings. Just like that game on the PlayStation, she was kicking my ass. When she told me about the bullying, something I regrettably already knew, I felt something snap inside of me. It felt like the last piece of my resolve evaporating. The vulnerability I had seen in her eyes when she exposed her secrets for my benefit was my breaking point. Girls I knew didn't do that. They didn't act like Shannon. If Gibbsy hadn't come over, I would have kissed her. I knew I would have. I already knew what those lips felt like. I wanted so badly to taste them again. I would taste them again. I was starving for her and everything she was, every part of her, inside and out. I wanted to fight all her battles. I wanted to give her all her smiles and make her laugh and snatch her away from the rest of the world and keep her all to myself. I just wanted her for keeps. I knew that was incredibly selfish of me, and I knew that I was probably going to end up fucking up everything and breaking her heart. But the problem was, my heart was involved too. I needed to talk to her tonight because I needed to lay it out there. I couldn't go another day without getting it off my chest. Months of wanting, lusting and pining after her had left me at the point where I couldn't see straight anymore. Because I had caught feelings for Shannon. Huge fucking feelings. Permanent ones. I knew I was too old for her. I knew she was too sweet and pure to be dragged into the limelight that came in my life. And I knew that she was too fucking broken for a guy like me to get tangled up with. But I already felt like I was drowning with her. That's how consumed I was in this girl. That's how much I loved her. Fuck.
Chapter 61. Breathe, Shannon. Just breathe. Shannon. Everyone from Royce College sucked. Seriously, they were pathetic. The game was delayed for over 2 hours because the coaches from Royce threw a very public hissy fit over Johnny playing. It was embarrassing. 2 hours of standing around in the rain while the coaches from Royce tried everything in their power to have Johnny pulled from the cards. They were ranting and raving about how it was unfair to have an Irish international playing in the league. This was a school rugby game. Johnny was a student from one of the schools. He was a minor. He was entitled to play if he wanted to. There were no rules being broken by Tommen. Finally, after several phone calls to the board, an embarrassing and very public bringing out of the rule book, and countless screaming matches between Coach Mulcahy and Royce's head coach, the teams took to the pitch at 6:30, with Johnny sauntering onto the field in his number 13 jersey, wearing a shit-eating smirk on his face. Early on in the game, it became clear why the Royce coach was so against letting Johnny play. His team was terrible. Well, maybe not terrible, but they were no match for a fired-up Tommen side. How they managed to draw second on the table with Tommen was beyond me, because there truly was no competition. The sheer volume of pride that roared to life inside of me, watching him take on his old friends and kick their asses, was scary. I was ridiculously wrapped up in this boy and found myself screaming and cheering for him on the sidelines, ignoring the death glares I received from Bella and her friends. I didn't care. I was so proud of him. By half-time, Tommen were up 48-3. 5 minutes before the end of the game, and it looked even worse for Royce, with Tommen securing 3 more tries in the second half. Everything was going Tommen's way until the final play of the game. With less than a minute to go, Johnny stripped one of Royce's forwards of the ball. It seemed to be his thing, delivering the final blow in the last minute of the game. With speed unmatched by anyone else on the pitch, Johnny ploughed down the field, chasing the last score of the game. It was a blur of moments that resulted in him grounding the ball seconds before a stampede of opposition players crushed him. The try was awarded, the team began to celebrate, but he wasn't getting back up. Claire's brother Hughie moved into position in front of the posts and quickly kicked the conversion over, securing the win, before rushing over to Johnny, who still wasn't getting up. "Claire," I croaked, gripping my friend's arm as I watched on in horror as our classmates and peers celebrated around us. "Is he moving?" Everyone from our school was cheering and clapping. The lads on the team were hugging each other in celebration, but Johnny was still slumped face down behind the try line. Hughie, along with several players from Royce College, were knelt beside him. One of them was waving his hand at the coaches on the sideline. Another one was roaring at the referee. Hughie was calling for Coach Mulcahy. "Claire," I repeated, panicked. "What's happening?" "I don't know," she strangled out, sounding equally panicked now. A swarm of black and white jerseys came running in the direction, then flocking their captain. I jumped up, my feet moving of their own accord, and pushed through the crowd. "Is he dead?" I screamed, hand still entwined in Claire's, who was following close behind me. "Oh my God, Claire, is he dead?" "No, no, no," she kept repeating, but she didn't sound sure. "Claire, I don't know, Shannon," she cried out. We didn't make it far, only getting to the edge of the pitch before being swallowed up in the throngs of other students. Jumping, I tried to see above their shoulders, but I was too short. Thinking fast, I dropped to my knees and peeked between their legs. Johnny was still on the ground, face down, unmoving. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted two men in yellow bibs run onto the pitch with a stretcher in tow. Time seemed to stand still then, as I watched them kneel beside Johnny and set to work on moving him onto the stretcher. The screaming and cheering had turned to hushed whispers as everyone watched on. My heart, that seemed to have been on pause in my chest for the last few minutes, slammed wildly against my ribcage when Johnny slowly sat up. His eyes were open, his chest was moving, and though he looked like he was in a great deal of pain, he was alive. He was shaking his head and pushing away all offers of being lifted onto the stretcher. I couldn't hear what was being said, but his lips were moving at a rapid rate as he continued to shake his head and bark something to the medics. Finally, the men gave up on trying to help him and backed away. The crowd, both Tommen supporters and Royce, began to clap as Johnny eventually got to his feet. His arms were slung over the shoulders of Hughie and Gibbsy, and his head was bowed as he limped off the pitch, as they practically carried him off the pitch. For a moment I just knelt there, on my hands and knees in the muddy grass, and breathed, allowing the tsunami of relief to wash over me as I watched him go. I didn't understand my reaction, and I didn't care. He was okay. He was all right. And I could finally breathe again.
Chapter 62. Time's up, lad. Johnny. This stops now, Johnny, Gibbsy hissed in my ear as he helped me out of the shower and onto the fold-up bed I'd spent the previous hour being poked, prodded, and stitched up on by the emergency doctor on the scene. "Can you keep your goddamn voice down?" I hissed, glancing at the door that separated us from the rest of the team. "I don't want anyone knowing." "Too fucking late for that," Gibbsy snapped. "You left a trail of blood from the clubhouse to the pitch." "Jesus," I strangled out, shaking. "This stops right fucking now, Johnny," he warned again as he pulled a pair of jocks up my thighs, careful not to upset the groin. "No more training," he growled, adjusting the waistband on my hips. "No more hiding from your pain." He stalked over to the bench and grabbed a towel. "No more lying." He wiped a streak of smeared blood off my thigh. "No fucking more." "I'll be fine," I strangled out, shaking from head to toe. "Fine?" Gibbsy spat, pausing mid-sentence to glare at me. "Oh yeah, Because you look fucking peachy right now. Bleeding your mini fucking Johnnies all over the bed. Stop. You're killing yourself. You do realise that, right? You do understand that you're putting your entire life on the line for a fucking green jersey that doesn't mean shit in the long run? Gibbs, stop, lad. I begged. I can't fucking hear this right now. Oh, you're going to hear it. I fucking can't hear this. I choked out, voice crackling. Okay, I can't. Look at yourself. Gibbsy demanded, jabbing a finger at my crotch. Look at the condition you're in. Blood was oozing from the gash in my leg where my stitches had been. That should have healed weeks ago, he hissed. It's March, Johnny. Fucking March. And you're walking around with your leg half open. He ripped me with his boot studs. I choked out. It could have happened to anyone. Yeah, well, he wouldn't have been able to rip you open like that if you had let your body heal the fuck up properly in the first place. Gibbsy roared in my face. You're weak. Your body's not healing. And you almost decapitated yourself. Groaning, I dropped my head back on the fold-up medical bed and released a pained sigh. It's not that bad. Not that bad? He practically screamed with a furious expression etched on his face. Lad, your leg looks like it's about 4 hours away from full-blown sepsemia. Gibbs. No, Johnny, he snapped, shaking his head. You heard what the doctor said. You heard how serious he said it could have been. I heard him, Gibbs, I croaked out, covering my face with my arm. Of course I heard what he said. How the fuck could I have missed it when he blew my world to pieces? Surgery. More fucking surgery. Immediately, which meant more time. Time that I didn't have to spare. It was over. The summer campaign, the under-20s. I could feel it slipping through my fingers. Everything was being taken from me. And I couldn't deal with it. Coach called Dennehy at the academy. Exhaling a ragged breath, he took a step back and held his hands up. And I've already called your mother. Jesus Christ, I strangled out, feeling tears filling my eyes. She's getting the next flight into Dublin, he added. Call your dad too. He's meeting us at the hospital. I shook my head, unable to cope with what I was hearing, unable to breathe through the absolute devastation ripping through me. You'll play again, Johnny, Gibbsy said in a calmer tone. It just won't be right now. Right now is when it matters, I strangled out. Right now is all that matters. No, lad, he corrected. Getting you healthy is all that matters. What am I going to do, Gibbs? I choked out, keeping my head over my face. Is my whole life? I heard him exhale heavily, and then his hand was on my shoulder. We'll figure it out, Johnny. He squeezed my arm. Just rest here for a bit, and let the meds kick in. The ambulance won't be much longer, lad. I don't want to go out there. I shook my head. I don't want them to see me. No one knows any details, he assured me. Just that you took a spill and got knocked out. Don't tell, I begged. Please, I can't. I won't, he promised.
Chapter 63. Oops, I did it again. Shannon. I had no rational explanation for why I had spent the last hour and a half standing outside the clubhouse in the pouring rain. I didn't want to think about it too much. My feelings were concerning me, but not as much as what was going on inside that changing room. I should have gone back to the bus with Claire and Lizzie and everyone else from our school, but I couldn't. I couldn't seem to get my feet to move in the direction of common sense. Instead, I waited, and I worried, and I desperately fought the urge to barge my way into the visitors' changing room. Skulking outside in the darkness, I watched as players from both Royce and Tommen filed out of the clubhouse, followed by coaches, Mr. Mulcahy, and the match doctor. No one seemed to notice me, and I wasn't surprised. All of those boys seemed at least a foot taller than me. That was until Gibbsy came out. "Hey, little Shannon," he said, noticing me immediately. "What are you doing standing out here in the rain?" "Oh, I wanted to... He was... And I..." Flapping my hands helplessly, I gave up and shrugged. "I was worried." "About Johnny?" My shoulders sagged, and I nodded in defeat. "Is it bad?" Gibbsy frowned, looking uncertain. "Come on, Gibbsy," I pleaded. "Just tell me." "He's fine, little Shannon. Don't lie to me," I strangled out. "Please." Exhaling a ragged breath, I continued, "I need to know." "He's in a bad way," he admitted quietly. "Depending on what the doctors say when he gets to the hospital, he's looking at some serious time out of the game." Exhaling heavily, he ran a hand through his hair. "Out for the final, for sure." "I don't want to know if he can play rugby or not," I squeezed out as a wave of guilt swallowed me up. "I want to know if he is okay. Him. Johnny. The person, not the fucking rugby player." Gibbsy tilted his head to one side, studying me with a curious look. "Well, aren't you a keeper?" he finally mused, tone low. "What?" "Never mind." Gibbsy shook his head and exhaled heavily. "I heard Coach calling around hotels to see if any place can put us up for the night." Grimacing, he added, "Reckons Johnny will be taken straight in for surgery tonight." Oh God. My heart sank. I knew he shouldn't play. I knew he was hurt. I knew it, and I did nothing. I should have said something to his mother. I should have said something to Coach. I knew he was playing injured. Like always, I did fucking nothing. "This is my fault," I choked out. "Because you knew?" Gibbsy whispered. I dropped my head in shame. "Then it's my fault too," he told me. "Go on in, little Shannon," he added, giving me a small smile. "He's in there alone, waiting for his ride in the Nina." Maybe I shouldn't." "You should," he interrupted me by saying. "I should?" I asked, uncertain. Gibbsy nodded. "You should." And without another word, he walked off in the direction of the car park towards the school bus. I stood there for another solid 5 minutes, trying to talk myself down from the ledge I was threatening to jump from. It didn't work. Nothing seemed to make sense anymore. Nothing except finding him. Trembling from head to toe, I took the plunge and hurried inside the building and down the concrete-floored corridor, not stopping until I was standing outside a white door with the word "Visitors" engraved on it. Inhaling a huge, steadying breath, I pushed the door inwards and stepped inside the empty dressing room, only to be immediately assaulted by the stench of deep heat. It was so potent that it caused my eyes to water. Steam was wafting from an archway that I presumed led to the shower area. Most changing rooms had the same layout: big room, white brick walls, wooden benches lining either side of the room, and showers situated at the back. "He's in the shower, you idiot! What are you doing?" "Get out." "Get out now!" Embarrassed, I swung around and bolted for the door, only to halt in my tracks when Johnny called out my name. "Shannon." Mortified, I swung round to face him. I strangled, forcing myself to breathe, even though it felt like my heart accelerated in my chest at the sight of him. Johnny had a towel slung over his shoulder, was gripping a metal crutch in his hand, and wore a pained expression on his face. He was once again wearing a pair of Calvin Kleins. Tonight's were black. "Hi," Johnny replied, distracting me from my dangerous thoughts. "What are you doing in here?" "I wanted to check on you," I blurted out, desperately trying not to stare at the way his stomach muscles contracted when he made his way over to the bench, putting all his weight on the crutch. I was worried. He was limping again, blatantly obvious now, and I was instantly alert. Alert and concerned. "I am worried," I muttered. "One of those assholes from Royce ripped me with his boot," Johnny grumbled. He sat down gingerly, resting the crutch beside him, and placed the towel over his right thigh. "Ripped you?" I choked out, horrified. "Oh, God!" Exhaling heavily, Johnny leaned back and rested his head against the tiled wall at his back. "Assholes." "You didn't get up, Johnny," I whispered, chewing on my lip. My gaze flicked to his thigh. "For a long time." "Passed out from the pain," he reluctantly admitted. "They're sending you to hospital," I offered, forcing myself to stay where I was and not run to him like I desperately wanted to. "For tests." "It's protocol, given the circumstances." Exhaling heavily, he leaned back and rested his head against the tiled wall at his back. "It's a fucking joke." "Liar. I know you're going to have surgery." "How bad is it, Johnny?" I forced myself to ask. He snapped his gaze on me, blue eyes full of heat. "I'm okay, Shannon." More lies. I could hear how much pain he was in from the way he was gritting his words as he spoke. He was hurting, and he was scared. "Are you sure?" I pressed. He looked at me, blue eyes full of heat. "Are you?" "I don't know," I shrugged helplessly. "I'm so scared for you." Johnny arched a brow at my response, and I flushed beetroot red. "I should leave you be." I clasped my hands together and swallowed deeply. "I'll, go wait on the bus." I turned round and hurried for the door. "Can you stay with me?" My feet stopped and my heart sped up. I turned back to look at him. "Huh?" "Please," Johnny croaked out. "I don't want to be on my own." My heart constricted tightly in my chest, making it hard to breathe. "I can go and get Gibbsy," I offered weakly. Johnny shook his head. "I only want you." I knew I should leave. I should walk out of this room and take my seat on the bus. It would be the right thing to do, the sensible thing, but I wouldn't, because I couldn't leave him. Clumsily, I moved towards him, not stopping until I was sitting down beside him. My brain was untrusting and wary, but my heart wasn't, and my body was more than happy to overcompensate for both. I was physically attracted to him, emotionally connected, and mentally terrified. It made for an awful battlefield of anguish inside of me. Concern for this boy was rampant inside of me. I didn't understand it, and in this moment I didn't care. The relief I felt when I stepped through that door and saw him alive and breathing was still overwhelming for me. I knew he was terrified over his prospects of playing rugby, but all I could think about was that he was in one piece. It was that overwhelming relief and concern flushing through my veins that provoked my next move. "It's okay," I promised, taking his big hand in mine. "You're going to be okay." Johnny stiffened, but he didn't pull his hand from mine. I didn't let go either. I just pulled his hand onto my lap and held on tightly. "I'm in pain, Shannon," he confessed, dropping his head. "I'm so fucking scared." "I know you are," I whispered, shifting closer, fingers touching with the urge I had inside of me to check the damage he was hiding beneath that towel. "Have they given you anything for the pain?" Johnny exhaled a ragged breath. "Yeah, the doc gave me a shot of something. A muscle relaxant, I think." "Is it helping?" He shook his head. "I bet you wish you hadn't wasted those ibuprofen on me now, huh?" I joked, trying to distract him from the obvious discomfort he was in. "They would have come in handy right about now." "A tranquilizer would be helpful." He shot back glumly, his big shoulders sagging. "Let me see you," I instructed softly. Keeping my right hand wrapped around his, I used my left to reach over and turn his chin. Those fuckers, I grumbled, eyeing the purple bruising on the side of his cheek, and that cut above his brow that was once again clotting. Your poor face. Johnny chuckled then. What's funny? I asked, thrilled to hear that sound come out of him. It's weird to hear you say fucker, he explained with a weary smile. I'm quite partial to cursing, you know, I told him, desperately trying to distract him from his pain. No, you're not, he replied gruffly, too clever for his own good. You're just saying that to distract me. Is it working? He nodded stiffly. Don't stop. Racking my brain for something to say, I let my gaze roam over him, absorbing every groove and hard edge until settling on the hand wrapped in mine. His hand was big and masculine, his knuckles an odd shape from what I presumed was years' worth of rough housing. His fingers were long, his nails were cut short, and he had a long scar running across the back of his left hand. I raised a brow at that. Grazing my fingertips over the jagged line on the back of his hand, I asked, What happened here? Boot studs, he explained, staring down at our joined hands. Illegal hand stamp in a ruck during a club semi-final 2 years ago, resulting in 7 stitches and a tetanus. I winced. Ouch! He expelled a harsh breath. Yeah. Have you more? I've a few, he replied, eyeing me curiously. Can I see? Johnny watched me for a long moment before nodding slowly. If you want to. I do, I replied, wanting to keep his mind occupied while he waited for the ambulance to come. I've broken this more times than I can remember, Johnny told me, pointing to his nose. The worst was last summer. He grimaced before adding, They had to file the bone and re-break it to set it back in place. My eyes widened. Back into place? Yeah, he smirked. I was walking around the place with my nose touching my cheek. God, I groaned, stomach turning. That's barbaric. That's rugby, he laughed, and then grunted loudly, flinching in pain. What else? I hurried to ask. Releasing a pained sigh, Johnny gave me a detailed rundown on his appendix bursting when he was 13, and then his stomach turning inside out when he was in recovery, resulting in another procedure before treating me to an up-close and personal interaction with his belly scar. Belly was a stupid word to use when describing him. It was too soft, too innocent a term to describe what he possessed. Boys had bellies. It was quite clear that Johnny was no longer a boy. Those abs and that dark trail of hair under his navel attributed to that. Johnny leaned forward then and pointed to a disgusting-looking piece of frayed skin above his right knee. This one put me on my ass for an entire summer. What happened? I squeaked. Rugby? For once, no. This one happened off the pitch when I was 10, he replied. A few of the older lads at my school dared me to jump off the cliff at Sanders Point. Sanders Point? It's a 50-foot diving spot we used to hang around at back home, Johnny explained. I was a mad little bastard back then, taking on the big lads, thinking I was the incredible fucking Hulk. He shook his head and smiled fondly. Turns out I wasn't, and I have the x-rays and a week in the hospital to prove it. Jesus, I strangled out. You were only 10. You could have died. I'm bigger now. He smiled sadly. Harder to break. Yes. I squeezed his hand tightly. You are? Johnny showed me several more of his battle wounds, chuckling every time I groaned or gagged. The conversation seemed to be distracting him from his pain, and I was glad. His shoulders weren't nearly so tense anymore, and the more we talked, the more the stiffness in his frame evaporated. Oh, and I fractured my cheekbone when I was 14. Johnny leaned his face close to mine. See there. He pointed to a frail, silvery line across the high point of his left cheek. You can hardly see it now, but that hurt like a bitch. Oh, yeah, I mused, inspecting the thin scar. I never noticed that before now. I flicked my eyes to his eyebrow. Unable to stop myself, I reached up and trailed my thumb over his brow again. Why does this always bleed?
Hasn't had a chance to heal up.
He explained, keeping perfectly still while I touched him inappropriately.
It'll close up properly once the season's over.
Oh, I whispered, searching his face for more hidden battle wounds. When my eyes reached his again, I found him watching me, his dark blue eyes heated and locked on mine. The player from Roy's hurt you there? I inclined my head to where the towel was draped over his thigh. That's why you passed out? Johnny reluctantly nodded. Can I see it? I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. He tensed. Please? He shook his head slowly.
Shannon, I don't think that's a good idea.
Please, I repeated, eyeing him nervously. I already know it's there, and you've shown me the others.
It's bad, Shannon, he replied gruffly. Believe me, you do not want to see it.
You can trust me, I whispered. I won't tell. Johnny stared at me for the longest moment, eyes locked on mine, before exhaling heavily. Shoulders slumped, he dropped his hands to his sides, but made no move to show me. Can I asked. He closed his eyes and nodded stiffly. He was giving me the reins, I realized, to do what I wished. Shakily, I lifted the towel away and stared down at what looked like a recently sewn scar on his inner right thigh. His thigh was swollen, purple in colour, and the angry-looking weeping scar was partially concealed by the fabric of his boxers. Oh, God, Johnny! I strangled out, sliding off the bench and onto the floor to get a better look at it.
Don't hurt me,
he warned in an achingly vulnerable tone. I won't, I promised as I knelt between his legs and waited for him to give me the go-ahead. Nodding stiffly, Johnny leaned his head back and closed his eyes, jaw clenched tightly. Gently, I reached for the hem of the leg of his boxer shorts and carefully lifted the fabric away from his flesh, only to gasp at the sight. His thigh was hairy with the exception of a 6-inch patch of skin. And that particular 6-inch patch of skin was swollen, angry-looking, and a horrendous brownish yellow in colour. It's oozing, I whispered, smoothing my fingers over the bumpy, uneven trail where they'd stitched him back up. The fragile, barely healed stitches had clearly been ripped apart by the boot of the Royce player who had connected with his groin. The pus leaking from the wound was a reddish-yellow colour. Johnny, this is bad. I know, he bit out, eyes still clenched shut. Doc told me. Gently I traced the scar and surrounding bruising with my fingers. Does it hurt when I touch you like this?
It hurts,
he replied, tone hoarse. Exhaling a heavy breath, I stroked his thigh and fought the urge to press a kiss to his cut.
For an entirely different reason, he croaked out.
And that's when I noticed what I was doing. What I had been doing for the last minute or so. I was sitting on my knees between his legs, stroking his inner thigh, trying to soothe his ache away. My eyes flicked to the danger zone and my mouth ran dry. So that's why people refer to it as pitching a tent. I wasn't sure that statement applied to this particular breed of teenage boy, because Johnny wasn't just pitching a tent in those jocks. He was pitching a marquee. Releasing a low groan, he pushed my hand away and moved to close his thighs, but I stopped him. I stopped him. No, I mumbled, voice breathy and soft. I could feel the heat of his stare on my face. He moved to close his legs again, and I shook my head. His eyes were open again, his pupils were dark and dilated.
What are you doing?
He whispered, biting down on his swollen bottom lip. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was thinking. I couldn't speak. I could barely breathe. I was losing my mind right here on my knees in the middle of a changing room in Dublin, and it was all his fault. A temporary slip in sanity caused me to lean forward and press a kiss to his thigh. The sound that tore from Johnny's chest was a pained, guttural groan.
Shannon, please.
I kissed him again.
Fuck,
he grunted, legs shaking now.
I can't.
The third time I kissed him, he fisted my hair and pulled my face to his. "Shannon," Johnny groaned, sounding both pained and breathless as he gently pressed his forehead to mine. "We can't." I silenced whatever he was about to say by putting my lips on his. And just like before, he turned to stone. "I'm sorry," I strangled out, pulling back. "I did it again." "It's okay," he told me, breathing hard just like before. "No, no, no," I strangled out as I scrambled to my feet and lunged for the door. "You're injured. You're waiting to go to hospital, for Christ's sakes. And I just... Oh, God, I am so sorry." "Shannon, wait!" Johnny called out as he scrambled for his crutch. "Wait!" I didn't wait. Instead, I did what I should have done earlier. I hightailed it away from Johnny Kavanagh. Hurrying over to the door, I yanked it open. It opened about 4 inches before slamming shut again. The palm pressed against it, the reason, no doubt. "Wait," he commanded, standing so close to me that I could feel his chest rising and falling against my neck. With my heart hammering in my chest, I swung around and stared up at Johnny as he caged me in with his big body. "I'm so sorry," I whispered, unable to tear my eyes off his. I... Shaking my head, I exhaled a ragged breath and whispered, "I shouldn't have done that." He shook his head and used his crutch to step closer, pressing his body flush against mine. "Me too," he replied gruffly, gaze flickering from my eyes to my mouth. "Why are you sorry?" I breathed, trembling from head to toe. He cupped my cheek with his free hand and tilted my chin up. "Because I shouldn't do this," he whispered. And then he kissed me. The moment his lips crushed against mine, a fierce blast of heat coursed through my body, igniting a delicious, burning ache in my belly. Unable to think straight, let alone breathe, I did the only thing I could do given the circumstance. I reached up and grabbed his forearms and kissed him back. This was my first real kiss, minus the disaster in his bedroom, and I had no idea what I was doing. I only knew that I never wanted him to stop. When I felt one of his hands trail down my arm and settle on my hip, I lost it. I completely and utterly took leave of my senses. Shivering uncontrollably, I let my back sag against the doorframe as my hips thrust closer to him. I was drowning in my feelings as they crashed through me like a wrecking ball. The more he kissed me, the more my body trembled uncontrollably. The more I sought. I moaned into his mouth when I felt the tip of his tongue trace against my bottom lip. Realizing he was waiting for me to open my mouth for him, I parted my lips and held my breath when I felt his tongue slip inside my mouth. Gently, he touched his tongue against mine in slow, patient strokes. Oh, God! Oh, sweet baby Jesus! I was kissing Johnny Kavanagh. Johnny Kavanagh was kissing me back. He had his tongue in my mouth, his hand in my hair, and my heart in his pocket. This was everything I had never expected, and more. Uncertain, I tentatively snaked my tongue out and stroked his. Johnny rewarded me with a low, approving growl that came from somewhere deep within his chest. Trembling, I wrapped my arms around his waist and tugged him closer to me, unsure of what I was doing, but knowing that my body needed more. My confidence grew with every brush of our lips, with every massaging duel of our tongues, until I was purring in his arms, rocking my body against him impatiently as we moved clumsily to the closest bench. How was this happening? Why was this happening? I didn't know. And I didn't care. Johnny staggered backwards and sank down hard on the wooden bench. The impact caused a grunt of pain to rip from his chest, but he never took his lips off mine as he tossed his crutch away and pulled me between his legs. His hands moved from my face to my waist, clamping down hard, and the move caused a moan to tear from my throat. He responded to my small gasp of surprised pleasure with a low growl of approval of his own. "Are you okay?" I breathed against his lips as I held on to his shoulders. "Just keep kissing me," He strangled out, "I want you so much." I shivered violently. "You do?" "So fucking much." He groaned against my lips, and then his hands were on my thighs, his fingers hiking my fitted skirt up to pull at my hips before pulling me down on his lap, encouraging me to straddle him. Conscious of his injury, I hitched one thigh on either side of him and hovered over his lap, keeping my weight off him, as I cupped his beautiful face between my small hands and kissed him back with everything I had in me. Johnny shivered into my touch, but I didn't pull back. I couldn't help myself. I wanted to touch his face. I wanted to touch him everywhere. "Am I doing it right?" I breathed against his lips, feeling achingly aware of my inexperience. "More than right," he assured me, claiming my mouth once again. "This is my first kiss," I moaned against his lips. "You're fucking perfect," he assured me, filling my mouth with his hot tongue. Falling back into a deep, drugging kiss, I allowed myself to relax and absorb the sensations jolting through me. He felt so good. His lips were so soft. His body was so hard. He smelled so nice. He tasted so sweet. I was drowning in feelings. Unable to stop myself, I snaked a hand through his wet hair and tugged. He rewarded my bravery with a low growl as he clamped his hands on my hips and dragged me down on his lap at the same time he thrust his hips upwards. Gasping into his mouth, I went willingly, too consumed in the intoxicatingly delicious feel of his body pressed against mine to contemplate that this could be hurting him. He was clearly enjoying this. I could feel his enjoyment as he strained against me. Nestling between my legs, Johnny didn't push for more. Instead, he continued to kiss me with hot, swiping flicks of his tongue, ruining me with his mouth alone. He was making me hot and achy all over. Losing the run of myself and chasing pressure, I mewled into his mouth and sank down hard on his lap. Johnny grunted into my mouth and I froze, suddenly aware of his injury. "Am I hurting you?" I asked against his lip. "Only if you stop." He knotted his hand in the back of my hair and deepened the kiss. "I think I'm in love with you. I think I'm falling. Please don't hurt me. Please don't ever hurt me." My mind was racing with crazed, lust-induced thoughts all directed at Johnny. I couldn't seem to stop myself from falling over the edge of emotional suicide. I was starving for him, ravenous. I needed this boy. I was desperate for him. I ached and I yearned, and I admitted that now, with an open mind and a vulnerable heart. The more I rocked against him, the more he encouraged me to move, pulling on my hips, grinding our bodies together. I was so caught up in our kiss that I didn't hear the changing room door open and close, and I was only vaguely aware of someone clearing their throat. It was only when Coach Mulcahy said, "I see you're feeling better," that reality came crushing down on me with a tremendous bang. "Fuck," Johnny groaned into my mouth. Startled, I broke the kiss and tried to scramble off Johnny's lap. Tried, being the appropriate word, because Johnny caught a hold of my hand and pulled me back to him. When he reached down and adjusted my skirt, pushing it back down, I almost died on the mortal spot. "Inappropriate behaviour on school grounds, Kavanagh," Coach Mulcahy snapped, casting glaring looks at both of us. "What the hell is wrong with you?" My gaze landed on the two amused-looking paramedics standing behind Coach, and I whimpered loudly. "We're not on school grounds, sir," Johnny replied calmly as he pulled me down to sit beside him. "You're on school time," Coach barked. "Actually, we're not," Johnny countered, taking my hand in his. I was incredibly grateful for his touch in this moment. It was grounding and steadying and stopped me from anxious puking, something I was known for doing. "It's 9:30 at night," Johnny added with a shrug. "Well past school hours." "It's inappropriate behaviour," Coach bellowed, turning a furious glare on us. "Don't give me technicalities. You're both under 18. Clearly furious, he added, "I'll have to report this to Mr. Toomey and your parents." "Oh,
God, I strangled out, panicked. Please don't tell. A kiss? Johnny sneered, tightening his hold on my trembling hand. You're going to report a fucking kiss. He laughed humorlessly. Take a walk down the aisle of that bus coach. Pretty sure you'll find worse than kissing going on. You are a minor student who was alone with a fellow minor student in a dressing room, the teacher replied hotly. In an extreme compromising position? The coach turned to me then. Is that the kind of reputation you want starting off at Tommen, Miss Lynch? He demanded. Do you want to be one of those girls? Tears pricked my eyes, and I quickly shook my head. Hey, don't talk to her like that, Johnny snapped, leaning forward, shielding me from Mr. Mulcahy's view. Come on, Johnny, Coach grumbled impatiently. Think about how this looks. I don't give a fuck how it looks, Johnny snarled. He jerked to his feet, only to quickly stagger backwards and collapse on the bench with a pained grunt. You don't talk about her like that, he bit out, nostrils flaring. No one talks about her like that. Look at yourself, Coach demanded, pointing to Johnny's lower half. Look at the condition you're in. Johnny didn't look, but I did. I looked and let out a strangled gasp at the sight. Blood was oozing from where the Royce player had ripped him open with his boot studs. Johnny, I croaked out, reaching for his hand again. Oh God, his hand was shaking. I turned to look at him. Johnny's entire body was shaking. His face was contorted in pain. He was rattling from head to toe. You're injured, kid, Coach snapped. Do you hear me? Your body is falling apart and you're in here doing the fucking eat it with the girl. All right, everybody just calm down, a male paramedic ordered as he marched over to Johnny and knelt in front of him. What have we got here, son? I already told the doctor, Johnny bit out, shaking violently now. Humour me, the paramedic replied. Torn it, doctor. Exhaling a ragged breath, Johnny slumped back and closed his eyes. I had surgery on the 20th of December, he explained, sounding thoroughly defeated. It hasn't healed. Because he hasn't given his body a chance to heal? Coach interjected. His teammate and friend told me that this has been an ongoing issue he's been hiding from us. Like you give a shite, Johnny snarled, eyes flashing with fury. You have your trophies and your final secured, don't you? Of course I give a shit, you little bollocks, Coach snapped. I give lots of shits about you. The why is beyond me. We had a report that you were knocked unconscious for several minutes during a rugby match, the other paramedic asked, taking down notes. From pain, Johnny admitted gruffly. There's no head injury. Yet, Coach bit out. There's time for that, yet. Fucking try it, Johnny grumbled dejectedly. His head lulled slightly and he snapped his head back, still trembling. Hey, it's okay, I whispered, cupping his face to steady him. You're okay. He shook his head again, eyes looking slightly glazed before finding focus on my face. I'm sorry, he croaked out, voice slurring a little. For what? For not. He closed his eyes and exhaled a pained groan. Kissing you back that night. Don't worry about it, I whispered, clutching his face with my hands. Don't even think about it right now, okay? I wanted to. He grunted, clenching his eyes shut as a huge shiver rolled through his body. I promise. Johnny, it's okay, I croaked out, blinking the tears away. He looked like he was in so much pain I could hardly take it. He needs everything checked over, Coach barked then, tone laced with concern. Blood work, x-rays, scans, whatever he tells you, ignore it. He's a gobby little shit who won't tell you when there's a problem. Understood, the female paramedic with the clipboard mused. He's under contract with the Irish Rugby Academy, Coach added, scrubbing his face with his hand. All of his notes are in Cork, but he needs to be wrapped in cotton wool. Understood, the male paramedic replied. Turning to Johnny, he winked. You're not the first academy pup I've treated. Maybe your girlfriend can step outside, Johnny, the female paramedic suggested.
Johnny's response to her request was to tighten his hold on my hand. God, he was shaking so bad, my whole body was vibrating from the contact. Yes. Coach nodded and turned his attention to me. Miss Lynch, I suggest you go take your seat on the bus, Coach barked, dismissing me. Are you okay? I asked, turning to look at Johnny. He didn't look okay. He looked like a cornered animal, wounded and desperate. I stared at him for the longest moment, blue eyes churning with anxiety, before nodding in resignation and releasing my hand. I can stay, I whispered, unsure whether leaving him was the right thing to do, or wait outside. It didn't feel okay or right to leave him. It all felt wrong, actually. I'll be okay, Johnny told me, giving me a wink before grunting in pain when the paramedic prodded his thigh. Fuck! Out, Miss Lynch, Coach barked, pushing me towards the door. Can I go with him? I heard myself ask. Please. You can go back to the bus like I told you, he ordered. Now, out! Shame, guilt and responsibility filled my body as I moved for the door. Bye, Johnny, I whispered, hovering in the doorway, fighting back the urge to run back to him. His pain-filled eyes landed on mine. Bye, Shannon. I love you. I am so in love with you. Please be okay. Chapter 64. Waiting Game. Shannon. Shan, Claire whispered in my ear. Are you still awake? I'm awake, I croaked out as I lay on my side, completely motionless, and stared out the window at the city lights of the capital. I hadn't moved from this exact position since being thrust into the hotel room with Claire, Lizzie, Shelley, and Helen several hours ago, and told to stay put by frazzled Mrs. Moore. The girls had long since fallen asleep, with Lizzie in the single bed next to ours, and Shelley and Helen in the double bed on the opposite side of the room. Not me, though. I hadn't closed an eye. I was drowning in my concern. Every once in a while I checked the time on the analog clock on the nightstand. 05:38 was its most recent reading. Johnny was out there somewhere, lying in one of those big, lit-up hospitals, having God knows what done to his body. I didn't know what was happening. No one would tell me anything. I didn't have his phone number, and even if I had, I didn't have a phone to use. My heart was frozen in my chest. Fear unlike any I had experienced before was battering me. I was terrified for him. Do you think he's out of surgery by now? Claire asked. I shrugged a shoulder, feeling numb to the bone. Shifting onto her side in the tiny single bed we were sharing, Claire wrapped her arm around me. They were taking him in around midnight. Wasn't that what Jared said? Again, I shrugged helplessly. I had no idea. He's going to be okay, Shan, she whispered, squeezing me tightly. I'm sure of it. I feel like I can't breathe, I confessed as teardrop after teardrop fell from my eyelashes. Claire, I'm so scared for him, and my body is frozen. That's understandable, she replied, rubbing my arm soothingly. Is it? I strangled out, fighting back the urge to scream. Because I have no idea why I feel like I'm dying right now. Sniffling, I inhaled several shaky breaths, desperate to get my emotions under control. I have never been so scared in my whole life. Shan, Claire sighed softly, you're feeling like this because you care about Johnny. Nodding, I clenched my eyes shut and tensed my body to stop the tremors from racking through me. And maybe because you love him? Exhaling a ragged breath, I rolled onto my back and turned my face to look at my best friend. I'm so in love with him, Claire, I confessed, and then I burst into tears. I love him so much that the thought of him not being okay is killing me. Does Johnny know how you feel? I shook my head and cried harder. I shouldn't have left him, I sobbed. I should have stayed with him. You couldn't, she said in a gentle tone. Mr. Mulcahy would have never allowed you. He looked so scared, Claire. I strangled out as my body racked with sobs. He didn't see him. He was so scared. And then they took him away in that ambulance. I watched him go. I watched them take him away. And now I don't know where he is or if he's alone. It's okay, she coaxed, wrapping me up in her arms. Shh, it's okay. Everything's going to be okay. What if something happens to him? I sobbed, clutching her for dear life. What if something goes wrong in theatre? No, she interrupted, her voice a stern whisper. He's going to be fine. A soft knock on the door startled me and caused both of us to spring up on the bed. My eyes darted to the 3 sleeping girls and then back to Claire. She stared back at me wide-eyed. Girls! A familiar, muffled voice came from the other side of the hotel room door. Let me in! Claire held a hand up, motioning for me to stay where I was before sliding off the bed and tiptoeing across the room. Gerard, she whispered, pressing her ear to the door. Yeah, it's me, babe. Gibbsie's voice came from the other side. Thank God. Scrambling off the bed, I hurried to the door just as Claire pulled it open. We both winced when the hallway light almost blinded us both. Hey, Gibbsie acknowledged as he stood in the doorway wrapped in a coat and beanie cap. Thought you'd be up. What's happening? Claire quickly asked him. Have you heard anything? Is Johnny okay? I demanded. Is he out of surgery yet? Were you talking to his parents? Claire asked. Is his man with him? Is he okay? I repeated, voice rising. One at a time, girls, Christ! Gibbsie muttered as he stepped back into the hallway and gestured for us to follow him. We both went without hesitation. I just got off the phone from his dad, Gibbsie stated as he leaned against the wall, looking pale and confused. This goes no further than 3 of us, he added, casting us both warning glances. That clear? We both nodded. Gibbsie in turn nodded wearily. He's out of surgery. Everything went fine, he quickly added, looking at me. Your boy's all right, little Shannon. Take a breath. Thank God, I breathed, pressing my hand to my chest. The relief that flooded my body was so strong that I had to take a couple of steps back and lean against the opposite wall. When they opened him up, they found a huge-ass adhesion from where they operated on his adductor Christmas, he explained. Apparently it was pretty bad. How bad? I whispered, panicking again. Gibbsie grimaced. According to his dad, it was blocking Johnny's sperm cord or some horrific fucking catastrophe like that. Shuddering, he added, could have seriously damaged his chances of having a family further down the line. That's what was causing him all that pain, I croaked out, devastated to think that he was in so much agony. Oh, God! Not just that, Gibbsie said with a sigh. He has a bad infection in the leg, and John Sr. said they had to perform something called concomitant surgery because Johnny had something called an athletic pubalgia they didn't spot in his last tests and scans. What the hell is that? Claire gasped. Fuck knows, babe, Gibbsie told her. I'm no doctor, and I've not one iota of what the fuck any of that means. But whatever it is, it was crippling him. It's a sports hernia, I whispered, remembered reading about it once in an article at school. That's pretty bad, right? Claire asked. It's excruciating, I choked out, paling at the thought of how much pain Johnny had to have been enduring these past few months. He must have been in so much pain playing with that kind of injury. Gibbsie nodded grimly. The doctors told his father that they don't know how he walked around with the pain, let alone continue to play rugby. Is he awake? Claire asked with a hopeful expression. Gibbsie shook his head. Nah, he's still in recovery. They have him dosed to the high heavens, so he'll be out for the count for another bit. Are you going to see him? I asked. Hell fucking yes, I'm going to see him, Gibbsie grumbled. And you're coming with me? Me? Yes. You, little Shannon, Gibbsie replied. He'll want to see you. He will? He nodded. Go get your clothes on. I'll call a taxi. What about Mr. Mulcahy? Claire added, whirring her lip. He and Mrs. Moore said we're not allowed to leave our rooms. Coach can kiss my lily-white ass,
Gibbsy shot back without hesitation. That's my best friend lying in a hospital bed, babe. But Jared, it's only 6 in the morning, Claire added, sounding concerned. And I don't want you to get into trouble. She paused to look at me. Either of you. In the words of the late, great Freddie Mercury, don't stop me now, he told her. Just go back to bed and I'll text you in a bit. Shannon, don't go. Claire turned to me and said, eyes filled with concern, if you get caught and they tell your father. I'm going, I croaked out, stopping her before she could finish that sentence. I knew what would happen. I also knew that it would happen regardless. I was here in Dublin when I was supposed to be at home. He was going to kill me anyway. I had to go. Hurrying back into the room, I threw my uniform back on, not easy in the dark and with sleeping roommates, and then quickly rushed back out of the hallway to where Claire was still standing with Gibbsy. You take care of her, Jared Gibson, do you hear me? She was hissing. Don't leave her on her own at any time for any reason. And if you get caught, then you take the rap, okay? I don't care what you have to do, but you figure something out so she doesn't get blamed for this. Little Shannon, Gibbsy announced, nudging Claire's shoulder to alert her to the fact that I was back and could hear them. Hi, I breathed, smoothing down my coat. Ready for a jailbreak? He added with a grin. I looked to Claire, who was wearing her lip and shaking her head before turning back to Gibbsy. Forcing the image of my father's face from my mind, I exhaled a ragged breath and nodded. I'm ready.
Chapter 65. Find the girl. Johnny. When I opened my eyes, it was to a dark room in the sound of beeping monitors. Unsure of where the fuck I was, I automatically began to panic and tear at the wires strapped to my chest and arms. There was some stuck up my nose too, and I smacked at them, trying to break free. My hands felt strange, like they didn't belong to me. My head felt the same. My eyeballs were rolling around in my head of their own accord. Seriously, I couldn't get a handle of them. I tried to focus. I tried real hard to make sense of my surroundings, but my eyes kept fluttering and the room was spinning. Was I stoned? Did Gibbsy get me high? That bastard. Johnny, it's okay, son. My father's voice came from close by. Don't be pulling at your IV. You'll hurt yourself. Dad, I'm right here, son. The sound of a chair scraping off the tiles filled my ears. Dad! I croaked out, calming when I felt his warm hand over mine. Where am I? I couldn't see him, but I knew he was close. His voice was right there by my ear, making me feel safe. His hand touched my forehead, brushing my hair back, just like he used to when I was small. You're in the recovery room, son. Jesus Christ, I was. I could just about remember the ambulance ride to the hospital. Everything was so blurry and painless. I had no pain, nothing. You had surgery, son, my father explained. Fuck, I croaked out. Is my dick still there? It's still there. Dad chuckled softly. And my balls? Also there, he mused. And all in working order. I exhaled a ragged breath. Thank Jesus. Do you remember the match last night? He asked. You were in a bad way, son. I remember the girl, I slared. Why is everything dark? Because you're supposed to be sleeping, my father told me. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Still dark outside. So no lights anywhere? I asked, confused. They're all gone. I heard his quiet laugh. No lights for another few hours, Johnny. You're sure my dick's still there? I kicked my feet, but they weren't being cooperative. I really like my dick, Dad. I'd cry if it's gone. Most lads like that part of their anatomy, Johnny. Dad chuckled. They promise it's still there. Check it for me, I mumbled, feeling woozy as fuck, just to make sure. I heard my father sigh heavily and then felt the covers being lifted from my body. All there, boyo, he assured me before tucking the covers around me once more. It's not working anymore, Dad, I groaned, feeling a huge surge of devastation fill my body. I broke it. The doctor's fixed it, he coaxed. It's back in working order again. Can I pull my dick again? Yes, Johnny, he laughed. In a few weeks, you can pull it to your heart's content. My head's all hazy, Dad, I slared. Everything's warm and tingly, and I feel groggy as balls. It's the medication, Johnny. It's making you drowsy, he told me. I'll go back to sleep and you'll feel better in a while. How's he doing? An unfamiliar voice asked, bringing with it a small flash of light and the sound of a door clicking. Talking out of his arse, my father told the voice. Ah, that'll be the morphine, the voice mused, coming closer. Try and get him to sleep. I'll be back in an hour to do his obs. Dad, there's a girl, I announced when the door clicked again. I know, Johnny, Dad said calmly. That was your nurse. No, I slared, shaking my head. There's a girl, Dad, a girl. Where, son? There's a girl on the bus, I slared. I need you to find her for me. There's no girl, pet, Dad coaxed. There's no bus neither. You're jacked up in morphine. Oh, fuck, I groaned. Am I dying or something? No, Johnny, love. You're not dying. Thank fuck, I groaned. 'Cause I want to see that girl again. Okay, Johnny. Just relax, buddy. No, Dad, I'm serious, I slared. I think I love that girl. Well, who is this girl? She's a river. I sighed and closed my eyes. I'm keeping her, Dad. Okay, son, he coaxed. You keep that girl. She makes my heart go like, whoa! Is that right? He mused. So bad, Dad, I sighed. Boom, boom, fucking boom. I shook my head. All the time. Is he awake? My mother's voice filled my ears, followed by another flash of light and the sound of another door clicking. He's something all right, Dad chuckled. Johnny, love, it's Mam. Ma? I slared, feeling her hand touch my cheek. Don't be pissed. I'm beyond pissed, she sobbed. You could have died. She crying, Dad? I slared, slapping at something touching my nose. It's because I had sex. Smirking, I added, a lot of sex. I laughed at myself, but it sounded funny. Just kidding, Ma. No pussy for me. Adele, love, he's high as a kite, I heard my father say. He won't remember a word of this. Best way to give him the talk until he comes round properly. The talk? I groaned loudly. Oh, the fucking talks. Johnny, love, sex is a beautiful thing, I slared, when it's between two fucking blahs. Mam laughed. So you do listen to me. Ma, I exclaimed. You know the girl. What girl, love? My girl. I slapped a hand against my nose, itching the scratch or scratching the itch. I didn't know about anything anymore, but I felt fucking great. See that? Slapped my chest. Boom, fucking boom, boom. What's he talking about, John? God only knows, my father replied, sounding thoroughly amused. But it's the best entertainment I've had in years. My dick works again, Ma. I chuckled slared. Dad checked my balls are all there too. Oh, Jesus, Mam muttered. It's okay, I cooed, mashing my lips together. She's 16 now, and I slapped my forehead. 17. What are you talking about, Johnny? The fractions, Ma, I groaned. They're closing in. Fractions of what, love? Not too much longer to wait, I sighed. Thank fuck, 'cause I'm in love. You're in love? I nodded happily. And she's a river. Well, that's lovely, pet, Mam coaxed, sounding confused. Good boy. I'm going to sail my boat down the river, I snickered. My dick boat. Can you knock him out again? Ma grumbled. He's going to give me a stroke with all this talk. It's okay, Ma, I coaxed. I'm going to keep her too. Make all my babies with her because my balls work, and my dad says I can pull my dick again. Hoo-hoo-hoo! John, Mam gasped. What have you been telling our son? Dad laughed. He's 17, Adele. It's the first thing he's going to ask about after the surgery like that. Oh, dear Jesus, Mam groaned. And I'm going to buy her a ring, and a dog, and a sailboat, and I'm going to look at her tits because I can. I sighed content. She's got the best tits there. Knock, knock, a familiar voice called out, followed by more light and more doors clicking. Who's the patient? Jared, Mam sighed happily. Gibbs, I called out, searching the room for my best friend and coming up empty. Gibbs, man, the fuck kind of drugs did you slip me? He's very high right now, Gibbs, Dad explained. Don't take any notice of what he's saying. Is that right? Gibbsy chuckled. Hey, buddy, how's it going? They fixed my dick, Gibbs. With a great deal of effort, I managed to hold a thumb up and wave my hand around aimlessly. Happy days. Gibbsy cheered, catching a hold of my hand. Best news I've heard all year. He squeezed my hand. You know what that means, don't you? Shifting jackets, I slared. Exactly, Gibbsy chuckled. Soon as you're back on your feet, I'll have you out on those tiles. Boys, Mam chastised. Jared, don't encourage him. You get it, Gibbs? I slared happily. You get me. I get you, buddy, he coaxed, squeezing my hand. Shouldn't he be out still? He should, my father replied, sounding amused. But the lad is as strong as an ox. I'm a bull, I slared. Gibbsy snickered. You're a bull? I nodded. With big balls. Gibbsy laughed. Big working balls. I'm going to use that lube, Gibbs, I croaked out, twisting around to find him. Hey, where'd you go? I'm right here, he told me, patting my head, and I'll buy you a big basket of it once you're home. You're my best friend, I told him, but he looked like a pillow. I love your big rugby ball head. Mam groaned. Oh, Johnny. Listen, Gibbsy said in a serious tone. I brought a friend to see him. You're my friend, I replied with a sigh. My favourite fucked up friend. I know I am, bud, Gibbsy coaxed, squeezing my hand. And you're mine. A friend? Mam questioned. Yeah, she's right outside. You found her, Gibbs? I exclaimed. Thank fuck. I thought I lost her. I did, buddy, Gibbsy chuckled softly. I brought Shannon back to you. Shannon, like the river? I sighed contentedly. Shannon Lynch, Mam exclaimed. That's who he's been rambling on about. Oh, yeah, Gibbsy mused. What happened to being friends, Johnny? Mam asked. I lied, I snickered. I've been lying all along. Oh, Johnny, Mam sighed. You never had to lie, baby. I like the girl. She's mine, I grumbled. You can't have her. Gibbsy laughed loudly. Everyone knows that, Cap. Twisting my head, I tried to find my father. Dad! I'm still right here. Dad assured me, squeezing my right hand. She's the one, I whispered, trying to eyeball him in the darkness. With perfect tits. You saw her tits? Gibbsy asked. I nodded happily. Yep. When? When she was playing with my calculator. I slurred. I love her, Gibbs. So much. Balls much. I know you do, Gibbsy mused, patting my shoulder. Bulldozer. I shrugged. And I'm not even sorry. Jared, maybe you shouldn't bring Shannon in here, Mam said, sounding concerned. He's partial to say anything right now. No, 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 I grumbled, not feeling happy now. I want to see her. Johnny, love, she can come visit when you're more yourself. Shannon! I roared, calling out her name at the top of my lungs. Shannon! Let the girl in, Adele. Dad mused. He's going to scream the place down like a toddler otherwise. Shannon! Oh, Jesus, fine, Mam muttered. You better behave yourself, Jonathan. The sound of high heels clicking on the tiles filled my ears, and then I was blinded in the light. A few moments passed by in hushed whispers, and then I heard those two words. Hi, Johnny. Boom, boom, fucking boom, da! I groaned, slapping a hand against my chest. I'm done for.
Chapter 66. I won't leave you. Shannon.
Shannon, love, Mrs. Kavanagh acknowledged when she stepped out of Johnny's hospital room and found me skulking in the corridor. It's lovely to see you again. Hi, Mrs. Kavanagh, I croaked out, feeling incredibly uncertain. I'd been lurking around outside Johnny's room for over 10 minutes, forcing myself not to push my way through the door. I knew his parents were in there, and that should have terrified me, but it didn't, because I needed to see that boy more than I needed to be afraid. Pushing off the wall, I clasped my hands together and asked, Is Johnny okay? Well, she said, worrying her lip, he's a little off form right now, love. Oh, God. Concern burst to life inside of me. Can I see him? I forced myself to be brave and ask. Mrs. Kavanagh frowned. Please, I'll be really quick, I begged, hoping his mother would take mercy on my fragile heart. I just need to see him. I need to check that he's okay. With a heavy sigh, Mrs. Kavanagh nodded and gestured for me to go inside. On unsteady feet, I walked into the room, illuminated only from the lights of the city shining in from the other side of the window pane. My eyes immediately darted to the bed in the middle of the room. There was a man sitting in a chair to Johnny's right, and Gibbsy was standing to his left. I instantly recognized the man as the one from the photograph in Johnny's room that day. The hero. His father was holding Johnny's hand, sitting right by his bedside, and looking like his son 30 years into the future. Meanwhile, I just stood there, in the middle of his hospital room, with my heart hammering in my chest, and my eyes glued to his slumped body. Hi, Johnny, I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. Boom, boom, fucking boom, da! Johnny slurred, clutching his chest. I'm done for. His choice of words caused Gibbsy to laugh loudly, and Mrs. Kavanagh, who had rejoined us, to groan in despair. Bring the lights back, da!
Johnny instructed, slurring his words.
Light up the world. You need to see this girl. Johnny,
His mother said in a warning tone.
behave yourself. I want to see her, Ma.
He groaned.
I can't see her.
My heart leapt in my chest. Me? I squeaked.
Always you.
Johnny groaned.
Fucking balls. He's not himself, Shannon.
Mrs. Kavanagh hurried to say.
Don't mind anything that comes out of his mouth.
I looked to her and nodded uncertainly. Okay. His father switched on a small overhead light then, bathing the room in a soft glow. With my heart racing, I took in the sight of Johnny hooked up to a beeping machine at his bedside. He had wires strapped to his bare chest, and one coming out of his arm that was hooked to a drip. For once, I managed to not ogle at his naked chest, concentrating on his beautiful, bruised and tired-looking face instead.
See her, Da. See? So fucking beautiful,
Johnny announced.
Told you all.
Oh, God.
Oh, Johnny,
His mother sighed. Leave him be, Adele, his father chuckled. He can't help himself right now.
Shannon,
Johnny slurred, sounding terribly groggy.
she's too far away.
I'm here, Johnny, I croaked out.
You're here.
He nodded, more to himself than anyone else.
Don't leave me again.
My heart squeezed in my chest, and my words came out in a small puff. I won't. I felt incredibly uncomfortable, having both of his parents in the room, but I pushed down those feelings and made my legs walk towards him. How are you feeling? I asked, closing the space between us, choosing to come around Gibbsy's side of the bed. Are you okay?
Come closer,
Johnny purred, his bleary eyes trained on my face as he crooked his finger at me.
I want to show you something.
Okay. Stepping round Gibbsy, I moved to his bedside.
Don't you dare!
Mrs. Kavanagh barked, causing me to jerk back and Johnny to groan.
Spoil sport.
Johnny huffed.
John, tuck those blankets under the mattress,
she instructed before turning her glare on her son.
I don't care how high you are. Jonathan Robert Kavanagh Jr., I will cut it off if you so much as think about showing her.
Show me what? I asked nervously.
My dick,
Johnny announced, twisting to face me.
You want to see?
He smiled lazily up at me.
It's all better now.
Gibbsy threw his head back and howled, laughing. Mr. Kavanagh joined in.
And Jesus wept,
Mrs. Kavanagh sobbed. He's high, little Shannon, Gibbsy explained, still snickering, as a fucking kite. Oh, well, that's okay, I whispered, feeling my cheeks flame in embarrassment.
Hold my hand,
Johnny instructed, flapping a hand out towards me. I looked to his mother, unsure whether she would mind me touching her son in this condition. Mrs. Kavanagh just sighed and nodded. I was worried about you, I told him, taking his big hand in mine. You gave me an awful fright.
And I was worried about you,
Johnny replied, wide-eyed and sincere.
I'm always worried about you.
He tugged hard and dragged me onto the bed.
Johnny!
It's okay, I assured Mr. Kavanagh before taking an uncertain seat at the edge of his bed. I had no choice in this. It was either sit on the edge of Johnny's bed or let him pull me on top of him because he wasn't letting go.
I didn't know where you were,
Johnny continued to tell me as he shook his head, looking all flustered and sounding confused.
I thought I lost you, and my head is high as balls, baby.
He called you baby? He called you baby again? I'm here now, I whispered, unable to stop my smile at how adorable he was in this moment. And you're going to be okay?
I love you, Shannon, like the river.
He slurred. My heart stopped. Did he just... No. No, of course he didn't.
I fucking love you,
Johnny said again. Oh God, he did. He absolutely did. Twice. He's high, Shannon. He doesn't know what he's saying. Don't take this to heart.
Gibbs. Yeah, lad. My sperm cord didn't snap.
Johnny sighed happily.
No all explosions.
Gibbsy snickered.
Good to know, Cap. See, Ma,
Johnny said in a groggy slur.
She'll have my babies.
He twisted his head from side to side until he found my face, and then he smiled.
You'll have my babies, won't you?
I cleared my throat and exhaled a ragged breath.
Shannon, I'm so sorry,
Mrs. Kavanagh strangled out.
Say it,
Johnny groaned, clutching my hand.
Tell me you'll have my babies.
Johnny,
just tell me you will,
he begged loudly.
Just say it, Shannon, please. I can't take it.
Sure, I croaked out, feeling faint. Whatever you want, Johnny.
Gibbs,
Johnny called out happily.
Did you hear that, lad?
I sure did, bulldozer.
Didn't I do good, Da?
He continued to rave.
See, I found her.
You did a great job, Mr. Kavanagh coaxed. Sorry, folks, but Mr. Kavanagh has only allowed one family member to stay with him outside of visiting hours, a female nurse called from the doorway, both startling me and saving me from having to respond to Johnny's statement. If you're all family, you can rotate, she added. There's a family room on the 3rd floor, but I'll have to ask 3 of you to leave.
I'll stay, Mrs. Kavanagh announced. John, you can take Shannon and Jared for some breakfast. I'll give you a call in a couple of hours.
Listen, I have to go, I whispered, turning my attention back to Johnny, heart still hammering in my chest. I'll try and come back later before the bus leaves, okay?
No, no, no,
Johnny groaned, holding onto my hand with both of his.
You said you wouldn't leave me.
Oh, God. Johnny, I know, but I have to go, I whispered, flustered. It's family only.
She's my wife,
he announced then, blowing my mind clean open.
Jonathan Kavanagh,
his mother snapped.
Stop this right now. You'll scare the girl. What are you talking about?
Johnny slurred.
I'm not scaring her. I love her.
Johnny, I'll come back, I coaxed, exhaling a trembling breath. I promise I'll come back, okay? I tried to pull my hand free from his, but he wouldn't let go. He was shaking his head and looking up at me with big, wide, high as a kite eyes. I have to go, I repeated, feeling completely torn. I'm so sorry.
I'll come with you,
he announced, and then proceeded to use one hand to rip at his wires. Stop that, I ordered, capturing his rogue hand with my free one. You'll hurt yourself.
I want you,
he groaned, pulling at my arms.
Just you.
At a loss, I glanced up at his parents who were watching our little wrestling match. Mr. Kavanagh simply shook his head and led a snickering Gibbsy out of the room. I'll go, I promised Mrs. Kavanagh. I just need to... My words broke off when Johnny wrapped his arms around my waist and clung to me. You are a lizard, I muttered in despair, feeling his mother's eyes on my face.
Take the lights away and stay with me, Shannon, like the river.
I'm so sorry about this, I strangled out as I tried and failed to free myself from his hold. I'll just be a minute.
Stay with him.
My gaze snapped up. Huh?
There's no point in agitating him,
she stated quietly, gaze locked on her son who was currently nuzzling my stomach.
If you feel comfortable staying with him, Shannon, then you can stay.
I didn't want to leave him. Not back in the changing room at Royce. And not now. Not ever. Nodding slowly, I whispered, I'll take care of him.
Okay, then.
Mrs. Kavanagh sighed heavily.
I'll be back in a bit.
And then she turned around and left the room. You are in trouble with me, I told Johnny once the door had clicked shut, leaving us alone together.
When you're back to your senses, we're going to talk about what you just did.
I don't care, he slurred groggily. I got what I wanted.
And what was that? I asked. To embarrass your mother?
You, he slurred. I got you.
Oh, God, my heart. Johnny, you're saying strange things right now, I breathed. And you need to stop, because it hurts.
Look at that face,
he whispered, staring up at me with a peculiar expression.
I'm gonna keep you.
Okay. Relenting to his madness, I coaxed him to lie back on his pillow. You can keep me. Sitting beside him, I leaned forward, rested an arm on one side of his head, and stroked his cheek with my free hand. His hands were still wrapped around my waist, but not so tightly now. Close your eyes, I told him softly. I'll be here when you wake up.
Tell me you love me,
he pleaded.
Johnny, tell me.
Inhaling a steadying breath, I whispered, Johnny, I love you.
Thank fuck,
he groaned, exhaling loudly. You won't remember this, I added shakily, but I will. Which was the only reason I was telling him my truth.
I love your tits,
he informed me then. You haven't seen them? He nodded solemnly.
I have.
I shook my head. No, you must be thinking about someone else.
I'm only ever thinking about you, he replied. Only you.
My heart, my poor, poor heart. I didn't stand a chance with this boy.
And your pussy.
He closed his eyes and groaned.
I saw that too.
Yes. Yes, he did. Oh, thank God he didn't say that in front of his parents.
It's mine.
What's yours? I asked.
You.
He sighed and tightened his hold on me.
And your perfect little pussy.
Johnny, I breathed. You can't say things like that.
Touch my dick.
No, Johnny, I'm not touching your dick.
Are you sure?
I chuckled. I'm sure.
But you will, right?
He asked, looking forlorn.
Someday.
Someday, I whispered in his ear. I promise. He smiled up at me with this adorable drunk expression.
Give me a kiss,
he purred. Shaking my head, I leaned forward and pressed my lips to his.
Don't leave me,
he groaned then, face contorting in pain.
I'm no more good. Don't go.
What?
I'm broken.
I shook my head. You're not broken. Johnny groaned as if he was in pain.
No more rugby.
He slurred and then shook his head. It doesn't matter. He nodded solemnly.
It does.
Look at me. I tilted his face to mine. Johnny Kavanagh, open your eyes and look at me. With a great deal of effort he did. I waited several beats for him to focus on my face before I continued. You are worth so much more than rugby. I kissed his lips because, quite frankly, I had an issue with inappropriate kissing when it came to this boy. If you never picked up a rugby ball for the rest of your life, it wouldn't matter to me.
I think I need you for keeps,
he slurred. I think I need you for keeps too, I confessed.
You're so pretty,
he slurred.
That very first day. Boom.
Boom, I giggled. He nodded solemnly.
Boom.
Listen, I'm going to go and sit in the chair right next to your bed, I coaxed as I tried to untangle myself from his wires and slippery hands, so you can get some sleep. Johnny shook his head and pulled me closer.
Sleep with me.
Johnny, you're just after surgery, I sighed. You need to rest.
If this is love, then it's you,
he replied, dragging me down to lay beside him. Huh? I asked as I slid onto my side and tried my best not to poke at his legs.
You,
he mumbled sleepily, dropping a heavy arm around my shoulders.
Me what? I whispered as I placed my hand on his stomach and snuggled onto his side. You are love. He sighed contentedly. Stay with me. Always. I'll stay with you, I whispered, feeling more in this moment than I could handle. Who's making you sad? He asked then, voice slurred and sleepy. Tell me, baby. Nobody, Johnny. You lie, and it hurts my heart. He groaned, tightening his hold on me. All those marks. It hurts when I know someone's hurting my Shannon. Johnny. Who's hurting you, baby? He slurred sleepily. He yawned loudly and then sighed. I'll fix it. It's a secret, I breathed, feeling my body shake. I won't tell, he whispered. Inhaling a trembling breath, I clenched my eyes shut and pressed my lips to his ear. My father. I waited several beats for him to say something. He didn't. When I opened my eyes and looked at his face, I realized why. Johnny was asleep.
Chapter 67. Plan B. Johnny. Everything hurt. My balls, my legs, my dick, my head. I felt like I'd been mowed over by a freight train. There was pressure on my chest. Something wasn't right. And I could smell coconuts. Then I remembered. It was over. All my hard work, all the years of relentless, grueling training sessions had been for nothing. Because my body had quit on me. And now I was broken. Jerking awake, I snapped my eyes open, feeling panicked and close to the edge of nervous breakdown. For a few moments I stared at the ceiling, just absorbing the devastation washing through my heart like a tidal wave of destruction. Inhaling several deep breaths, I moved to sit up, only to flop back down when I noticed a small frame curled up in the bed beside me. Holy shit. Shannon? Shannon? I croaked out, nudging her with my hand. Wake up! Yawning quietly, she crept out from where she had been, nestled in the crook of my arm. You're awake? She said, smiling down at me. I nodded wearily. You remember where you are? I nodded again. Do you remember the match? I remember why I'm here. I croaked out, feeling dry-mouthed and hoarse. I don't remember why you're here. Shannon looked at me for a long moment, and then her eyes widened, and she quickly scooted off the bed. You wanted me to stay with you? She explained in a quiet tone, clasping her hands together. I frowned. Did I? I couldn't remember. It was a haze. Shannon nodded. Yeah, I came to see you with Gibbsy this morning. Well, it was like 6 o'clock in the morning, so I guess you could call it last night. I don't know. How long? I interrupted her by asking. I was feeling too damn desperate to listen to rambling. Shannon stared blankly at me. Huh? How long am I out? I bit out. She checked her watch. It's 11:45, so close to 6 hours. No. I shook my head and expelled a frustrated growl. How long am I out? She shook her head. I don't understand. How long am I out on injury? I hissed, clenching the bedsheets as devastation checked into my heartbreak hotel. Johnny, it doesn't matter. It matters, Shannon. I snapped, voice cracking. It matters to me. She just stared at me with those big eyes, full of fear and concern and sympathy. I couldn't deal. Not right now. I didn't want her to see me break down. I couldn't cope with that. Can you pass me that, please? I pointed to the chart hanging off the foot of the bed. I need to see. She worried her lip, glancing at my chart nervously. Johnny, maybe you should wait for the doctor. I need to see the fucking chart. I choked out. I need to see for myself. Shannon flinched, and I felt worse than ever. Please. I exhaled a heavy sigh. Pass me the chart. Without another word, she handed me the clipboard. Thank you. She dropped her head and sniffled. Fuck. Fuck. Can you go get my dad? I asked, desperately trying to wrangle in my emotions. She looked up at me all lonesome and hurt. If that's what you want. I bit back a groan and nodded. That's what I want. But what about your mum? No, just my dad. I warned her. Only my dad. Oh, okay, Shannon whispered, looking uncertainly towards the door. I held my breath, desperate not to break down in front of her. I'll go, she said, but it was more of a question. I nodded stiffly, resisting the urge to beg her to stay and hold me and make promises neither of us could keep. She couldn't fix this for me, and I was terrified of losing more than I already had. I knew she was fragile, and I didn't want to scare her away. If she stayed in this room, that's exactly what I was going to end up doing. If I did that, if she saw me ugly side of me, the weaknesses in me, I would lose her too. I couldn't lose her too. With a hammering heart, I watched her open the door and pause in the doorway. Bye, Johnny, she whispered, glancing back at me one final time. I swallowed deeply before strangling out the words, Bye, Shannon. I waited until the door closed behind her before ripping the covers off my body to check the damage. Jesus Christ. Dropping my head back on my pillow, I bit down on my fist and smothered my cry. When my dad walked into the room 30 minutes later, he was alone. Morning, stud, he said with a smirk. Dad, choked out, tears streaming down my cheeks. The minute Dad saw my expression, his smirk fell. Placing his plastic cup on my nightstand, he sank down on the edge of my bed and pulled me into his arms. Johnny, he sighed, let it all out, son. And it was right there that I cried like a fucking child on my father's shoulder. What am I looking at? I choked out when words found me. 6 weeks minimum, he told me, with that honesty I respected him for. Dad, it's gone. I shook my head and resisted the urge to roar. The summer campaign, the under-20s, it's over for me. Not gone, he assured me. Slim, but not impossible. Slim, I strangled out, feeling my heart beat so hard I thought it might stop altogether. Fuck. Don't you forget who you are. He stood up, then helped me to sit on the edge of my bed. You are my son, he added, lowering my feet to the floor. And you're a fighter. I dropped my head. I don't fucking feel like a fighter. You've been a fighter since the day you were born, he corrected, tipping my chin back up and forcing me to meet his blue-eyed gaze. You've never let a thing get in the way of your goals, And you're sure as hell not going to let 6 weeks stop you. And if I don't make it? I choked out, voicing my biggest fear. If I'm not fit by then? Then you don't make it, he replied simply. I shook my head and released a painful sob. Dad, can't cope. If you did not make it this summer, then you did not make it this summer, he repeated. You're still Johnny Kavanagh. You're still an honest student. You're still a good man. And you're still my best decision. For the millionth time in my life, I found myself looking up at the man that raised me and thinking, will I ever be as strong as you? I watched my father as he pulled over a chair and sat down in front of me. Now, he said as he sat down and loosened his tie, let's get real, son. Oh, shit. Real? I croaked out. Dad nodded. Say you don't make it to the under-20s in June. Dad, I can't. Hear me out, he said calmly. Glumly I nodded. Say you don't make it in June, Dad continued to say, voicing my worst nightmare out loud. It's devastating. Your mother and I understand. You might not think we do, but we brought you into the world, and every single painful moment in your life that you endure, and every obstacle you stumble over, we're there, Johnny. We're right behind you, feeling everything, your pain and frustration and fears. It's all mirrored back to us. Your achievements are ours. Your heartache is ours. Because you are all we have, Johnny. Just you. That's it. Now I felt worse than when I woke up. Dad, when you're older and you have children of your own, a son of your own, you'll understand what I mean, he added, calm as ever. But for now, you're going to have to take my word for it. I nodded, feeling like a piece of shit, and knowing full well what was coming next. What did you do, Johnny? Dad said. The danger you put yourself in? He shook his head and exhaled a shaky breath. There are no words to comprehend how devastated we were to get the phone call last night. He leaned forward in his seat and clasped his hands together. To know that our boy was risking his health and his future like that, and that he had been for months. My shoulders slumped in shame. Sorry, Dad. I don't need an apology, Dad replied without a hint of anger in his tone. I need you to understand, to take a step back from this dream you've been chasing and realize that your life is already happening. I just want it so bad, Dad, I confessed, biting down on my lip. So fucking bad. And I want it for you, he told me. I want you to chase your dreams, Johnny. I want you to make them come true. I want every single thing that you want from life to happen for you. But I need you to do all that with a steady head. He leaned back in his chair and stared at me for a long moment before speaking again. Even the best fall down sometimes, son. What you do next, with clear, calculated, logical thought, is what will define you. Yeah, I got it. I heard him. Exhaling a heavy sigh, I rubbed my hand over my face and asked, "So what's the plan?" Dad snorted. I frowned at him. Why are you looking at me like that? He tilted his head to one side, still smirking. I'm just looking at my boy and feeling thankful to see the fire in his eyes again. I shrugged helplessly. Was it gone? Not for long, he told me. And the plan is recovery and bed rest. 7-10 days. I exhaled a ragged breath. Jesus, Dad, that's the plan, son, Dad said sternly. From there, we'll move forward with rehabilitation. The academy? I swallowed deeply. Did Coach Dennehy contact you? They're furious with you, Dad replied, not mincing his words, which is to be expected when the #1 ranked centre in the country almost ends his career before his 18th birthday. I groaned. Christ, don't say it like that. The truth is always better than a lie. He shot back with a knowing smile. More painful, but much more beneficial in the long run. You're a lawyer, I huffed. You're paid a fucking fortune to lie. Not to you, Dad replied with a grin. You get my services free of charge and 100% truthful. Smirking, he added, if you want someone to mollify you, then you should have had this talk with your mother. Yeah, well, I mumbled. You can soften the edges a bit, Dad. This stings. Stings will toughen you up, he told me. There's a big bad world out there, son. It's all sharp edges. What about my academy contract? I dared ask. Still very much in effect. I exhaled a huge sigh of relief. Don't be surprised, Dad mused. You are brilliant. A careless, headstrong, suicidal idiot with a brilliant mind for rugby and a talent to take you to whatever level you wish to go to. They know this, Johnny. They won't let you go. When he told me this, I knew it wasn't bullshit. He wouldn't bullshit me. Do you think I'll make it, Dad? I asked then, staring at my father's face. Do you think I can do it? Yeah, he replied, without hesitation. My heart fluttered. Really? My father nodded. Yeah, Johnny, really. Those words, I felt a small root of hope shoot up inside of me. I could pull this back from the edge. I could do it. My dad thought I could do it. But you're relieved of duties, Dad added. I sighed heavily. Expected. And Coach Dennehy will be having a heated conversation with you. I grimaced. Also expected. And you'll need to pass 3 separate evaluations before you step foot on the pitch again, be it academy, club, or school rugby. He chimed. And those feet are to stay firmly off the grass until May. Lovely. I ran a hand through my hair and sighed. Jesus. Don't panic, he said calmly. You know the pain. It's there, right in front of you. Part of getting back on the squad is healing. Resting your body right now is as crucial as any other workout or rugby commitment. I got that. It just sucks, I muttered. Look at it this way, Dad offered with a smirk. You have unlimited time in your hands to spend with Gibbsy. Oh, Jesus, Dad laughed. Who I presume will never let you live down last night. Nope, I grimaced. He probably won't. I looked to him then and asked, so how long am I going to be stuck in the hospital for? Couple more days, Dad replied. We'll take you home then, and you can get started on rehab. You really believe I can turn this round, Dad? Dad nodded. If you start following the rules, then absolutely. You can turn this around. I shook my head again. Why the fuck didn't I talk to you months ago? Because I'm a workaholic father who should have spent more time focusing on keeping my son out of danger, rather than keeping other fathers' sons out of prison. he replied. Da, stop, I warned. It's not your fault or Ma's. No, it's yours, he agreed, again stinging me with the truth. But you're young and green and stubborn, and I'm supposed to be there to rein you in. I will be there, Johnny, he added then, more. I don't blame you for loving your work, I replied. I'm the same. He smirked. I know you are. I've cleared my schedule for the rest of the Easter holidays. My brow shot up. You're coming home? I am, son. And Ma? My father laughed. Oh, Johnny, if she had her way, she'd put you back in the pram and push you around with her. She's not going to leave you out of her sight. Fuck. You need to earn it back, son. Trust? Dad nodded. That's right. So where is she? I grumbled, thinking about how much crying I was going to face for my mother. She'll be back in a bit, Dad said. She's gone to get you some clothes. And Gibbsy? He's in the canteen, he replied with a smile. The girl behind the counter is after catching his eye. I bet, I muttered. Horny fucker. Gibbsy is staying with us until we take you home to Cork, Dad said then. And probably facing suspension when you return from Easter break. Smirking, Dad added. You should have heard what he called your coach when he came to the hospital earlier. That's what took me so long to come back to you. Gerald refused point blank to go back on the bus. Apparently he broke out at the hotel to come see you in the early hours this morning. He's in some serious trouble with your principal. I had to phone the school and his parents before Coach Mullicky agreed to let him stay with us. Oh, for fuck's sake, I groaned. Can't take him anywhere. He's a loyal friend to you, Johnny, Dad replied. You're lucky to have him. I know that. And Shannon, I croaked out, blenching at the memory of how horribly I had reacted towards her when I first came round. Is she okay? Is she in the canteen with Gibbs? I swallowed deeply, feeling incredibly exposed in this moment. Can you go get her for me, Dad? I really need to talk to her. Dad sighed heavily. Shannon's gone home, Johnny. My heart sank. He left me? I croaked out. This was it. This was the start of it. I wasn't worth shit without rugby. No. She stayed with you, Dad corrected. When you were demented out of your head and anyone in their right mind would have run for the hills, the girl stayed right by your side, listening to you talk out of your arse. Yeah, well, she's gone now, isn't she? I muttered, feeling thoroughly fucking sorry for myself. When your back was to the wall last night, who sat here with you? I stared at them. Who held your hand, Johnny? Dad. Who waited for the ambulance with you? Dad, stop. Who came to check on you when you were at your worst? I looked at him. Did he? Yes. Well, I'm aware of what happened between you two in the changing room. Dad smirked. Your coach told me all about the compromising position he found you and Shannon in. That fucking traitor, I grumbled. He's your teacher, Johnny. He has to report incidents of that nature. He doesn't have the choice in the matter. It's mandatory. For parents, I'd presume they were aware of the situation. I shook my head. For fuck's sake. He sighed heavily before adding, I suspect she's in quite a bit of trouble herself for sneaking over here. Fuck. I dropped my head in my hands and ignored the searing pain that shot up my legs. Fuck that. I was a complete dick to her when I woke up. "Then fix it," he replied calmly. "You don't get it?" I strangled out, feeling like the worst piece of shit on the planet. I panicked and I reacted on her. "But she's fragile, Dad. She's so... and I'm so in love with her." Dad smirked. "Yes, we all know, Johnny. You shouted it from the rooftop last night." "Shite," I groaned. "Was she freaked out?" "Your mother certainly was," Dad laughed. "When you told her Shannon would mother your children." "Jesus Christ," I whimpered. "Why didn't you stop me?" "We couldn't," he replied. "You would only settle down for Shannon. You fell asleep in her arms." Oh, Christ. "I'm gonna go get a coffee and check on the best friend of yours," Dad announced as he rose from his chair. "But can you do me a favour? When your mother comes in later, can you put her nerves to ease?" Smirking, he added, "Some of the things you were ranting on about last night shook the poor woman." "I don't remember a bleeding thing," I groaned. "Everything's all hazy." "You might not remember," Dad chuckled as he walked over to the door and opened it, "but she'll remember for the rest of her life." I waited until Dad left the room before reaching for my phone. My father. My father. Why the fuck was I hearing Shannon say those words? And why was my heart telling me it was vital? Jesus. They must have knocked me out with some serious strong-ass Class A drugs. Focus, Johnny, remember. I scrolled through my contacts with the intention of calling her to apologise, only to slump in dismay when I remembered that I didn't have her number. And even if I did, I couldn't call her, because my father took her phone. My father. My father. What was I missing here?
Chapter 68. Frustrated Fears. Shannon. I didn't want to go home, but I knew I had to. I didn't want to get beaten, but I knew I would. In a messed up way, I accepted my fate. I knew there was no other way out. Therefore, I wasn't surprised when the first thing that greeted me when I stepped through the front door on Saturday evening was my father's fist. The force of the blow knocked the air clean out of my lungs, and I dropped to the hall floor on my hands and knees. "I knew it!" Dad snarled as he towered above me, bleary-eyed and stinking of whiskey. "I fucking knew you were whoring around!" he roared. "I told your mother and she wouldn't believe me!" I didn't have a chance to respond or defend myself before he reached down and fisted my hair, dragging me further into the house. "Get off me!" I screamed, clawing at his hand as it painfully dug into my scalp. "Stop!" "This is it? This is the day you die?" "You're a little tramp!" my father snarled, not stopping until we were in the kitchen. He literally dragged me to my feet, only to fling me away like a rag doll. My face hit the corner of the kitchen table with a thud, and I collapsed on the floor, landing hard on the cold kitchen tiles. "You're cunting school called!" Dad roared, his words slurring as he closed the space between us. "Told me what your teacher caught you doing, you dirty little whore!" "I didn't do anything!" I screamed as hot tears pooled down my cheeks. "I'm bleeding!" I sobbed, clutching the side of my face as wetness trickled down my fingers. "You'll be bleeding a lot worse by the time I'm finished with you!" Dad roared in my face. Grabbing my arm, he shook me so hard that my head snapped back and forth violently. "You little tramp, riding in the fucking changing rooms!" "I wasn't!" I screamed, trying to pull free from his hold. "Get off me!" "You want to end up like your mother?"
he sneered. Is that it? He shook me harder. You want to be humped with a baby at 16? Get off her, a voice cried out. My eyes landed on my 11-year-old brother standing in the doorway, and my heart sank. No, Tig, I strangled out. Go back upstairs. Get the fuck out, boy, Dad barked, releasing me. If you know what's good for you. Leave my sister alone, Tig growled, taking a step into the kitchen. Your sister's a cunt, Dad slurred, focusing his attention on my little brother. Are you going to defend a cunt, boy? Ollie, Tig called out bravely. Get help! Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed my 9-year-old brother cowering in the hallway with 3-year-old Sean tucked under his arm. All 3 boys were reincarnations of our father, with sandy blonde hair and big brown eyes, and all 3 boys in this moment were staring at our father in horror. Get your holes up that stairs before I redden them, Dad snarled. Sean scrambled for the staircase, and Ollie dove for the front door, but Tig stayed where he was. You can't do that to her, he challenged, glaring at our father with his chin jutted out. Joey says we don't hit girls. Shaking, I scrambled to my feet and hurried to intercept Tig before our father could. Go next door to Fran and phone Joey, I pleaded as I tried to shove him out of the kitchen and out of harm's way. Even though he was only 11, he was already taller and stronger than me. But he was my little brother, and I would protect him with my life. Please, Tig, I begged him, just go. Tig wouldn't budge. I'll protect you, he told me before turning to face our father. Oh, God, no. I'm not afraid of you, he hissed, taking a protective stance in front of me. You think you're all tough, but you're nothing but an alcoholic scumbag who goes around hitting girls. Our father took a menacing step closer, and my heart seized with dread. Out of sheer panic, I threw my arms around my little brother and braced myself for impact. The blow came between the middle of my shoulder blades, taking with it the air from my lungs and my legs from beneath me. Crumpling to the floor, I curled up in the smallest ball I could as my father's boot connected with my back over and over. Stop! Tig was screaming, beating his fists against our father's back. You're killing her! Tig! Run! Gasping for air, I tried to scramble to my feet, but Dad caught my ponytail and dragged me clean off the ground. You're a little fucking liar! He snarled seconds before his fist connected with my face. A dirty whore. Shannon! My little brother screamed, flailing helplessly. Shannon! I'm sorry, I strangled out, coughing when blood trickled down the back of my throat. Please, stop. Another punch to my face had my teeth rattling so hard in my mouth that my legs gave out once more, and I collapsed on the floor, feeling a chunk of my hair rip from my scalp. Leave her alone, Tig sobbed, throwing his arms around my body. Please, don't hurt her. I heard my little brother scream just as he was dragged away from me. Dad, I gasped, desperately trying to drag air into my lungs. Dad, please, just... His boot connected with my face, and I lost focus. My head drooped. My eyes rolled back. He's going to finish you off. It's over. Shaking, I curled up as small as I could and clenched my eyes shut. You're back in that room with Johnny. He's telling you he loves you. You're okay. Kick after kick after kick. Spluttering and wheezing, I desperately tried to cling to the image of his face. But it was fading. My body wasn't hurting as much. I wasn't feeling the kicks or the blows now. I couldn't hear the screams of my brothers. Everything was warm. Warm and light. You're dying. Just close your eyes and give in. Close your eyes, Shannon, and it'll all be over soon. He's coming! I heard my other little brother, Ollie, scream as the sound of the front door slamming filled my ears. Get off my sister!
Using every ounce of energy left inside of my body, I forced myself to cover my head with my hands and protect myself from my father's blows. Stay awake. It's not over yet. You are not going to die in this house. Not today. I could hear voices then, both Mam's and Joey's. Joey. I could hear Joey. He was here. And suddenly the pain was gone. The kicking stopped. The feel of 2 pairs of hands wrapping around my body filled my senses, what was left of them, and I opened my eyes to the sight of my little brothers attempting to protect my body with theirs. Tig was bleeding. At least, I thought he was. His cheek was smeared in bright red blood. Maybe it was my blood. I couldn't tell any more. Gasping for breath, I struggled to drag air into my lungs as my vision blurred for several beats before finally coming into focus. My mother was standing in the middle of the kitchen. My father had retreated several feet away from me, staring cautiously at the door. Mam took one look at me, Ollie and Tig huddling together on the floor, and burst into tears. Joey, who was frozen in the doorway, had a different reaction. Dropping his gear bag on the floor, he lunged for Dad, spearing him to the ground. "You fucking bastard!" he snarled as he buried his fists in our father's face. "You dirty fucking animal!" Rearing back, he punched our father and then jumped to his feet. "Hit me!" he demanded, dragging Dad off the ground. "Come on, asshole!" Shoving his chest, he gestured for Dad to punch him. "Hit someone your own fucking size!" "Joey," Mam cried out, "please, don't." "Shut the fuck up," Joey roared back at her. "You are the most pathetic excuse for a mother that ever walked the earth." "You little shit." Dad swung out with his fist and cut my brother's cheek. "I put manners on you yet, boy." "Did you see that?" Joey demanded, directing his question at Mam. "Did you see him hit me?" Dodging another punch from our father, Joey reared back and levelled our father with a fist to the face. "Can't you see what he's doing to your children?" Blood sprayed everywhere. Dad staggered backwards, collapsing on the floor, and Joey dove on top of him. "Joey," I strangled out, clutching at my chest, feeling like my breastbone was about to collapse inside of my body. "Stop. He's not worth going to prison over." Joey didn't stop. He just kept swinging. "Get off him," Mam was screaming. "Joey, stop. You're going to kill him." "Good!" Joey roared as he straddled our father and continued to hit him. His fists were moving so fast I could hardly keep focus. "Joey!" Spitting out a mouthful of blood, I scrambled onto my hands and knees and dragged my broken body over to my brother, desperate to save him from doing something he couldn't take back. "You promised," I slurred, as I weakly tried to pull at his arm. Feeling woozy, I shook my head and tried again, forcing my hands to comply as I clutched his forearm. "You promised you'd never leave me." My words seemed to register with my brother because he exhaled a defeated sigh and leaned back. Nodding stiffly, Joey let his arms drop to his sides and climbed off Dad. "Teddy," Mam sobbed, shaking her head. Clutching her stomach, she knelt alongside our father. "Oh God, Teddy, what have you done?" Numb, I scrambled back to where Ollie was sitting with his back pressed to the fridge, crying uncontrollably. Tig, on the other hand, was staring at our father with a terrifying look on his face. I knew the look. It was the same look Joey wore. "It's okay," I whispered, trying and failing miserably to comfort Ollie. "Shh, it's okay." "I thought you were going to die," he sobbed, throwing his arms around me and causing me to flinch in pain. "Ollie," Joey barked, turning back to face us. "Go upstairs and get Sean." "Why?" our little brother sniffled. "Because we are leaving," Joey stated sharply. "We are not staying in a house with that piece of shit a day longer." Without another word, Ollie scooted out of my arms and bolted for the stairs. "Tig," Joey said, grimacing when he noticed the look of hatred on our baby brother's face. "Go with Ollie." "But I—" "Please," Joey snapped, running a hand through his blonde hair and streaking the tendrils red. "Go upstairs
and pack your bags, kid. Tig gave Joey a hard look before finally nodding and stalking out of the room. Turning his attention to me, Joey walked right over to where I was slumped on the floor and dropped to his knees beside me. "You're okay," he whispered in my ear, pulling me into his arms. I'm here, Shan." Numb to the bone, I just sat there, slumped against his big body, my hands hanging limply at my sides, while my brother tried to comfort me. My entire focus was on our parents. "You're bleeding," Mom choked out as she dabbed at Dad's face with the sleeve of her jumper. "Oh, God, Teddy." Her words caused Joey's entire frame to tense. "Are you fucking blind?" he roared. Swinging around to face them, he gently brushed my hair off my face and pointed to me. "She is bleeding," Joey snarled, pointing to my face. "Shannon, your daughter." "Shannon," Mom wept as she cringed in horror. "Oh, baby, your face." I didn't care what I looked like anymore. It didn't matter, because my mother had just ended my world. She went to him. He beat us, terrorized us, tortured us, and she went to him. She chose him, our own mother. "Don't you dare, oh baby her!" Joey snarled as he climbed to his feet and helped me up. With his arm wrapped around my shoulders, he walked me over to the table and lowered me onto a chair. "You're okay," he kept whispering, and I wasn't sure if he was telling me this or himself. "You're okay. I'm here. I'm right here, Shan." Grabbing a tea towel off the draining board, Joey returned to me and pressed it to the side of my face while I just sat there, staring across the room at the people who had brought us into the world. "Shannon," Dad slurred, shaking his head as if he was waking up from a deep sleep. "I didn't mean to—" "Don't fucking speak to her, creep!" Joey roared, taking a menacing step towards him. "I will kill you," he seethed, tone deathly cold and terrifyingly sincere. "Do you hear me? I will slit your fucking throat if you so much as look at my sister again." Ollie, Tig and Sean all hurried into the kitchen then with backpacks on their backs. All three of them went straight to Joey, because he was our protector. He was the reason we were all in one piece. He was our hero. "Now, here's how this is going to go," Joey growled, standing in front of the four of us, shielding us from our parents. "Either you," he pointed to our mother, "find some maternal instinct deep inside that cold fucking heart of yours and put that bastard out for good, or I'm taking these kids out of this house and they are never coming back." "Joey," Mom sobbed, "I'm so sorry." "Don't apologize," my brother spat. "Protect your children and put him out." "Joey, I—" "Make a choice, Ma'am," Joey snarled as he glared down at our mother. "Him or us." The end.